Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on What If Naruto First Night with GRAYFIA in private room, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. Naruto jumped off the ground quickly, muscles and joints screaming at him for moving so suddenly. The scent of sulfur and ash hung heavily in the air all around him. It took him several moments for him to orientate himself in the smoky, desolate land he found himself in. Taking deep breath, he managed to get his breathing under control as he risked a glance at his new surroundings. Everywhere around him there was black rock, flowing rivers of red, burning lava, huge gray clouds hung in the sky scattering ash down onto the world below like snowfall. While he had never before seen an active volcano, he now knew from past descriptions that he was near several now. He had no idea where in the world he could possibly be. Over his years he'd traveled through most of the continent where the elemental nations were located, and the best view he got was a long-distance glimpse of a dormant volcano somewhere in Western Earth country. That he was in the location of several active ones now completely boggled his mind. If he was here now, did that mean Madara was here too? The last thing he could remember was fighting against Madara. He could still feel the sheer concentration of power Madara was putting out whilst being the Jubi Jinchuriki. The amount was enough to tear the dimensional fabric. He could remember a tear just appearing in the air behind him and knowing no matter what they did, they could never beat him conventionally. The last memory he had before awaking was deciding to do something stupid and insane enough to work. He remembered putting everything he had into a single strike against Madara, forcing them both into the tear, and then nothing. Naruto slowly leaned forward, bringing his legs underneath his body to push off the ground. His fingertips grabbed onto a large rock, and he put some weight on it to gain leverage. Unfortunately, the black rock wasn't as stable as it looked, and promptly crumbled when he put a little too much weight on it, causing him to fall over next to it. The blonde teen grunted in pain as his shoulder hit the ground first, impacting roughly against other rocks underneath him. He lay there for several moments, silently willing the pain to go away, even if the uncomfortable position he was in wasn't helping matters any. Now what do I do? Was his last thought as he just lay there on his back looking at the pearly gray sky. It was with a jolt that he was startled awake from his dream, slightly disorientated. For just a moment, he wondered where he was. It took a quick glance around, taking in all the people around him talking quietly amongst themselves. As he began to calm down from the vivid memory he had just relived in his dream, he remembered where it is he was. He was on the night train that had been traveling from Tokyo to Kyoto, having just flown into Tokyo a few hours early from London, England, a place he'd spent the best part of the last century relaxing and playing around in. Of course, he had also had things to do there, plans to enact and other such things. Though there was also a lot of playing and debauchery. What is the point in being immortal if you could cut loose every now and then? The slight screeching of the brakes from the train coming to a stop must have woken him up from the old memory he'd just been dreaming of. It was a good thing too. It was never good to live in the past, because in doing so you will never move forward with your life in the future. Sighing slightly as he watched his fellow passengers getting up from their seats in a mad scramble, making a huddle at the train's exit as they all tried to get out at the same time. Naruto looked out the window with a sigh. Humans, they have no patience, always treating life like a race to the finish, never stopping to smell the roses. It's quite sad actually. Outside of the train there was a riot of activity as the mass of people on the platform were trying to get on the train at the same time as the people on the train were trying to get off. Smiling to himself, Naruto didn't even bother to get up, as instead he simply raised his fingers before clicking them. As if in response, the shadows in the footwell of his seat seemed to darken exponentially before they began to expand, slowly creeping up Naruto's legs, before quickly enveloping him in the blink of an eye. If one were to look at the place he had just been, they would have seen a flash of black and then an empty seat, yet no one was too preoccupied trying to leave the train to notice. Not that they would have noticed had they actually been paying attention. No, not even the most observant of people would have noticed, at least not in Kyoto. A city that was created and ruled by the yokai. A city filled with supernaturals who live alongside unsuspecting humans. The reason why they had been able to do this for hundreds of years and even now, when the world was in the golden age of technological development, was simple. It was magic. Surrounding the city, and in fact the majority of this part of Japan, was a massive dome of magic. Fueled by ancient seals placed long ago, the dome-like barrier draws its energy from the earth itself, creating a protective barrier that protects the people within from the forces without. But more than that, the dome creates a mist of sorts that befuddles the minds of the mortals within its limits, making them not notice the supernatural, or if they do notice, making them think it was something else. It was a massive illusion that allows the supernatural's freedom within its limits. Leaping across the high rooftops of Kyoto, a black shadowed figure could be just about seen. This figure was Naruto. A wide smile on his face as he finally stretched his legs. The train had been noisy and uncomfortable and something he really didn't want to have to suffer through, but due to the protective barriers around Kyoto his presence would have been spotted instantly had he entered the area through more supernatural methods. But now he was within the limits, he had more freedom. As long as he suppressed his power he could go by relatively unnoticed, just another yokai in a city of yokai. Kyoto, it was a beautiful place, the kind of place one could visit only to decide that they never wanted to leave. He could attest to that. After all, many years ago he had created this city, he had forged the mighty barrier that protected it, a barrier that was self-sustaining and self-controlling. He had fallen in love with the city and had as such lived here for many centuries, ruling over it and its inhabitants. But like all good things it had to come to an end. That is not to say something bad happened, no, the problem was with Naruto. He didn't like remaining in one place for too long, not when he had other things he could be doing, which was why he had left. Giving no notice he had left the city, leaving only a note for his successor to find, telling them what they should do if there was an issue with the barrier. So far there hadn't been one. That had been 2 centuries and he hadn't been back since. Sure, he still had bits and pieces of business in the area, but he mostly did that from afar. After all, his worry was that if he did come back to the city for any great length of time he would never want to leave. Not too sure if I liked the whole modernization process, Naruto muttered to himself as he continued to leap across the city, running along the side of tall skyscrapers, but flipping down and rolling along the roofs of apartment blocks. His step never faltering as he moved through the now unfamiliar city with unnatural ease. His keen eyes picking up on the supernatural things all around him. Market stalls selling potions and other such supernatural wares. Gangs of youths playing football on the roof gardens of some of the buildings he passed. The children not even bothering to hide their tails or animal ears, them having grown up in the safety Kyoto provided, and thus had never learned to be cautious. Then again, there's nothing more fun than leaping from skyscraper to skyscraper, Naruto said as he could help but grin as he saw some of the yokai children point at his blurred form in wonder, no doubt mistaking him for a fellow yokai. He knew he shouldn't be doing this, but the joy of being back in the city he loved was infectious. Coming to a stop, his feet and hands on the surface of a polished glass pane on one of the skyscrapers, Naruto couldn't help but look at his reflections. He wasn't a vain person at all. But even he couldn't help but admire just how unusual he now looked. The sight that faced him in the reflection of the glass was of that of a man in his late 20s with long spiky silver-colored hair, a quite tanned skin tone with high cheekbones. Speaking of his cheeks, he still had his whisker-like birthmarks. Only now they were thicker and more jagged, far more animalistic than they used to be. In fact, they looked similar to how they used to become when he was drawing on the Kyuubi's chakra. But by far the most unusual and the most prominent feature he possessed were his eyes. Back before all the shit in his life had happened. Back before he had ended up alone on this world. Back when things were still so simple, he had had blue eyes that sparkled with innocence and naivety. Now though at their place were 2 glowing golden eyes, eyes that seemed to give off an aura of danger, predator's eyes. It has been said that the eyes were the windows to the soul. If that were truly the case, then honestly Naruto wondered just what his soul would look like. Would it be pure, one without regrets or sin? Good gods, no, Naruto didn't know what it would look like, and that was good. After all, what could one say if they were to see who they were, who they really were, behind the lies and the justification? Yes, Naruto was happy not knowing. Blinking slightly as he realized just where those kind of thoughts would take him, Naruto pushed off the building, not even leaving a handprint on the pristine glass as he once again soared through the air. Leaping 100-meter distances with not even a second thought, traversing massive swaths of the city unnoticed. Closing his eyes, Naruto exulted in the feeling of the air rushing by him, rusting his hair and tickling his skin. This was the way to travel. Not in the mortals' cars, trains or planes, flimsy metal boxes that were both claustrophobic and uncomfortable. Nor through use of magic circles like mages, angels and devils do. No, the best way to travel was using your own 2 feet, feel the air rushing by you, as you move across the land as the gods intended. It was the simple pleasures really, that made immortality tolerable. That and the debauchery, of course. A few minutes later, okay, I take back what I said, skyscrapers are shit. The silver-haired man complained as he stood on parallel on his side of one of the buildings, a paper map in his hands as he tried to work out where he was. He knew where the guy he was looking for might be, but things had changed so much he had gotten kind of lost. Maybe I should have invested in GPS, then again I doubt it would work properly in here. Naruto continued to grumble to himself as he looked for the old landmarks that may have survived Japan's rapid modernization. Now if I was an annoying old monkey, where would I live? Naruto muttered to himself, ignoring how bizarre that might seem to someone hearing it out of context. Somewhere with tree maybe. Naruto continued to mutter to himself as he spread out his senses across the whole city. being careful to do so in such a way that someone wouldn't notice. It limited his sensory abilities but meant he wouldn't have to dodge curious yokai who would be looking for the disturbance. After all, he was not in the mood to be caught out, otherwise he would be swarmed with well-wishers and may never leave. The yokai certainly know how to spoil a person, and Naruto is very susceptible to a bit of spoiling. Especially if it is done by sexy yokai girls who would just love to dote on him. Maybe getting found out wouldn't be that bad, Naruto mused before he shook his head resolutely. Business first, sensual massages from sexy yokai girls later. With that having been decided, Naruto instead once more set out to find his monkey. Ah, there you are, you monkey you. A few minutes and 10 miles of city blocks and skyscrapers later, Naruto found the place he was looking for. It was a leafy wooded place on the outskirts of the city. It was a place the old monkey, or the Oracle as he was called by those who hadn't met him and thus still respected him, called him, had lived for centuries. The old monkey yokai was too damn stubborn to move. In fact, Naruto was not surprised that he was in exactly the same spot he had left him in centuries before. Arriving at his destination after spending another hour on the train, the old shinobi arrived at the location of the Oracle. Not much was known about the Oracle other than his being a bad-tempered old monkey yokai. No, instead the Oracle tended to keep to himself, only seeing those who he invited. Therefore not much is actually known about his gift either. Some say he just has a powerful sixth sense for danger. Others that he is a clairvoyant and can see the future. One thing that is known about him though, is that he is never wrong and one should always heed his invitation when it is given. It is actually due to receiving this invitation that Naruto now stood before the Oracle's house on the outskirts of Kyoto, a house that is still protected from the outside world by Fuinjutsu seals placed by the sliver-haired shinobi centuries ago. The hut itself wasn't much to look at, just a single-story house in a copse of trees, surrounded by a bit of farmland which the old monkey used to sustain himself. Deciding to bite the bullet and get it over with, Naruto walks through the trees and up to the door. Upon knocking, he didn't have long to wait before. Naruto boy, you've come. It's been so long since I've last seen you. Still look as girly as ever. Hello Rin, I see you're just as annoying as ever too. The whiskered man replied in a bored tone as he looked at the Oracle. The Oracle was not that impressive to look at. He stood at around 5 foot tall, with broad shoulders and a slight beer belly. He had short bowed legs which were covered in an auburn fur, and he had that same fur covering all of his exposed skin save for his face, which at that moment looked like a human's except with a sloped brow and a slightly prominent jaw. There was one unnerving thing about him though, and that was his eyes, which seemed to glow a slight green color and seemed to x-ray anyone they looked upon. As he finished looking him up and down, Naruto was able to see his fashion sense hadn't changed in the centuries it had been since he'd last seen him. The monkey was wearing a very short lilac kimono and some wooden sandals, and that was it. Quite a disturbing sight indeed. As he finished his inspection, Naruto couldn't quite stop his lips from upturning into a nostalgic smile, a feel that was obviously shared as the Oracle burst into a wheezing laugh after hearing the man's acerbic last comment. Ha ha ha, you never change boss. So you best come in then, so I can tell you what I've foreseen, and it's a good one too. You'll love it. With a slightly resigned sigh, the man went into the house, hoping this truly was as interesting as the monkey was making it out to be. In the town of Kuo, 1 month later, Kuo Academy, the only private school in the town of Kuo. The school was once a prestigious all-girls private school until a few years ago when it was made co-ed school. The school was well known for its high grades, numerous sports teams and clubs, a school where truly the best and brightest go. Naruto-sama. A tired Naruto let out a groan of annoyance as he heard that. What did he ever do to deserve to be cursed with this horrible trio? Naruto lifted his head from where it had been resting on his arms to glare at the approaching trio that had become the bane of Naruto's high school existence. He found himself thinking of multiple different ways of smiting the little shits every day. The latest fantasy involved going all biblical on them with hellfire and brimstone. The 3 kids that were now approaching him were infamous throughout Kuo Academy, known as the perverted trio. Put into simple terms, the little annoyances were like 3 little Jiraiya's on coke. Well, stupider, less charismatic and less talented Jiraiya's, but the comparison remains the same. To be honest, these 3 were like 110% perverts. They lived and breathed the ways of the pervert. It was actually quite sad. They really had no other redeeming qualities. Their lives literally seemed to revolve around peeping and porn. Suffice to say, their following him around calling him master was doing him no favors in terms of his reputation. The so-called perverted trio was made up of 3 17-year-old boys, Matsuda, Motohama, and Issei. Matsuda was apparently a former sports star who had given it all up in favor of his perverted tendencies, which if he was honest made no sense to Naruto since at least from his experience girls love guys who are good at sports. It's like putting down a sword to jump into a sword fight. Talk about giving up your biggest weapon before it even starts, amateur. He was usually referred to as perverted baldy, which if he was honest about it was quite obvious and unimaginative as the kid was bald and a pervert. He was also a self-proclaimed lolicon. Motohama was usually referred to as perverted glasses, and apparently had the ability to calculate a woman's 3 sizes just by looking. The final one of the group was the loudest and therefore most annoying one, Issei Hyodo, who was pretty average, besides his ridiculous libido and obsession with breasts. He was also the one who, despite being incredibly annoying, Naruto preferred the most, if only because his making an ass of himself was sometimes quite amusing. Truthfully, Naruto could have overlooked their rampant perversion. He had a lot of experience dealing with perverts from meeting some of the fans of his book series and also being mentored by 2 perverts when he was still a kid, though if he was honest with himself those 2 men were only vague memories in his head nowadays. No, it wasn't their perversion he didn't like. It was because they damn near fucked up his reputation within 10 minutes of him starting at Kuo. Naruto had started at Kuo Academy a month ago as a new third-year exchange student from England. It hadn't been Naruto's idea either. He had not wanted to attend school, not in the least. It was something he had never wanted to do again. It didn't matter if Kuo's school population was about 3/4 female, it was still a school and hence filled with bratty kids in Naruto's mind. No, there was only one reason why Naruto was there, and that was because of that damned monkey. Flashback. You want me to what? Naruto snarled with narrowed eyes as he exposed his sharp canines to the old oracle, who at that moment was sat on a squashy pink armchair looking distinctly amused. Do I really need to repeat myself, Naruto-sama? Yes, was the curt reply. Well, as I had just said, you need to go to Kuo Academy and enroll. Once there you will find 2 high-class devils and their peerages. It is around one of those peerages that the future revolves. I don't know why, but Kuo is going to become a nexus point for supernatural happenings and many important events will happen there. Therefore, if you want to be involved in the coming future like you have been doing for countless years now, you need to go. Who knows, maybe if you do, your dream may finally become a reality. Naruto looked contemplative as he stopped his pacing to focus on the sitting monkey. You have a point, an opportunity like this can't be missed. Who knows, maybe it will alleviate some of the boredom I've been feeling these past few decades. A wise choice. But come on, do I have to be a student? Couldn't I be like a teacher? The whiskered man tried one last time. No, if you want to be involved you will have to get involved with the peerages. You don't have to join them. To be honest, I don't think you would be able to in the first place, but you do have to get involved with them, something you can't do very well as a teacher. End of flashback. So he'd reluctantly applied and been accepted. He transferred in just 2 weeks after the start of the current year. Unfortunately, he'd had the misfortune meeting the perverted trio in the middle of the cafeteria at lunch. He'd only needed to say his name before the 3 stood up and screamed out one his secrets. The trio had shouted out that he, Naruto, was the author of the Icha Icha books, something that he wasn't ashamed of, yet at the same time something that he should brag about in a mainly girls' school. When Naruto had first published them he had done so under the pseudonym Jiraiya Sennin, but he hadn't made it too rock solid as he took a new pseudonym every few decades. His most recent pseudonym was Sasuke Uchiha, mainly as a last middle finger to his barely remembered old teammate. Yes, it was petty but meh. He hadn't, however, expected anyone to investigate. He shouldn't have underestimated how determined heavy-duty perverts can be. Within a week of the first of his newest pseudonym's books hitting the shelf, all 3 members of the perverted trio had managed to dig up that the real author of Icha Icha was apparently an Englishman named Uzumaki Naruto. Damned internet. At least all his other aliases were more rock solid. So therefore, when Naruto introduced himself to them at lunch, their reaction was clear. They instantly got down on their knees, proclaiming before half the school that he was the author of the Icha Icha book series to the world, and then bowing before his greatness as, in their own words, he was the ultimate pervert. Kuo Academy is like 80% female, so being referred to as the ultimate pervert by the 3 of the most perverted students in the school was quite possibly the worst way to start his school life in existence. No one believed him when he claimed that he had simply taken over publishing the books. His father, who had apparently written the series after taking it over from his father, apparently something about Naruto screamed, "Pervert," which was kind of insulting. It was therefore thankful that Naruto had thick skin. Yeah, he would have preferred being accepted as another average student in the beginning, but it wasn't like he was going to cry in a corner about his fellow students calling him names. He was Uzumaki fucking Naruto and he was older and more powerful than all of them put together. Call him names and he'll just laugh in your face before probably resorting to a habit that not even all his years of life had taken. He would prank the hell out of their asses. In the end, Naruto was able to use his many years of life experience to combat this. By just dealing with everything, staying positive and staying true to himself, he was eventually able to change everyone's perceptions of him. He knew how crowds think, and so a little bit of acting and a few smiles and he was golden. It proved true. Perceptions changed far faster than they normally would in a bitchy school like Kuo Academy. Naruto was still considered a pervert by most of the student population, but they had eventually accepted that there was much more to him than that. His occasional dark, brooding session was very helpful in this regard. There was one thing Naruto likes most about going to this school, however, probably even more than the many beautiful girls all around him, and that was pranking. Once he had become a ninja, Naruto had reluctantly been forced to stop doing pranks. Something about professionalism and image, therefore when he had come to this world, he had always been busy or the situation was never right. He very rarely ever got to let loose his frustrations and eccentricities, things that all-powerful beings tend to have out. Now however he could once again prank to his heart's desire. Well, it was like an early Christmas to Naruto, a balm for his soul. All Kuo became his playground, which wasn't really saying much when for most of human history the world had been his playground, but meh. He had to make sure to keep it safe and minimize the damage, except to people's pride, but that just made it more fun. No one was safe from him. Otherwise he'd sort of settled into the role of an ordinary student. His grades were quite high, since Naruto had a lot of experience with a lot of things and an almost eidetic memory. Not to mention the Ninja Academy didn't quite teach them the stuff they learn here. His social life was even better. Even if Naruto has been widely accepted as a pervert, he was charismatic enough that people generally can't hold it against him for long. Thinking on it, he had been quite insulated and secluded in recent decades, so he was probably just acting out if he was honest. It wasn't even a conscious thing. Even his romantic life was pretty good, considering he was widely considered the most perverted kid in the school. He was even kind of popular with the girls. He was smooth-talking, funny, and charismatic, something he'd been using for centuries upon centuries to bed many much more experienced girls than the 17 and 18-year-olds he was after. He also wasn't that bad looking. Girls weren't willing to drop their panties whenever he smiled, like a certain princely Bishonen at the school, but most would agree his looks were on the higher end of the spectrum. He apparently had the roguish, feral look to him. Something which allowed him to have relations with more than a few of the girls at Kuo, which was pretty awesome. To be fair, he was taking advantage of the situation the Oracle had placed him in, specifically a school predominantly filled with very good-looking girls. Naruto was a straight male, not to mention he was a bit of a pervert. Being the known author of Icha Icha also sort of doomed any desire for chastity he might have had, as well as any of the few morals he had left. It was a turnoff for most girls, but there were perverted females. It actually always surprised him how most of his readership was actually female. These girls tended to volunteer as models for his next book, as well as offering to provide him inspiration. Once again, Naruto was straight, so he simply couldn't refuse offers like that, even if he already had 100 or so unpublished books waiting to be published. Ika Kiryu was a regular, providing him with inspiration at least 3 times a week. Things snowballed from there, since it quickly spread around the school that Naruto was a very, very accomplished lover. Seems plenty of high school girls don't mind the idea of starting a casual relationship with a person gifted in the bedroom arts as long as it remains on the down low. Totally awesome. Even Naruto couldn't deny that. Back to the perverted trio. The 3 seemed insisted on treating him like in some kind of godly icon. It was actually annoying. He long ago got bored of being worshipped, as it was generally too troublesome. Not to mention they bothered him incessantly for dating advice or asking him to set them up with some girls. It was like they thought he owed them for outing him as the author of Ika Ika, or empathized with them due to their supposed, similar, personalities. Naruto just wanted them to leave him alone. He did not, however, get his wish. "Naruto-sama," Matsuda shouted before finally reaching the unamused silver hair man. "What is this time, kid? If it is another question about when the next Icha Icha is coming out, then you can fuck off. I've already told you that I've already sent it to the publisher." "No, Naruto-sama, this isn't about that. I've just been told by Issei that Kiba Teme is looking for you. Apparently the super sexy and bodaciously hot Rias Gremory wants you to come to the Occult Research Club for a meeting." Matsuda cried out, almost hyperventilating when he started talking about Gremory. "So they finally have noticed the presents I've been releasing for the last week. Good, let the games begin. I'm surprised you haven't gotten your hands on either of those 2 yet." A girl with short black hair and violet eyes, behind round, red eyeglasses, said, as she looked up at the 2 girls who at that moment were sat in the student council office before the council president's desk. This girl was Sona Shidori, the president of the student council. However, she also went by another name as well. Her real name was Sona Citri, heiress to the Citri clan, which was one of the remaining 72 pillars of the underworld, and at this point in time she was in her role as a devil heiress. Sona was a pretty girl standing at around 5 foot 6 inches, she had a slim figure and was always dressed meticulously in her Kuo school uniform. Sona seemed to give off an almost librarian look with her stern face and serious personality, especially when combined with her glasses. She was currently sat behind her desk with her constant companion and Queen Tsubaki, who has always stood dutifully behind her. Tsubaki herself was also quite an attractive girl, with light brown eyes behind blue half-rimmed square glasses and long black hair which reached almost down to her knees. She seemed to give off the same vibe as Sona, serious and stern. Tsubaki had been the first member of Sona's peerage and its queen for a number of years now. "What do you mean, Sona?" Akeno Hamejima asked, a polite smile currently on her face. Akeno was stunning to a degree that was almost inhuman. Akeno's looks seemed to embody traditional Japanese beauty, a true Yamato Nadeshiko. She had long black hair that was done up into a high ponytail, tied with an orange ribbon. Her hair was so long the ponytail nearly fell to her knees. Her eyes were purple, and her blemish-free skin was slightly pale. She stood at around 5 foot 6 inches, which was on the taller side for Japanese females. Possibly Akeno's main characteristic were her breasts. Despite having a slender build, they were easily the largest in the academy, both volume-wise and in proportion to her body. It was both her looks and the kind and gentle facade she wore when around her fellow students that gained her the nickname as one of Kuo Academy's 2 great ladies. Giving her a contemplative glance, Sona turned her attention to the other girl in the room who was at that moment staying quiet and eating her lunch, purposely trying to stay aloof. Rias Gremory was a very pretty girl. The feature that stood out most to most people was her long, crimson hair that went down to the back of her thighs. Her eyes were a blue color with a slight tinge of green. She had slightly pale, flawless skin combined with perfectly balanced facial features to give her a pretty face. Standing at 5 foot 8 inches, she was taller than the average Japanese girl. She, like Akeno, had a very voluptuous figure and a large bust. When combining all her assets together, she was very popular amongst both the girls and boys of Kuo. She, like Akeno, was referred to as one of Kuo Academy's 2 great ladies. Finally caving into Sona's questioning look, Rias replied, "My plans for Issei are already in progress. There has been a fallen angel lurking around recently and seemingly tailing Issei. I believe they have picked up on his sacred gear and are planning to move in on him. If all goes to plan, I will be able to step in and save him at the last moment, or if I am not in time, reincarnate him before he dies." "Quite a cold plan you have there, especially for a Gremory," was Sona's casual reply as she continued to gaze at Rias, her expression not changing once as she took in Rias's plan, weighing up in her mind the pros and cons. "By doing it this way you will gain his loyalty, but my question is why? Why not just approach him now instead of waiting for him to be attacked?" "It may be cold, but it is necessary. I don't have much time left and need as much help as I can get. As for the why, Issei is an idiot." At Sona's raised eyebrow, Rias sighed before continuing, "Well, I will tell you the information I've been able to gather on him." Rias finished before turning to Akeno and receiving a brown paper envelope. The information therein was a summary of Issei as a person that her peerage and familiars had collected. Hyodo Issei. Rias began to speak as she looked over the paper before her. It contained the basic information and a picture of the boy in question. A 17-year-old boy who's currently enrolled Kuo Academy. A mediocre student at best, who only just barely made the cutoff point for the entrance exam last year, and that was only due to the academy lowering its standards for male students in an effort to bolster its male population after having recently turned co-ed from an all-girls school. While athletically he's about average for a student who's not a member of a sports club, he has no history of serious injury or illness. Despite his lack of ability, he is renowned across Kuo Academy as a member of the Perverted Trio, a group of 3 boys who continually attempt to peak on the female population of the school whenever they can. He also seems to idolize the new student Uzumaki Naruto. Rias finished before looking at Sona, who simply gave her a wave to continue. "Well, other than that, Issei should have been nothing more than an ordinary if troublesome student." Rias continued after realizing the Citri heir wanted to hear more. "That was at least until sometime a few months ago, when we were able to discover he had a sacred gear. Honestly, it was pure luck that we found out about it in the first place. The boy's magical presence was so small that he was almost invisible. It was only because Akeno happened to bump into him when he was being chased by the Kendo Club that she was able to notice it. While that was enough to catch my initial interest, I wasn't willing to risk an evil piece on him right away, not until I had at least identified what kind of sacred gear he possessed. With the abysmal amount of magical power he seems to have in him, it would have had to be a powerful sacred gear to make him a worthwhile investment. But unfortunately, the very same lack of magical presence that caused us not to notice him for so long was also preventing us from properly identifying the sacred gear." Rias just sighed in exasperation, massaging her forehead as if she was trying to get rid of a bad headache. "That boy has the most abysmal magic reserves I have ever heard of. I have seen a newborn toddler with more magic than him." "So what changed to make you want to now add him into your peerage?" Sona questioned curiously, honestly intrigued by the boy having ridden him off soon after she first sensed him. "If you still failed to identify his sacred gears, then why has he suddenly become important?" "His scent," Rias said with a victorious smile, While we couldn't identify his sacred gear through magic, we got lucky and discovered that his sacred gear was producing a distinctly unique scent. It was all thanks to Kaneko-chan actually. Akeno added on, speaking up for the first time in the conversation. After she enrolled here as a freshman, she began to notice the scent of a supernatural creature on the school grounds that didn't belong to any of the devils here or their familiars. She eventually traced the scent and found that it leads to Issei. What kind of scent are we talking about? Sona asked, wondering what the big deal is and what she could have missed. A dragon, Rias answered, and though she tried to hide it, there was a tone of smug satisfaction in her voice. Hyodo Issei has the scent of a dragon. And the only known sacred gears that could possibly give off a scent of a dragon are the two heavenly dragons, Boosted Gear and Divine Dividing. You think he has a Longinus? Sona finished in a surprised tone. Inwardly, however, she was shocked at finding out there had been such a sacred gear under her nose all this time. Well, at least that explains why you have decided to act. But why the complex plan? Why not just talk to him and convince him? I don't have any real connection to him. The best way I can recruit him is through saving his life. This will both create a sense of loyalty for me in him and make him more open to my offer. Sona again raised eyebrow, and if he finds out you set him up to die? Then I will explain it was an accident to him and ask his forgiveness. If he ever did find out, though, he would have already bonded with my peerage, so I doubt even if he did find out he would leave. Rias didn't like thinking like this, but unfortunately she needed help and fast, which was why she was going through with her plan. Seeing Rias's expression, Sona decided to change the topic, hopefully saving her friend from wallowing in her guilt. So what about the other, Uzumaki Naruto? The redhead's mood picked up considerably at the change in topic. Straightening up, she grew serious before replying. He's a completely different story. I know he is a supernatural. The aura he gives off proves that. What he is, though, is a mystery. Neither Akeno or myself have been able to get a read. The only thing we do know is that he is aware of us. Have you any idea what he is? No, though something about him seems familiar, like I have heard of him or seen him before. So what will you do? I've sent Kiba-kun out to look for him and to give him an invitation to meet with me in the old schoolhouse. Why are you staking a claim? Rias replied, raising an elegant eyebrow, a slight smile on her face. No, I don't know enough about him to act, and I wouldn't anyway, especially with your current situation. You'll need all the help you can get. Sona relied, before letting out a sly smile. Just call it a favor from me to you. The only response she received was a slight tightening of the jaw on Rias's face and a curt nod acknowledging the favor she now owed. Anyway, what information have you collected on him? Just out of curiosity. Sona continued skirt any of the prior awkwardness, as although Rias was a close friend, she was also competition, something they had both accepted upon coming to Kuo Academy. His magic reserves are above average for a supernatural, bordering on that of a high low-class devil or low-mid-class devil. Sona just thought for a few seconds before asking, what else do you know about him? Rias shrugged at her rival's curiosity before reciting from memory, Uzumaki Naruto, 18 years old. Gray, silver hair. Golden eyes, considered good-looking. A little under 6 foot tall. Looks European despite his Japanese-sounding name. Orphan. 3rd year. Transferred in 1 month ago from an unknown private school in Britain. Above average grades. Incredible physical fitness. Writer of the Icha Icha erotic novels. Friendly, charismatic, yet somewhat aloof at times. Popular. Rumors of a high sexual appetite. Considered by many to be a pervert. Seems to both be friends and the idol of the perverted trio. Nicknamed by them the ultimate pervert. And his magical abilities and potential? Sona asked, noting how little real information Rias had on Naruto, especially compared to what she had on Issei, who she had a full file on. He has above average magical reserves for a normal supernatural. His aura is quite obvious though, showing he is either arrogant in his own power or he doesn't have enough control to suppress it. He's physically fit, and claims to know many different martial arts, which makes him a possible close combat fighter. His potential overall is good, with not much work being needed to make him battle ready. Though he has no sacred gear, though he has a lot of potential anyway. Rias explained quite succinctly. Sounds like quite a catch on paper, though you don't know much about what makes him tick. Which is why I have called him in to meet. Well, on that note, I better be off to collect my next peerage member. Till next time, Sona-chan. Rias finished, giving Sona a genuine smile and goodbye before leaving, with Akeno following behind. I hope for your sake it will be that easy, Rias, Sona muttered to herself after Rias had left the room. Tsubaki, see if you dig up any more on Uzumaki. Yes, Kaichu. Sometime later. Uzumaki-san, I have been looking for you for a while now. Bucko has asked for me to invite you to a meeting with her at the Occult Research Club. Yes, Kiba-san, I have already been informed of Grimori's wish to see me, though now you're here you might as well lead the way. Naruto replied as he glanced at the boy who had just spoken. Kiba Yuto was a blonde-haired teenage boy with a pair of distinct steel-gray eyes. He was quite tall for his age, just an inch or so shorter than Naruto himself, with a slim but muscular build. Naruto was easily able to tell he was a knight right away. The graceful way he walked, how he easily maintained his balance not making a single misstep as he walked, the calluses that formed in the palm of his hand, all hinted in someone that was trained in the art of the sword. One of the many good things about being as long-lived as Naruto himself was the ability to read people from a single glance, an ability gained through years of experience meeting countless different people and learning what made them tick. Nodding, Kiba turned in the direction of the orc before saying over his shoulder, "Sorry about the long walk. Bucko took a real liking to the old school building when we first came to Kuo and has since insisted on basing our club room there. I believe it is something about the old-fashioned feel and elegance of the place or something like that." "Don't worry about it, it was a nice walk there anyway, plus it gave me a chance to stretch my legs. It's been so long since I've been back inside a classroom I'd forgotten how much sitting is involved," Naruto told him as they made their way from the main school building. "So you've not been to a school for a while?" He was walking a couple of paces ahead of Naruto and a little bit off to the side as he led the way, so he had to look over his shoulder if he wanted to face the silver-haired boy as he spoke. "I thought you transferred in from a school in England?" "True, but it was a boarding school and had a much different setup to Kuo, and anyway I had left the school quite early in the academic year due to the move to Japan, so my time there was quite disjointed," he replied with a shrug, easily covering his slip-up with a believable lie. "I see." Kiba nodded his head, believing the reply before deciding to change the subject. "Well, we're almost there. We just have to go past the girls' changing rooms and the old school building will be in sight." As he said that, he glanced at the man beside him, as if expecting him to grow a lecherous smile and start giggling. Sometimes rumors are true, it is always best to check. Completely ignoring Kiba's examining gaze, Naruto instead surveyed their destination, the old school building, the home of a peerage of devils from the underworld. It wasn't quite what he was expecting. It was a beautiful old wooden building with a slightly western feel to its design. It was 2 stories high, with a small clock tower rising from the middle of the roof over the entrance. It was huge. Easily big enough to hold at least 100 or so people in it, with room to spare. 3 large windows lined the wall on either side of great door that served as its entrance, with more windows on the upper floor. Despite its age, it's clear that the place has been kept well maintained, as the walls had a fresh coat of paint and the roof looked newly retiled. If he was honest with himself, Naruto would have admitted to being a bit amused with the preconceptions he had had in his head. When first hearing that the Occult Research Club room was located in the old abandoned school building, Naruto was expecting to see a creepy old broken-down wooden building that was one step away from being condemned. This was due to it being an occult club, filled with actual devils. It's only naturally the place would have been creepy as hell and look like a cliché haunted house. He should have known better than to expect devils to live in anything less than opulence, especially the heir of such a prestigious noble house like the Gremories. His past experience alone should have told him that devils tend to enjoy the finer things in life. As the two were passing the girls' changing rooms, they found the infamous, perverted trio present, all crouched down in a huddle at the side of the changing room wall trying to get a good look in through a peephole. "How the hell did they get here before me? I'm sure it was one of them that told me about the meeting in the fist place?" Naruto thought in confusion as he saw the reprobates all in a huddle before him. "Ah, the way of the pervert, it truly does know no limitations, I should have known." He continued in his head sagely as he passed them, somewhat amused at their dedication. "Though they should be punished for not telling me where the old school building was." A slight flicker of Naruto's finger and the shadows beneath the perverted trio seemed to darken for a moment before 3 hands made out of shadows shot out of the pervert's silhouettes, making fists as they extended from the shadows and striking true. "Gah!" was the sound that suddenly echoed across the school as the perverted trio all collapsed to the floor at the same time, holding the privates. Though that was the least of the worries, as a few moments later several members of the Kendo Club came out of the changing rooms, all armed with the intention of investigating the noise. However, what they found were 3 known perverts holding their balls almost in tears, something they seemed to misunderstand as they suddenly charged the incapacitated boys' kendo sticks raised ready to punish them for whatever sick sexual thing they were doing. "Ouch, maybe that was a bit too far. Nah, they annoy me anyway," were Naruto's final thoughts before he turned from the screams of pain and continued his journey to his meeting with Rias Gremory, with Kiba quickly catching up, just shaking his head in confusion over what just happened. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. As they entered the old school building, Kiba quickly led the way to a large wooden door before a knock and calling out, "Bucho, I'm back and I brought Uzumaki-san with me to meet with you." The interior of what Naruto presumed to be the Occult Research Club's primary club room was unusual to say the least. It had dark wooden paneled on the walls that seemed somewhat oppressive in the dimly lit room. The only illumination in the room seemed to come from the multiple candles dotted around the room. Victorian-style couches and chairs were on the center left side of the room while the right side was cleared of all furniture in order to make room for a large magic circle that was carved into the floor. As he looked around the room he heard the sound of running water. Scanning the room and noticing the Kiba had left, he saw that on one side of the wall there seemed to be room covered by a thin silk white sheet that concealed a shower. Why the fuck is there a shower? Were Naruto's thoughts all game plans flying out of his head as he took in this unexpected development? Well, that's unexpected. I never thought the noble heir of the House of Gremory would be a closet pervert. He called out the words before he even realized what he was saying, as he found himself unable to hide a feral smile as he looked towards the sexy silhouette of the figure that could be clearly seen through the curtain of the still-running shower. What? The figure, who I presumed to be Rias, squawked, totally not expecting that reaction. Why, you can't just say something like that. And I'm not a pervert, I was just taking a shower. Oh, you little pervert, who knew Rias Gremory was such a little minx? Naruto retorted, all decorum flying out the window as he found the entire situation one of the most amusing things he had seen in decades. You sent Kiba to come collect me for this meeting. There is no way you didn't know I wasn't coming, and you had more than enough time to get out of the shower before I got here. Which means you wanted me to walk in on you showering. He continued, a smile still on his face. What? No, I didn't, I mean, arg. She finally just yelled out in frustration. Just wait right there. I'm coming out. As she said that, a small metal squeak was heard before the sound of the shower tapered off. Now, a voice called out as the other occupant of the room made her presence known, coming out of a door with a tray of tea clasped firmly in her hands. Don't be mean to Bucko, as she said she was just having a nice, wet, soaking shower. She was a young and rather tall, attractive-looking girl, with a shapely, voluptuous figure and long dark cascading hair that she had tied up into a ponytail with an orange ribbon. Her violet eyes at that moment seemed to sparkle with barely concealed amusement and something else. The teasing smile she had on her face and the light dusting of pink on her cheeks as she hid a giggle seemed to complete the image. Hamejima-san, I presume, the man responded as he seemed to regain his composure. Please, Akeno-sama or Akeno-chan will suffice. Would you like some tea, Naruto-kun? She offered as she guided him to the sofas in the room. Some tea would be delightful, Akeno-san. He responded, a glimmer of amusement in his face as he saw her frown. Before Akeno could respond further, Rias appeared resplendent in her Kuo Academy uniform, with not even a hint on moisture on her crimson-red locks despite having just come out of the shower. As she entered, she swiftly sat on the cushioned chair directly opposite of her guest, a welcoming smile on her face, although her slightly pink cheeks did suggest that she hadn't quite recovered from her previous embarrassment. As she sat down, Akeno quickly finished pouring out the drinks before dutifully standing behind Rias's chair ready to attend any whim the young devil might have. Welcome, Naruto Uzumaki, to the Occult Research Club. Well, I have to say it's a nice place to visit, though something tells me that you did not call me here to just show me the sights. If I may inquire, what were the true reasons behind your summons? Straight to the point, I see. Very well, the first reason I called you here today was to ask what you are? She replied with a raised eyebrow and an expectant look on her face. Well, I'm Naruto. I've recently moved here from England. I've got my own apartment and go to Kuo Academy. Those are the basics, I suppose. Was Naruto's snappy response to Rias's question. No, I think you misunderstood the question, Naruto-san. What I asked was, what you are, rather than who you are. Well, I am a person, a man if you want to be exact. I am heterosexual and currently an unemployed student. Though I must question what this has to do with anything. After this reply, Naruto couldn't quite stop himself from letting loose an amused smile. He wasn't the only one to respond to his answer with amusement if the snort and stifled giggling from Akeno was anything to go by. You know what I mean, was Rias's stern reply as she was beginning to lose her patience. I know for a fact that you are not human, just as you know we are devils. If you could please respond in a serious manner, then I would appreciate it. Very well, yes, I know you are a devil, just as I know that Sona Shidori is also a devil. I also know you have peerages and who is in them. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly at Rias, slightly irritated at her tone when addressing him, though if he was honest with himself he knew it was somewhat deserved as he was purposefully pushing her buttons, but still. Then, since I was right that you do know of this and then supernatural world, then was I also right in my belief you are also of that world? Rias smiled as she finally received her answer, relaxing slightly. Yes, you are right that I am somewhat supernatural. As for what I am, I suppose you would call me a yokai. Naruto shrugged. Now that you know for sure that I am supernatural, what are you going to do now? It's quite simple what I would like to ask you, but first allow me to first give you a little history lesson on devils. Rias looked slightly nervous at first, before shaking it off and continuing. First you must know that there are three factions. These are the devils, fallen angels, and angels. They are also sometimes referred to as the Bible factions. A long time ago there was the Great War. As you will probably know, the war was fought between the three factions. Devils as a whole usually reside in the underworld. The fallen angels, however, which are angels that have been cast down from heaven, were banished to the underworld due to their wicked nature and crimes against God. The crimes were normally committing a great sin of some sort, with their wings turning black as a sign of their sinful nature. Anyway, once they got to the underworld, they did their best to kill and drive out the devils, in hopes of gaining dominance in the underworld, a battle that has been raging since medieval times. Then of course there are the normal angels, the servants of the biblical God who have not fallen or been tainted by sin. On the biblical God's orders, they do their best to eliminate both us devils and the fallen angels, in hopes of cleansing the world of our evil. This is still actually a problem today and has led to the creation of a three-way standoff between the three factions, an uneasy truce I guess you could say. Anyway, the Great War consists of the time period of the heaviest fighting between the three factions. However, as you probably guessed, it ended in a stalemate, hence the uneasy truce. Although the three factions are no longer in direct conflict with each other, the damage was done. All three sides had suffered such heavy casualties that none of the three sides could continue the fight or they would be destroyed. As she was explaining the history of the three factions to Naruto, Rias pulled out a chess set which contained several glowing red pieces. The set, however, seemed to be missing a bishop, knight, rook, queen, and king. Rias, after taking out the chess set, continued, "The massive losses we devils suffered meant that we devils could not repopulate our numbers fast enough, not without resorting to mass breeding anyway. Thus, the evil peace system was created. This system allows a high-class devils to reincarnate members of other species such as yokai as devils. That reincarnated devil is then considered part of that devil's peerage. The evil pieces are based on chess. The high-class devil, myself in this case, represents the king. Everyone I choose to resurrect as a devil is represented by the piece that is used to resurrect them. The entire set consists of 8 pawns, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks, and 1 queen. As you can see, I am missing a queen, knight, rook, and bishop. Akeno is my queen. Kaneko Daju is my rook. Kiba Yuto is my knight. My bishop, however, is currently incapacitated at the moment. So am I right to guess you wish to have me join your peerage? Naruto questioned blankly, hiding his emotions. Yes, in return for this you will gain access to magic if you don't already have access to it, and if you grow strong enough will be able to create a peerage of your own eventually. And most importantly, you will have a family. If you join my peerage you will never be alone again. As soon as those words left her mouth, a tense silence seemed to fall upon the room as both Akeno and Rias looked at Naruto expectantly waiting for his answer. Well, that sounds great and all, Naruto responded as he stood from the sofa he had been sitting on. But there is just one little problem, sweetheart. As Naruto said that a pair of large, metallic silver, bat-like wings sprouted from his back and the slight aura of power he was previously releasing seemed to treble. Rias stood up in shock as she stared at Naruto, who just seconds earlier had not only declined her offer of joining her peerage, but had also unveiled 2 devil wings of his own, silver devil wings at that. What? I don't understand, you said you were a yokai. Well, you know, I think you'll find I never said I was fully a yokai, that was just assumption on your part. Naruto blinked, then grinned mischievously, a twinkle in his golden eyes. You've got to love technicalities. Seemingly completely ignoring his last comment, Rias backed away from the newly revealed devil, calling upon her own magic, the power of destruction, as she did so. Before, in the most commanding voice she could muster, she rapidly demanded answers from the sliver-haired man before her. If you are a reincarnated devil, then you will tell me who your master is. And where is the rest of your peerage? Why are you here? How dare cross into Gremory territory like this without permission? Cocking an eyebrow at the Gremory heiress's multitude of demands and questions, Naruto calmly replied, "Are you finished?" Upon receiving only a glare from the 2 girls before him, both of whom were preparing their respective attacks of both lightning and destruction, he raised his hands in a calming manner. "Take it easy, sweet cheeks. If I were here to hurt you, I would and could have easily done it by now. As it is, I am just honestly here to talk." "Then start talking, preferably by answering my questions," Rias demanded, still not letting go of her power as she once again made her demands. "Very well, I was reincarnated into a devil a number of years ago." "Who reincarnated you? Whose peerage are you in? And why did they send you here?" Rias growled, allowing the power she was preparing to attack with disperses, as she took a slightly more relaxed stance now that he had started answering her questions. "Well, first off, no one commands me, not even my king." "You're a stray devil then?" she growled out, instantly back on guard and preparing to defend herself at any moment from Naruto. Would you just stop jumping to conclusions and trying to threaten me for just 1 second? Naruto frowned, beginning to get irritated at the girl's actions. Answer the question. You know, with you constantly going psycho redhead on me, we are never going to get anywhere, Naruto mused as he ran a hand through his spiky silver hair in exasperation. The reason I don't follow my king's orders is because it was part of the deal I made when my king reincarnated me. My king doesn't command me to do anything, but they can ask me and I will help if I feel like it. Why on earth would your king make a deal like this? It's ridiculous. Peerage members have to obey their king. It's how the system works. It is how it has always worked. Rias replied in confusion, having never heard of something like this before. Well, I suppose I could tell you why in the interest of having an easier life here, but just know I'm not going to give you my life story, love. 1, because I can't be asked to tell it, and 2, because you don't deserve to know. Naruto replied, retracting his wings and smoothly sitting back down on the cushioned sofa. As he did this, Naruto lifted his empty cup of tea and gave the still on guard Akeno a wink before shaking the cup at her. You couldn't get me another tea, could you? Taking a sip of his new cup of tea, Naruto let out a relaxed sigh as he shifted around a bit in his seat. As he was doing that, the two girls in the room were stiffly sitting opposite him, with Rias drumming her fingers on the arm of the seat impatiently, waiting for Naruto to start his explanation. Well, are you going to tell us? She finally demanded, having had enough of his procrastination. She was the heiress of the House of Gremory, she was nobility and did not wait. Huh, oh well, why not? Great tea by the way, Akeno. Naruto replied leisurely, a pleasant smile on his face at the redhead's frustration, before he took another long sip of his tea. Many years ago, when the evil peace system was still new, a very powerful and prominent devil approached me, asking to reincarnate me into a devil. I of course refused and told them to leave before I eviscerated them, which they did. Excuse me, but eviscerate them? Akeno interrupted, a slight pink tinge making its way onto her face as she licked her lips sultrily. Oh my, how bold. Well, in my defense, I was not in a particularly good mood at the time. Now may I continue my explanation, or should I just leave? At Akeno's amused nod, he continued. Well, after my threat the devil left. The next day they came back and asked again, only for me to say no again. This continued for 3 years. Every day, no matter what or where I went, they would come to me and request that I become a member of their peerage. I will admit their commitment impressed me and eventually wore down my resolve over time. Well, long story short, I eventually agreed, with conditions of course, which were heavily in my favor, and as you can obviously see, they happily accepted. Silence, that was all that greeted my explanation. The two girls in front of me were just staring blankly in silence at me, no doubt absorbing my explanation. So, does that satisfy your curiosity? Coming out of here, Trance Rias focused back on the reincarnated devil Yukai in front of her, furrowing her brows as she tried to figure him out. No, it doesn't. If anything, your explanation leaves me with more questions than answers. Who was the devil that reincarnated you? You never went into detail on that. And why did they take so much time trying to recruit you only to accept having no control over you? I don't understand. Now that would be telling. My king's identity is not relevant to you. I've answered your questions. Whether you understand the answers or not is up to you. I don't really care either way. Naruto-san, putting aside any other questions, could I just ask why you came here if you were not under orders? From what I can understand, you are both a lot older and more powerful than you look. Upon hearing Akeno's question, Rias sat up straighter in her chair, staring at Naruto, waiting for him to answer. If he isn't under orders from his king, what is he doing? Is he looking for sacred gear users, or is he up to something else? Well, that is a fair enough question you ask. Quite easy to answer to. I've come to watch the entertainment. Naruto answered honestly. At their confused faces, he decided to expand on his answer, a smile making its way across his face as he did so. In this school there are 2 heiresses of 2 of the most powerful Devil Pillar House, and they are not just any heiresses, they are also sisters of 2 of the Maos. 2 more perfect targets I can't imagine. They stay here at a small Japanese town in the mortal world with very little in the way of defense. What I am doing here is waiting to see what happens. I am on a holiday of sorts, I guess you would say, and this upcoming drama is just the thing to keep me amused. Rias and Akeno just stared at the man. Although his reasoning about them being in danger was accurate, the sheer callousness of his answer had them stunned into silence. Well, enough questions. Let's meet the rest of your little peerage. I am so excited. Naruto replied with a cheerful smile, his eyes twinkling merrily as he put his tea aside and stood up. Silence, that was all that was heard or not heard in the occult research club room. Why is it so quiet? Naruto wondered to himself as he looked around the room, taking in some of the faces of the devils arrayed around the room. Akeno was just smiling as she served tea to all the people in the room, seemingly not bothered by the tension. Rias and Kiba just looked uncomfortable as their eyes were on Naruto, watching for any sudden moves. Kaneko. Well, she just looked like Kaneko, stoic and silent, just staring at Naruto. Kaneko was a cute girl with white hair. She looked very young. But he knew that if she was going to high school she had to at least be 15 years old, but with her slim, petite figure, and cute, Lolita face. She looked a year or two younger, and at this moment she was just sitting on a couch and munching on Japanese sweets, a bored emotionless look on her face as she watched everyone in the room but mostly Naruto. She had honey brown colored eyes and her hair was a pure white color with 2 long bangs at the front that ran down past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back was cut in a short bob cut hair style. On either side of her hair was a pair of black, cat-shaped hair clips. She gave off a cat-like vibe, and with the presence of chakra in her it was quite easy for Naruto to identify her as a Nekosho. Making up his mind, Naruto got up, aware of all the eyes on him as he walked up to where the girl was sitting. Naruto sat down on the couch next to her and offered a charming smile. "Hello little kitten. I'm Uzumaki Naruto." He offered his hand, which the girl didn't take and instead took her hands away and hid them on the other side, looking at him suspiciously. He noted she was clutching the plate with her sweets rather close to her as if she thought he would randomly start stealing her sweets. The horror. "Easy now kitten. I'm not going to take your food, you know? I was just saying hello one yukai to another." "Hello." The girl replied tonelessly, not even blinking in surprise at his proclamation that he was a yukai. She relaxed her guard, at least a little, meaning she must be at least a little trusting of him, even if it was because they were both yukai. Though Naruto noticed she was still keeping the plate away from him and seemingly avoiding eye contact with him. "Naruto-san," Kiba said, taking a step forward as got Naruto's attention. "This is Taju Kaneko, a first-year academy student and a member of the Occult Research Club in Buckhouse Peerage. Kaneko-chan, this is," as he introduced himself, "Uzumaki Naruto, a reincarnated yukai like you, though whose peerage he is actually in I am not entirely sure." He finished curiously, looking the silver-haired man up and down as if judging his worth. "A pleasure to meet you, Naruto-senpai," Kaneko greeted, her voice still as soft and toneless as before. Naruto wondered about that. It was a little bit odd, but he shrugged it off. It wasn't particularly important to him. She was not the first emotionally stunted person he had met, and he's sure she wasn't the last either. It was not his job to try and fix everything he came across. Naruto grinned once again as he looked back at Kaneko. "It's nice to meet you, little one. I do hope we get along." He reached down towards her to shake her hand, but she flinched away as if nervous he was going to hurt her. However, she did seem to find her courage as she slowly extended her hand and took Naruto's hand in a quick handshake. Feeling something almost familiar from the man, though she was sure she had never met him before. "Well, it's good to see you getting along so well with your peers, Naruto-san." Rias finally spoke up, taking any opportunities she could to break up the awkward tension in the room and perhaps make a connection, no matter how tenuous, to the silver-haired devil. After all, he is powerful and could be useful to her. Turning his head, Naruto once again smiled as he saw what she was doing. Inside he was somewhat relieved. He never did like silence or sitting still, but he did enjoy clumsy manipulation attempts. Those were fun. Era. Sa Naruto-kun. Akeno, the Nadeshiko girl, smiled pleasantly as she clasped her hands together in front of her waist. She had a very pretty smile. "What are you going to be doing whilst you're in town?" "Well, Akeno-chan, I will probably just stick around Kuo Academy, watch the happenings. Probably meet So Citri-san and reveal my presence to her as well. Nothing much. Why, have you devils got any upcoming plans?" Era. Akeno delicately held her hands to her face. "So mysterious. I think I might have to keep you." "Haha, keep going the way you are and I might just let you," he replied, winking at the girl as he did so. "Now that everyone is here, we can get started." Rias began, ignoring the byplay between Naruto and Akeno as she made to stand in front of the table Naruto and Kaneko were sitting near. Kiba was now seated on the opposite couch while Akeno went to make another pot of tea. "First off, in answer to your previous question, I have a small request to make of you, Naruto." Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, the former shinobi gestured for her to continue, genuinely curious about what she may request of him. "As I am sure you will have noticed, seeing as you just have been here for a while now, there is currently a fallen angel on campus." "And you want me to deal with them?" Naruto replied, surprised she would ask his help for something so minor and trivial. Surely she can't be so weak as to need help fending off one fallen angel. He of course wasn't going to refuse the request. After all, it was simple and it would mean her owing him a favor later on which may come in use. Anyway, he enjoys a fight every now and then, and was planning on taking care of the little angel anyway. "No, quite the opposite actually," she said, instantly dashing his plans and making him more curious than surprised. "I want you to stay away from her. In fact, I don't even want you to approach her." Now this again caught Naruto by surprise. "Because you want to deal with her yourself?" It shouldn't have been so surprising. Most devils like to govern their own territories, using incursions such as these as a way to show off their power and keep out unwanted visitors. This was her territory, even if it was shared, and for a fallen angel to come into what was basically the heart of her territory, it was nothing short of an insult, something that must be answered. While there was no official paper agreement to the truce between the three biblical factions, there was a well-acknowledged understanding that basically stated that any member caught in the territory of an opposing faction are free game, so to speak, and it is up to the owner of that territory as to whether or not they are killed or simply sent back to their own territory. That the fallen would enter at all meant they were either confident that they wouldn't get caught or believed that the owners were too weak to do anything to stop them. In Naruto's mind, it could easily be either, as he wasn't impressed with what he had seen of the Gremory heiress so far, especially when comparing her to her brother or mother. In any case, despite what he had said earlier about them being an easy target, it was well known that there were devil guards that patrolled the city's borders and would prevent any dangerous strays from entering, and would have informed the Mao if any particularly powerful angels, fallen or otherwise, were seen entering the city. It should have been obvious to the two heiresses that for all their supposed independence they were under 24-hour guard. Silly heiresses. As if their overly protective siblings would allow them to put themselves in a position that may cause them danger. No, I do not want that fallen to be harmed in any way. In fact, I don't even want her to know that we are aware of presence. Rias smirked as she fixed the powerful devil in front of her with what she clearly thought was a stern and commanding look. It seems like the little bird has tried to sneak in, and if you can believe it, thinks she has gotten away with it. Okay. Now I am a little confused. The former shinobi replied, genuinely curious what was going through Rias's head. Why aren't you doing anything about her, and why bother telling me about it? The reason why we're telling you about the situation is because we couldn't risk you taking matters into your own hands and killing the fallen, and as much as we would usually want to get rid of the fallen, for now she is needed. Akeno answered, this time a faint look of disgust on her face as she talked about the fallen and the fact that they were letting it run wild. Okay. I can see why you'd be worried about me ending the fallen. In fact, I was planning on doing so soon anyway. Her presence has been irritating me. I have been waiting for her to act, but she doesn't. It is quite annoying. But I still don't understand why you are allowing a fallen to roam unopposed right in the middle of your territory. Instead of answering, Akeno picked up a folder from underneath the table. She opened it and began flipping through the pages within before finding the one she wanted. She took out a single sheet of paper and placed it on the table before passing it to Rias. Hyodo Issei. Rias began to speak. A 16-year-old boy who's currently enrolled Kuo Academy. A mediocre student at best, who only just barely made the cutoff point for the entrance exam last year, so not incredibly intelligent, in fact passable at best. Athletically he's average for a student who's not a member of a sports club, without any history of seriously injury or illness. Despite his lack of ability, he is renowned across Kuo Academy, as I am sure you will know by now, as a member of the perverted trio. Perverts. A voice to Naruto's right interjected. Turning, he saw an emotionless Kaneko still eating sweets. Now, Kaneko, you make it sound like that's a bad thing. Akeno covered the smile that was beginning to form behind her hand. I'll have you know that being a little perverted can be a good thing. Especially when there is someone there to discipline you. At this she looked at Naruto, licking her lips as she did so. Kaneko just stared at her blankly for 5 full seconds, saying nothing before deadpanning. Pervert. Which just caused Akeno to laugh loudly in amusement. Clearly this was a long-running dislike of Kaneko's, something Akeno clearly liked to make fun of as much as she possibly could. Okay, so I assume that the fallen angel is here for Issei then, and if you are interested in him too, then I would have to hazard a guess that he has a sacred gear of sorts. Looking at Rias, he saw her nod her agreement. Deciding to continue, he continues. So you have a plan, do you then? Something related to Issei and the fallen. Ooh, you're a sly one, aren't you? The name she's currently going by is Amano Yuma. What her real name is we do not know, but what we do know is that she is the fallen angel that both we and you sensed on campus, and is at the moment currently posing as an ordinary schoolgirl. Normally, as I am sure you know, we would have eliminated her by now, but then we found out why she's here, and now so do you. She is here for Issei. Rias smiled, a glimmer of excitement dancing in her eyes as she made plans for her future peerage member. And let me guess, you are going to let her get to him? Naruto responded with a slight smirk at how smug Rias seemed to be acting. Rias gave Naruto a firm nod at that. At first we feared that she was here to try to recruit him into the fallen angel faction like they have done with other sacred gear users before. However, it quickly became clear that wasn't the case when she made no move to approach Issei. So we have finally come to the conclusion that she's here to prevent us from recruiting him ourselves. We believe she is going to approach him soon and take him to an isolated location, probably outside our territory, and once there, probably kill him. So what do you plan to do? Despite Naruto's question, he already knew the answer, but wanted to hear her say it. Are you going to approach Issei now or interfere with the date itself? No. Rias winced, the look of excitement leaving her face as her eyes shut for a moment and she took a deep breath. Opening her eyes, she gave the silver-haired devil a hard look filled with resolve, and stared back unflinchingly as she spoke. We're going to follow and let her kill him. Despite already knowing what she was going to say, Naruto was surprised that these high school students, even if they were devils, were going to let the boy get killed in front of them and not even try to save him. How cold. For their credit at least, Kiba looked clearly uncomfortable with what Rias was suggesting. Kaneko, as was becoming the norm, wore no expression at all on her face, studiously ignoring looking at anyone in the room. As such, her reaction was not quite clear to him, Naruto being unable to use all his sensing abilities with his powers suppressed. Akeno, to Naruto's amusement, just wore that same smile on her face, the one she had the entire he was here, so he had absolutely no idea what she was thinking. Rias Gremory, however, just looked determined with her decision, prepared to allow an innocent boy to die so that she could get what she wanted. Very well, I will agree with your request to not interfere. In fact, I am looking quite forward to seeing what will happen. It's just so exciting. Standing up, he headed to leave the room. Business done. He'd introduced himself to the Gremory heiress and learned of the excitement to come. Till next time, Rias-chan, Akeno-chan, Kaneko-chan and Kiba-chan, good luck with your upcoming mission. Then he was out the door, not even waiting to hear their responses to his abrupt departure. It was night time and he was walking the streets of Kuo, thinking back on his day and how his future seemed to be shaping up. As he walked, he felt a presence near him, a powerful presence, a very familiar presence. As he continued to walk, it was not too long before he heard footsteps coming from behind him. Slapping a smile on his face, he turned around, a twinkle in his eye as he beheld the person in front of him. You're either very brave or you're very stupid. There aren't many people who know me who would dare try and sneak up on me, Azazel, so which one are you? Naruto laughed as he looked the man up and down before him. He was a tall man standing at 6 foot and looked to be in his mid to late 20s, with shaggy dark black hair with blonde bangs hanging in front of his face. His look was completed with a stupid goatee on his chin and twinkling pink eyes which seemed to take in Naruto with as much amusement as he was taking him in with. He wore a crisp white shirt with a long red overcoat on top, and had a large smile on his face as he approached Naruto. You're a hard man to find. The last time I saw you was 100 years ago, maybe more. The man spoke as a grin appeared on his face while Naruto simply looked at him blankly. Well, maybe that was because I didn't want to see you, Azazel. How exactly did you manage to find me anyway? He asked, quite irritated at the now revealed Azazel. Damn, I was hoping for another month or so of peace before the other factions all found me. Azazel, still smiling, let out a laugh at the clear hostility. Why, the Grigori, of course. You know my large powerful faction that I lead. Yeah, they have spies in every city on the planet. All it takes is one slip up and I can find you. You should know even when you suppress your power you can still be noticed. In fact, I got a call weeks ago by one of my agents that you had turned up in Kyoto. Not too surprising that you would visit the place, I suppose. It took a while and a lot of magical tracking and money to track you from there, but I did manage to find you again, and in Kuo of all places. Naruto eyed the man cautiously. If he was to be honest with himself, he had never really liked this man. The man was brilliantly smart and incredibly powerful, but also not quite right in the head. He was the kind of person you could never predict. He irked the devil a lot because in a way he reminded him a lot of his younger self, back before he was trapped on this world, back before all the thousands of years of blood, death and carnage. And although Naruto had a great amount of time on this world, he did miss his younger days from what few memories he could still remember of that time, and Azazel, when he spoke, sometimes brought those memories to the surface. Nostalgic memories of times long since past, and completely out of reach. The last time I saw you was 1912 and we were on the Titanic. Ah, good times. Azazel said, chuckling as he patted Naruto on the shoulder, completely ignoring his scowl. From what I can remember, I was having a great time with my king. In fact, I was having a great time right up until you turned up and pissed her off. You're very lucky I don't kill you where you stand. That was my first holiday in years. I am usually too busy try to bring peace to this messed up shithole of a world to get many, and then you go ahead and ruin one of the few I do have. He spoke with a scowl on his face as Azazel gulped and took a step back. Hey now Naruto, you know your king, she can be very dramatic and get worked up over nothing. She had an overreaction to a little joke. You know, the one about the serif and the Mao. Can't I just visit and talk to an old friend? He said, with Naruto's face not changing even once as he continued to glare at him, which led to Azazel sighing and becoming more serious. After a few moments, the fallen angel leader started to speak in a serious tone to Naruto. In the last few years there has been a rogue group that has begun to form and has been expanding rapidly. This group is bad news. It could very easily pose a threat to not just the human world but to the underworld and to heaven as well. I am not talking about just a little scuffle either. I am talking about a full-blown war, reminiscent of the Great War, and I am sure you remember what that was like. This group is something different. It's not just a few renegade outcasts trying to act big. This group is no joke. What do you mean, Azazel? What is different with this group? How is it different? The silver-haired devil asked, all hostility gone from his voice as he thought on what Azazel had said. The group is made up of not just one species but multiple angels, fallen angels, devils, strays, magicians, sacred gear users, yokai. This group has them all. And what's worse is that they aren't a rabble, they're organized. Quote.
Ah, I see what you're talking about now. From what you're describing it sounds like you're talking about the Chaos Brigade. Naruto asked, chuckling as his statement got him a surprised look from Azazel at his comment. You know? He asked as Naruto snorted and rolled his eyes in irritation at having to be concerned over what he deems as nothing. Of course I know, they asked me to join. His answer got a surprised and slightly fearful look on Azazel's face. Don't worry, little crow. I said no, their goal is pointless and would serve no benefit to me or to my goal. That, and you seem to forget I have a king. I may not obey her orders or show subservience, but she still has my loyalty.
Azazel nodded, knowing what Naruto said to be true. From the many years that he had known the man, he knew he was obsessed with his goal and he knew he would never betray his king, but still, it may be beneficial to try and keep tabs on the man just in case he was lying. It would not be the first time he had lied.
Well, as fascinating as this little catch-up has been, Azazel, I have somewhere to be. I will see you again, I am sure. Hopefully in another 100 years. And with that the reincarnated devil turned face and walked off, not even waiting for a response. Oh, I am sure we will see each other much sooner than that, old friend. You are not the only one who has realized that big things are on the horizon here in Kuo. It was night time in the town of Kuo. There were not many people out, as many were now in their homes after a long day of work enjoying their nights.
There were however a few who still moved around. One of these people included a young man who looked to be in his late teens. He had silver hair and piercing golden eyes, which at this moment were staring intently at the empty park, seemingly waiting for something to happen. He was at that moment stood on a branch in the upper portion of a tree in the park, still just waiting and watching. It didn't take Naruto long to find what he was looking for. The park was an isolated and quiet area when it was late at night, so it wasn't too much of an assumption for Naruto to suspect that the fallen angel, who at this moment was currently on a date with Kuo Academy student Hyodo Issei, would bring her victim here. Then again, it could also have been due to the scent of barely contained bloodlust and arousal that this particular fallen seemed to give off that drew Naruto to the area to investigate. He had arrived just a few minutes before the fallen and her victim and had leapt onto a branch to wait for the two to come. It was going to be interesting and fun to watch what was to occur tonight. It did not take long before he heard a couple of voices coming from some nearby bushes. To my amusement, Issei came around the corner, following the beautiful fallen angel who was calling herself Yuma. The reason for my amusement was the clear longing and lust in his gaze as he hung on the girl's every words. Whoever the fallen was, she was a skilled seductress, that or Issei was just a desperate moron. The fallen had long, dark, black hair and a very attractive figure from which her quite modest clothes clung tightly to. She seemed a little shorter than Issei and was giving off the air of an innocent schoolgirl who was very much in love with the boy with her, but her act did little in the way of tricking Naruto because he knew what she was and why she was here. Poor kid, the boy never stood a chance. Hey, Aiz-kun. The girl called out to him as she stopped. There is something I want to do to commemorate our first date. Can you listen to my wish? A few minutes earlier, Hyodo Issei could not believe how lucky he was at this moment in time. The day had seemed to be going so badly when he and his friends were beaten by the girls in the kendo club. How they caught him he had no idea. Surely he and his friends should have mastered the art of the silent perv by now. At the time, he couldn't help but feel as if fate had decided to forsake him simply because he admired the female form. After all, fate was said to be a bitch. It was while he was nursing his injuries and cursing whatever demonic power had made him get caught that he met her, Yuma. She was beautiful with long raven black hair that fell in a gentle wave down to her small waist. She had violet eyes that seemed to give off a sense of kind innocence and adorable naivety. He could barely look away. She wore an unfamiliar black school uniform that allowed a tantalizing glimpse of her amazing legs and was maybe a slight bit too tight, accentuating her generous figure. She had approached him while he was brooding over his lot in life on the bridge just a few minutes from the school and had actually asked him out. Hot take that Motohama and Matsuda. I've got a sexy girlfriend with huge opie, and best thing is, she asked me out, huh? He still could not believe it. He was dating an actual girl, not one of his made-up ones or his right hand, Palmer Henderson, but an actual girl, and she was beautiful too, which was just an added bonus. It was like God had finally taken pity on him and reverse karma'd him. All those times fate had kicked him in the balls. This sweet, innocent and beautiful girl was clearly God's way of apologizing. The two of them had just been on an amazing date through town, the market and cafes, and were now coming to the close. This was it, his reward for the amazing date he had given her. What would it be? A kiss, a bit of hand stuff, or maybe she would want to go all the way. He could hardly wait. It had been incredible. He had ticked all the boxes for a good date. He, at least in his mind, deserved a reward. Throughout the entire date, Issei had not been able to stop thinking about how lucky he was and how lucky he was going to get. He had
had to keep his perverted thoughts to himself and had only drooled or let out a perverse giggle on 1 or 2 occasions, such as when Yuma had been trying on clothes and he had sneaked a peek into the changing area, only to see her in her panties leaned over reaching for something. He had only just held off on having a nosebleed. Yes, the sexiness was strong with this one. She would make a valuable addition to his future harem. Hey Aiz-kun. Turning, he saw the girl looking into his eyes, a gentle smile on her face and a tinge of pink on her cheeks. They were now in a secluded part of the Kuo public park. They had headed there on her request of going somewhere private. The sun was down now and only the light of the moon and a few park lights were lighting the area they were in. The moonlight seeming to dance off of the nearby fountain water and make Yuma's flawless skin gleam in the moonlight. It made her, if possible, even more beautiful than before. Several droplets of water from the fountain next to them splashed into the air around her, adding to the almost supernaturally dazzling presence she seemed to give off. Yes, Yuma-chan. Issei mumbled barely audibly as his heart started beating like a drum in his chest as she smiled at him. This is it, this is really happening. There's something I was hoping you would do for me to commemorate our first date. Yuma looked so cute as she blushed demurely and pressed a finger to her lips. Will you grant me my wish? To Issei it felt like he had just died and gone to heaven. The culmination of his entire life had been leading to this one single point in time. He was about to get laid. He could almost hear the heavens rejoicing. Could you please die for me? Silence. Then. Yeah, sure of cower. Wait, what? Issei asked in confusion. Maybe he hadn't heard right. Yeah, that must be it. She said something else and he couldn't hear it properly in his excitement. Sorry Yuma, I didn't quite hear you. Could you say again what you wanted to ask me? Yuma's smile slowly turned cruel, the kindness and warmth she once exuded leaving her rapidly to be replaced with sadism. As she tilted her head down, her face took on a darker, more mature look as an expression that an innocent girl like Yuma should never have had crept onto her face. Her eyes became hidden behind a veil of darkness. Only the sinister purple glow of her irises remained to be seen. Could you please die for me? Without any warning whatsoever she leapt into the air, great black feathered wings bursting forth from Yuma's back, tearing her neat and tidy clothes to shreds as they sprang forth. The dress she was wearing was ripped to shreds and fell to the floor in tattered pieces. Her wings were very large, spanning nearly 1.5 meters each in width. They looked like massive crow wings and seemed to be shedding dark feathers as she flapped them to keep her aloft.
Issei was frozen in shock, awe and terror as he beheld what Yuma had become, all thoughts of getting lucky leaving his mind as he saw the look of malice on her angelic face. I will admit I had a lot of fun with you these past few hours, Aiz-kun, Yuma said, gently smirking down at Issei, even as she held out her right hand as if about to grip something. A pinkish light seemed to gather and coalesce within her hand as she raised it. The light came together to create what looked like a long, deadly-looking spear. I mean, playing with a little child like you was a nice break for me, a holiday even. You were so easy to please, so easy to manipulate, I barely needed to do any work. But don't worry, I'll always treasure this gift you gave me and the time, no matter how fleeting, that we spent together, she said as she held out the small ruffled hair scrunchie that he had bought her early on in the date. That is why I'm going to make this as painless as possible. Just close your eyes and it will all be over soon. As she finished her little monologue, she hurled the spear in her hand at him. Issei, who was still in shock, unable to quite wrap his mind about what was going on, could do little more than stare blankly ahead as the spear of light shot towards him in a blur like a bullet shot out of a gun. Thud, that was the sound he heard. As his sight started to blur, looking down he saw the spear of light sticking out of his abdomen, having clearly just impaled him. Strange, he thought. I would have thought a spear impaling me would sound different, more like a squelch than a thud. As that thought crossed his mind, the sheer absurdity of it hit him and he almost giggled, the motion causing his body to jolt slightly and the previous numbness from the wound to fade and change into agonizing pain. Ah! Issei screamed out, unable to think now, just shaking and gasping as his sight blurred more and more and the wet feeling of his life blood leaving his body increased as the pool of blood around him expanded. Such a pity, I expected more from you, at least a bit of resistance, but no, it seems you were more pathetic than I thought. Yuma spoke, a sneer on her face as she looked down on the human before her in disgust. Well, my job's done, have fun dying or whatever. With that final nonchalant comment Yuma flew off, not even looking back, completely unaware of the shadows from the fountain which leapt up and unnoticeably wrapped around her ankle for an instant before retreating. The only evidence of it ever happening being the tiny symbol made up of kanji that was left where the shadow previously was. Please, I don't want he to die. Issei gasped out, a trickle of blood leaving his mouth as he spoke out, begging for anyone or anything nearby to help him. I will do anything. Please, just help me. Unknown to him, the random flyer that he had picked up from some weird girl whilst on his date with Yuma started to glow.
He had shoved it into his jacket pocket distractedly at the time, still desperately trying anything he could to get into Yuma's panties. Due to its position, it had become soaked in Issei's lifeblood and had sent out a summoning request. One that was eagerly picked up by a waiting redhead, just one street over from where Issei lay dying. A redhead who was waiting for just such an opportunity to happen so she can take advantage. It was time, thought Rias Grammary as she felt the pull of an active request. She had been waiting for this for hours ever since she was informed Issei had started his date.
Did a part of her feel bad for what she was doing? Yes, but she knew what she was doing was for the greater good. Issei would understand. Who knows, he would probably appreciate being a devil more than a human. Immortality and power, isn't that what all humans craved after all?
And of course she could spin him a tale about him having a peerage of his own if he became powerful enough. Which was true after all, several other reincarnated devils had done so. It was something that was expected of all devils once they reached the level of high class or higher. With her resolve strengthened, she cast her teleportation spell, a glowing red circle emblazoned with the Grammary crest appearing below her. Then she was gone from the alleyway she was previously waiting in, and instead she was stepping out of a new circle in a clearing in the park, an innocently flowing fountain and the desperate gasps of the dying Issei being the only things she could see or hear in the dark forest. Rias Grammary looked down at the dying boy who she had correctly assumed possessed a sacred gear. It was the reason why the fallen angel attacked him, and it was the reason why she had not stopped what had transpired. Now that he was dying, she could properly resurrect him and make this boy her pawn. A soldier for her to use in her fight against Riser Phoenix, her fight for freedom. It would be better for Issei in the long run anyway. No more being hunted by Fallen and no more human weaknesses. It was a win-win situation for both of them, she assured herself. Walking over to Issei, she pulled out a glowing red pawn piece, one of her prized evil pieces. As she held it, she cast her gaze to the now pale white and unconscious Issei bleeding out on ground, evaluating how many pieces she would need to revive him. I would suggest you try all 8 of your pawn's Grammary, otherwise it's not going to work. Upon hearing the voice, Rias jumped in shock, almost dropping her precious pawn piece. Turning her head to where the voice had come from, she saw the familiar face of Naruto Uzumaki, his golden eyes seemingly glowing in the darkness as he seemed to materialize from the shadows themselves as he stepped forward. She was almost entranced by him as the moonlight shone forth on his now revealed figure, his silver hair gleaming in the darkness. What the hell are you doing here? I told you not to interfere and I expect you to obey. Rias snapped at him, forcing herself to ignore the entrancing image he presented to her as she raised her head and fixed him with a stern glare. Don't worry, I am not here to interfere, girl, only to watch. Though I have to say I agree with the Fallen, he was pathetic. He didn't even resist, he just went to his death staring like a slack-jawed moron.
Naruto chuckled. The many years he had been alive and the many things he had seen and done making him immune to feeling any pity for the fallen Issei. He could have at least emphasized with him a bit if he had resisted or tried to fight, no matter how pointless it may have been, but no, he felt no pity for Issei. He is only human, he will learn. Once he becomes a devil he can learn to be strong. I can show him the way. Rias reprimanded, already feeling slightly protective over her future servant. Whatever you say, princess, I've learned over the years how to correctly judge someone from just a glance. And what I saw in Issei isn't strength, it is deep-seated cowardice and insecurity. Maybe that will change, maybe it won't. Honestly, I don't care either way. I am sure he along with the rest of you will be interesting entertainment for me no matter what. Are you finished? If so, can I reincarnate my servant, or are you going to continue to monologue like a cliché anime villain? Rias demanded, getting tired of his attitude and anxious about leaving an asset unclaimed for too long. Easy girl. No need to get snippy. I am an unknown variable, you should step carefully lest you piss me off. For all you know, your fate could rest in my hands in the near future and you wouldn't want me to hold a grudge. Also, anime villain. You watch too much television, sweetheart. With that said, Naruto vanished in a swirl of wind, not even waiting for a reply. Damn him. He has a point, I might have need of him in the future. Rias muttered to herself as she pulled out another 7 pawn pieces, completely ignoring his taunt at the end of his speech. With her evil pieces in hand, she finally walked up to Issei to reincarnate him into being one of her servants. She placed the 8 chess pieces on Issei's barely moving chest just over the gaping wound in his abdomen. Its bright glow was the only way to distinguish it from the blood running freely from the overflowing wound. I command thee, Hyodo Issei, on my name Rias Grammary. As Rias held her hands over the chess pieces, their bright red glow began to increase, showing they were compatible and beginning to work. Damn him for being right about the number of pieces, irritating man. Become my eternal servant and walk the lands once more as a devil. Slowly, the bright, glowing chess pieces began to sink into Issei's prone body. Thou shalt lead a new life as a servant under the house of Grammary and as a member of my peerage. As the pawn pieces fully disappeared into Issei, the glow went with it, leaving the park once more in darkness with only the moonlight to cast light upon the silent world.
For a brief second Issei regained consciousness, gasping for breath. As he did so, he was alive. The last thing he saw before darkness took him again was the color red before nothing. Rias watched as the boy went from being half dead to alive and well, save for the gaping wound in his chest. That she would unfortunately need to heal manually. Her skin crawled at the thought of being naked with a member of the perverted trio. But needs must, after all, they all must make sacrifices.
Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Abandoned church. In another section of the Kuo area some way away from the recent altercation at the park, there was a church. It had long been abandoned due to a lack of worshippers attending and the charitable investments drying up because of that. It may or may not have had something to do with the fact that the area was jointly ruled by the Gremory and Citri families, two high noble families of the underworld. In any case, the church had gone unoccupied for quite some time, until now. Mission complete. The boy has been neutralized, the devils are none the wiser and the plan is on track. Came the cheerful shout from a beautiful dark-haired fallen angel with purple eyes, who at that moment was scantily clad in an outfit formed of several leather straps and spiked boots and shoulder pads, all provocatively arranged to show off her body. At the altar of the church there was a group of 4 fallen angels, including the one who had just shouted in conference. All of the religious symbols in the room had been destroyed, letting the group act and speak in peace without the ever-nagging presences of the holy icons. A trench coat-clad fallen with a fedora on by the name of Donasik was at that moment leaning against a broken cross, his arms crossed sourly as he rubbed his pinky finger in his ear, tried to stop the ringing that the other fallen's shout had caused. "Quit shouting, Rainare, we're not deaf, you know," was the reply that the now-known Rainare received. The fallen who had just spoken was called Middled and was in appearance a young girl who seemed a little bit on the short side, with golden blonde hair tied into 2 ponytails and a gothic Lolita outfit on, making her look even younger than she normally would. Although cute, she also had a sour look on her face from the news her comrade had brought. "Calm down, she is just excited that our master's plan is 1 step closer to being completed and that we are 1 step closer to being free from him," another woman spoke. She had the appearance of a beautiful young woman with long midnight hair. She wore a purple jacket and skirt, but was quite voluptuous. Her cleavage was easily on display, likely due to her not wearing anything underneath her jacket, while her skirt only came to her thighs and her high heels helped her posture look more seductive. This was the fallen angel Calawarner. "And there is no need to look so sour. It might be distasteful work, but it needs to be done. This way we not only get our freedom from the asshole but gain a bit of a reputation too." "I don't care for the reputation or about our freedom that much. It's our own fault for getting into this situation in the first place. If we had just gone to Azazel. Anyway, this work is beneath us. The work of grunts like the fallen exorcists, not fallen angels like us. Leave humans to deal with humans." Donasik frowned. But obviously Rainare doesn't agree. She always liked picking on weak humans. She has no honor or sense of propriety. "Oh, again with the honor and propriety crap. I am just pissed off we aren't finished yet. We've been here for months," the lowly girl huffed. "There's much better things we could have been doing, like going to Disney World. I heard they have a new ride, can we go?" "Focus." Rainare spoke, the previous excitement gone, her buzz killed by Donasik's weird obsession with honor and such nonsense. "We can do whatever we want later, but first we need to do our jobs. We need to lay the foundations for the plan. That doesn't mean we can't play this situation to our advantage though." "So what do you have in mind, Rainare?" asked Calawarner as the rest of the fallen focused on Rainare, ignoring Middled, who was sulking and pouting, clearly trying to get some attention. "Calawarner, Middled, Donasik, whoever said we need to kill sacred gear users? Surely there is a better use for them. A little ritual perhaps that we were working on a few years ago?" asked Rainare. "What, you don't mean the sacred gear stealing ritual that you and Kala kept on babbling about?" the lowly fallen Middled answered with a huff. "I thought you said it would never work?" "We think we got it working. We just never had a test subject to test it on. You know how obsessive Azazel-sama is about sacred gear users. Now however we don't have him looking over our shoulders. Now we have an opportunity," Rainare grinned. "And I have just the subject we can test the ritual on." Donasik frowned. Sacred gears were gifted to humans by the one god. It is a dishonorable blasphemy to think about besmirching his creations. Humans have had their chance. They are war-hungry savages who only use god gifts for violence and warfare. If they cannot treat their sacred gears with respect, then they should be taken away. The woman Calawarner spoke, talking about humans like one would a misbehaving child. "I think Rainier is right. It is at least worth a try. And just think, Donasik, those humans are dishonoring God's gifts. All we would be doing is teaching them the error of their ways." However, before Donasik could reply, another voice cut into the conversation, an unfamiliar one at that. "Well, what an interesting idea. I mean, I thought of doing it myself, but sacred gears would be wasted on me. You lot, however, if you got your hands on a sacred gear, just think of the chaos you could create." Turning to the sound of the voice, the 4 angels saw a tall silver-haired man,
who was at that moment dressed smartly in a dark black three-piece suit, with a burnt orange button-up shirt and a black silk tie. His most noticeable features, however, were his spiky silver hair and his glowing golden eyes. "Hey, don't all speak at once. I mean, I know I am one sexy piece of man meat, but come on, pull yourselves together. Who the hell are you? How did you get in here? Answer before I kill you where you stand, boy." Calawarner snarled at the interrupting man. A quick scan with her senses picked up no power coming from him, but she knew straight away from just looking at him that he wasn't natural. "Haha, hell, it's funny you should say that. First off, hi, I am Naruto Uzumaki. How I got here, well, that is easy to explain. I just followed that rather fetching fallen angel from Kuo's park. As for you killing me, I somewhat doubt it," Naruto replied cheerfully, the looks of shock and anger on the fallen's faces almost making him laugh. "Well, it is nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. Unfortunately, we are a bit busy, so I am afraid you're going to have to die now," Rainare replied equally cheerfully to Naruto, while inwardly cursing, "Damn it, how the hell did he follow me? I thought I was careful." As Rainare raised her hand, light coalescing and taking shape as she did so, her fellow fallen angels did the same, with Middle going so far as to raise both her hands above her head and summon half a dozen light spears. Clearly none of them were taking their chances with this guy, all feeling the underlying danger he presented even if he did not give off any power.
As one with no command needing to be given, the four fallen angels unleashed a barrage of 9 light spears at the man, who didn't even blink an eye at the incoming attacks.
Instead, with a nonchalant wave of his hand, the shadows around him writhed before 13 blank tendrils erupted out of the gathered shadows, shooting towards the four fallen, like thin black spear-like whips. 9 of the tendrils intercepted the light spears, shearing through and shattering them with no apparent effort. Their jobs done, the 9 whip-like shadows dispersed in black mist. The other 4 tendrils shot under the oncoming projectiles, making contact with the floor and flowing along it, heading straight for the 4 fallen angels. To Rainare and her fellows, it all happened in the blink of an eye. First they saw their light spears flying towards their enemy. Then they saw the silver-haired man wave a hand in their direction and their spears of light shattered, and before they could even respond, black whip-like tendrils shot from the floor at them, binding first their legs, then arms and wings, before final looping tightly around their necks, completely immobilizing all 4 of the fallen, the shadow tendrils also absorbing the light power in their bodies, slowly weakening them over time. All 4 of them were in shock. Although they would grudgingly admit they were not the strongest fallen angels in existence, they at least thought they would last more than a minute against their attacker. Clearly they had misjudged just how dangerous he was. "Well, that was fun, wasn't it?" Naruto asked with a chuckle as he made his way towards where his 4 wannabe killers were bound, being kept hanging in the air by his shadows. "Well, now that you've decided to hang around, we can begin." "Hang around, do you get it?" At their silence, he just sighed before continuing, "Everyone's a critic. Now I have some questions for you. First off, who is this leader you are all indebted to, and what is this oh-so-mysterious plan?" Silence. Turning around, he was about to ask again, before he noticed the rapidly purpling faces of his 4 captives. "Whoops, maybe bound you a bit tight around the neck. So anyway, answer the questions or I start removing limbs," he said to the 4 fallen, who, now they weren't being choked, had begun gasping for air. Don't kill us, please. We were just following orders." Middle, the youngest looking of the 4, shouted to the silver-haired man, raggedly gasping for breath as she did so. "Of course you were following orders, sweetheart, I understand, but you need to understand I am the one giving the orders now, so answer my questions." As he said this, he moved his shadows so they covered the mouths of the other angels, stopping them from interrupting him. Now he had found the weak link, the one who, given enough pressure, would talk. "Kokabeel, we serve Kokabeel. He is blackmailing us. He had evidence of several things we did behind Azazel-sama's back, and if we don't do what he says, we will die, with either him or Azazel killing us. But if we help him, he will give us the evidence and let us go." He swore a magical oath on it. Middle spoke out, not even trying to hold anything back, knowing just by looking at him that her life would be forfeit if she lied. "Kokabeel, still the slippery little arsehole he always was then. So what did he want you to do? Answer me and I will let you live." "War, at least I think so. He wants us to lay the foundations for another great war. We were to kill all sacred gear users we find so the other factions can't use them.
Then we were to assassinate the 2 devil heiresses in Kuo. That would piss off their 2 Mao siblings, who would declare war on the fallen angels. Kokabeel has another plan to bring the church into the war, but I don't know what it is." Midelt spilled everything she and her friends had been told to do, in the hopes that he would follow his promise and let them go. "Please, you have to believe me, I know nothing else."
"Easy, kid, I believe you," Naruto said, and he did. He could sense negative emotions now. He wasn't suppressing all of his power and could tell that although angry and scared, the blonde fallen had not lied. With that said, he released the shadows, gagging her fellow fallen, Calawarner, Donasek and Rainare. "What the hell were you thinking, Middle? We're as good as dead now. Calawarner shouted angry that she had caved in so fast. Have you no honor, betraying your masters to save your own skin? I never took you for a coward. Donasek also shouted at the pigtailed fallen still struggling desperately to escape his bindings, his power radiating from him as he tried to use his light energy to dissolve his bonds, not that it was working. Or that he would be given a chance to continue trying as the shadows holding him started shaking him till he stopped releasing his power. Stop it, both of you. Middle made the right decision by speaking out. She may have saved our lives, and Donasek, why should we owe our allegiance to Kokabiel or Azazel, both of whom would happily kill us if they wanted? With that said, Rainare turned to the smiling Naruto, narrowing her eyes at the cheerful expression. What will you do with us now? Will you let us live, or will you break your promise? Hush now, silly little crow, I never break my word. I won't kill you, but what I will do is offer you different employment. At their looks of both happiness and confusion, he decided to continue, no point dragging it out. You four will now serve as my contacts, my double agents, I suppose you could call it. You will continue with what you have been doing, but you will report to me on any changes in the plans. You will spy on Kokabiel and his organization for me and create a list of all the members and what they have been assigned to do. Do you understand? What that is suicide. Kokabiel will kill us if we are caught. Calawarner cried out in shock to Naruto. Don't get caught then, was the bored reply she received. What is in it for us? Middle asked, still a bit shaken from her interrogation, but regaining a bit of her old fire. I won't kill you, and as long as you loyally serve me I will make sure you don't die prematurely, was the chilling answer she received, which basically said do it or die. How do you expect to enforce your will on us? You are an unknown. How do we know you can protect us from Kokabiel and Azazel-sama? Donasek asked, looking a bit ruffled from the shaking he received. I am glad you asked. First I will use a little seal on you, one of my own design, so you will stay honest. It will act as a communication seal and a locator seal, meaning that no matter where you go I can still find you and speak to you. The seal will have a few other bits attached, of course, one of which is an explosive seal that I can activate at any time if you disobey or betray me. Fun, isn't it? Naruto spoke, giving the four fallen a wink at end of his explanation. An explosive, are you mad? Calawarner squawked in shock, quickly echoed by her fellows. Most probably, yeah. Also, I wouldn't try to mess with the seals, they're kind of a specialty of mine, best seal master in existence you know, and messing with them will almost certainly kill you. Naruto almost burst out laughing as he saw their faces pale. And how will you be putting then on us? Rainare asked shakily, having accepted the fact she has no choice in the matter. Oh, don't worry about it, they're already on you. What do you think my shadows have been doing all this time? Just as I used my shadows to place a tracking seal on you at the park, I have already used them to place my pre-designed servant seal on all of you. Don't worry, it is tried and tested and has never failed. Probably. Naruto responded simply before releasing them all from his shadow bindings, making them fall to the floor with a loud crash. Anyway, I've got other things to do, so as you were, continue your plotting and whatnot, just don't forget my orders. As he was saying this, Naruto had spun on his heel and started walking towards the church doors. Before he reached them, however, he spoke up once more. As for how I can protect you from Azazel and Kokabiel, well, and with that he released a large portion of his power, focusing it on the four fallen, thankful that as he did this the protections around the church would not allow any of his power to leak out and be noticed. It hit the four fallen like a wall. They could barely breathe because of how dense it was. All four collapsed onto their knees, sweat running down their foreheads as they tried to stay conscious. A task they were failing as first Calawarner, then Donasek and then Middle collapsed into unconsciousness, unable to stand the sheer power they were being put under. Rainare's vision blurred as she slowly lost consciousness, watching as the mysterious Naruto Uzumaki continued walking to the church door. Her last thoughts before the darkness took her was, what the hell have we gotten ourselves into? It was early morning the day after Issei's resurrection and Naruto's meeting with the fallen angels. Naruto, the man in question, was at that time approaching the front doors of the Kuo Academy, wading through giggling girls and laughing boys. He was at that moment back in his guise of an innocent student, wearing his standard Kuo Academy uniform minus the ridiculous excuse for a tie they wore, instead choosing to go in with his top two buttons casually undone. As he entered the now familiar school, he came to a sudden stop in the middle of the main foyer. Someone was approaching him. He could tell it was a devil. A weak one at that. It took him a few seconds to go through the list of reincarnated devils at Kuo and come to a conclusion on which one was looking for him. Uzumaki-san? A voice called out from Naruto's right. Naruto turned at the mention of his name and looked to the side, a bored look on his face as he did so, and spotted a student looking at him. It was Genshiro Saji, the pawn of Sona Citri. He was a young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes. He was at that moment wearing the Kuo Academy boys' school uniform, albeit without the blazer and with his sleeves rolled up. Unfortunately, he kept the tie. That alone was a point against him in Naruto's personal opinion. Yes, Saji, what do you want? Be warned though, if this is you asking me on a date, I don't really swing that way, but from what I have heard that Kiba Kid does, so you could always try it on with him. Naruto spoke up, his golden eyes glinting with mirth as he needled the boy. It was petty, yes, but it was early in the morning and he needed a pick-me-up. EHHHH. The boy shouted, all former decorum leaving him at the Uzumaki's accusation. What the hell are you talking about? I'm not gay. You are. And shut up, I like boobs, nice big Lucio. His rant was quickly stopped by the numerous giggles and shocked gasps that suddenly filled the air. Shutting his mouth quickly, he came to the realization he had just been tricked, and now with his outburst the rumors about him would start to spread and he would soon be branded with the same mark as the perverted trio. Yes, well, your sick fantasies aside, if you're not here to try to proposition me, what do you want? I'm a busy guy, you know. Naruto spoke up, deciding to leave the boy for now lest he break his already fragile ego even more. Well, yeah, I am here on behalf of Shidori Sona, who is the student council president here at Kuo Academy. Saji responded, trying to get back on track as he stiffly gestured for him to follow him. Kaichu would like a meeting with you now in the student council room, if you will follow me. Ooh, sounds like fun. Please lead the way, Saji-chan. Naruto responded, enjoying the slight twitch Saji had when he heard the Uzumaki's nickname for him. As we wandered to the student council room, a curious thought crossed Naruto's mind, one that needed investigating. Deciding that he first needed to shake of Saji, he turned to him, giving him a glare, his golden eyes glowing slightly as he released a focused killing intent onto the poor boy. Suffice to say, it worked as Saji froze like a deer caught in the headlights. Keeping the smile on his face, Naruto started to speak. I think I can find my own way from here, Saji, so if you don't mind, leave.
So it wasn't settle, but for grunts like Saji, subtly wasn't really needed, as can be seen of him turning and running away as fast as he could had anything to say about it. Now his tag along was gone, Naruto proceeded to walk to the student council room, suppressing his presence completely as he crept to the student council room, feeling the detection spells slide over him, completely missing his suppressed presence. Grinning slightly with anticipation, he made it to the student council room and found that the thought he had was correct. The student council room door was slightly open, and it did not take much for Naruto to quietly open it the rest of the way. As he did so, he was happy to see Sona hadn't noticed him. Good, more fun for him. Stepping into the room, he passed through the silencing spells, and what he heard, well, words could not quite describe it. Vanessa Carlton, 1,000 miles. Making my way downtown. Walking fast, faces pass, and I'm homebound, staring blankly ahead. Just making a way through the crowd. Good, she didn't appear to have noticed him as she pranced around singing as she gyrated her hips to the sound of the music. As he watched, he was barely able to suppress a girlish giggle. He knew she wasn't as straight-laced as she seemed. And I need you, and I miss you, and now I wonder if I could fall into the sky. Do you think time would pass me by? Deciding now was the time to announce his presence as Naruto sung out. Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles, if I could just see you, tonight. The moment the words left my mouth, Sona spun around and spotted Naruto standing in the open doorway, an amused glint in his eye. She stood still, unable to move, as she saw her finely crafted reputation fall to pieces around her. Her eyes widened even more as she finally recognized the man before her, face going pale as she stared at him with a perfect, deer in the headlights look. Clearly the genjutsu-based seal he had placed on himself had worked in hiding his identity from Sona until he wanted her to truly see him. For what felt like an hour, the two of them just stared at each other, Naruto with a large shit-eating grin on his face and Sona with a resigned look of doom on her face. Oh, don't mind me, Naruto said cheerfully, moving over to take a seat behind Sona's desk, casually leaning back into the comfortable chair and kicking his legs up so they rested on the desk. Waving at her to continue singing as he did so. Do carry on, this looks pretty important. I can wait. Actually, I have an even better idea. We can sing it like a duet, wouldn't that be fun? He laughed out, eyes twinkling in amusement. She just gaped at the intruder, so shocked that her face had turned pale white before her embarrassment kicked in and she began a shade so red it put Rias Gremory's hair to shame. Why you? I mean, what are? No wait, she began to stammer nonsensically at me as her mind came up with so many questions about his appearance in the room and the actions he had just witnessed. Deciding to take pity at Naruto, just burst out laughing. I knew it, I knew you were not that serious at heart. You are more like Seraphal than you will ever believe. Oh, I can't wait to tell her about it. I can just imagine her chasing you all over creation, trying to get you to sing a duet with you on her television show. Ha 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 ha. Shut up. No wait, what the hell are you doing here? No wait, since when were you here? Sona shouted at the laughing silver-haired man, recognizing him immediately. That in itself brought numerous questions to her mind about how the hell she didn't know he was attending her school. Mo so tan, so demanding. Is that really all you have to say to poor old Naruto-sama? Naruto replied cheerfully, enjoying Sona's incredibly embarrassed and angry expression. Though I have to say, you and your sister have a lot more in common than I thought. I can see it already.
She is going to continuously chase you around annoying you until you agree to be her magical girl sidekick. Don't you dare, don't even try it, you tell and all, well I don't know what I will do but you won't like it, Sona retorted, her face paling as she too could imagine what her sister would do if she found out. No, wait a minute, stop changing the subject. Why are you here? Did Oni-sama send you? Why so tan you make it sound like you are not happy to see me? Naruto replied with a smile, happy that he was now taking part in one of his favorite hobbies, teasing Sona. And anyway, you should know by now I don't follow anyone's orders, so I wouldn't be here unless I wanted to be. As for the why, well because I am bored and I reckon if I hang around long enough something will interest me. Well, I am not happy to see you, Sona replied, trying to regain some of the dignity she had lost. And yes, Naruto-sama, I know you are not beholden to my Oni-sama's orders, which is, if you ask me, completely ridiculous, the amount of shame and embarrassment it would cause the Citri family if news of it got out. Ha ha ha, most of the lords and ladies of the Pillar clans already know, and the fact that Serafal managed to get me as her queen more than makes up for the demands I made when I allowed her to reincarnate me into her queen. Naruto replied with a smile. Sona had gained a long-standing disapproval at him over the demands he had made of not being bound into having to follow the orders of his king. It was kind of funny, really. Anyway, can you really blame for setting those conditions? I mean, you have to admit Serafal is certifiably insane. And no, I do not mean quirky or eccentric, I mean literally insane. I think you're exaggerating a little bit. Sona spoke up in defense of her sister. Yes, she is a bit odd, but I think calling her insane is a bit too much. Sona, your sister just 6 months ago spent 3 hours chasing me around the Citri estates, throwing toy Pokeballs at me, shouting, and I quote, "Wait, Naruto, let me catch you in my Pokeball. I need to be a Pokedevil Grandmaster." Tell me, Sona, does that in any way sound normal? The Silverette asked, a deadpan expression on his face as he heard Sona try and claim Serafal isn't crazy. Why yes, well, it is a bit weird, I will grant you, but it doesn't mean she is totally insane. Sona replied a bit shakily as she tried to justify her sister's actions to Naruto. Another example then, do you remember the time she chased you around trying to have Yuri's sister love? Naruto asked. At seeing Sona flush red again, he decided that was answer enough, so he continued. Well, just the other month she spent 2 hours asking me to henjin to you, so we can have some Sona Narusira love. Upon hearing this, Sona gained a sickly expression. Please say you didn't, Naruto-sama, please say you didn't do it. The only response she received was Naruto giggling. No. Sona shouted, bringing her hand to her mouth in horror. So will you agree with me that your sister is crazy and me putting in conditions that I don't have to obey her orders is somewhat justified? Naruto asked, smirking at Sona's response. To be fair, he didn't actually care that much, it had been great fun at the time and very kinky. Oh okay, I suppose I could agree that you may be somewhat justified, but really why the hell would you do that? You're just as insane as she is, all dignity and decorum lost as she started acting like the teenager she was. What, me insane? Never, how dare you, I am the epitome of sanity. Naruto replied, drawing himself up and taking a dashing pose as he did so. Really, you think so? Don't you remember the stories you used to tell me when I was younger? Sona responded, deciding to go on the attack. You make it sound like telling kids stories is a bad thing?
No, what I am saying is you telling kids stories is a bad thing, especially when those stories are about the time you called yourself Genghis Khan. The amount of stories of battle and conflict you told me has probably mentally scarred me. Sona replied smugly, happy to have one-upped the silver-haired queen. Hey, I thought you liked me telling you tales of my adventures, whilst on my quest to bring peace to the human world. Naruto asked, genuinely curious this time, as she had appeared to have enjoyed them at the time. Oh, I did like them at the time, but then I found out they were not just stories but actually true accounts of the time you were Temujin or Genghis Khan or whatever. Sona responded, not actually angry at him having long ago come to terms with the things he had done and the reasons why. You sound like you disapprove of me because of that. Sona-chan, in the many years that I have been alive, I long ago came to the realization that humans are a violent, xenophobic, war-hungry race. The only way to bring peace to them is to unite them under one banner, which I did when I built the Mongol Empire and also when I built the Roman Empire. When those empires flourished, there was relative peace within the empire. The damage and destruction I caused to create them, though terrible, led to hundreds of years of peace, which allowed humanity to progress and grow. It is something I have been doing for millennium, cultivating and helping humanity to grow so that they can evolve past the need for violence and obtain true peace, was Naruto's passionate response. Now enough of this heavy talk. How have you been coping in the human world? Student council room. 1 hour later, Naruto had just left the student council room, leaving Sona Citri alone for all of 30 seconds before the rest of the student council members piled into the room, all taking their seats around the room as they looked to Sona, curious as to why the Naruto Uzumaki was here, and what him and Sona were talking about for over an hour. Well,
Tsubasa Yura, a tall girl with blue, shoulder-length hair and matching eyes and a Bishonen face, said, running a hand through her hair. Who the hell would have thought Queenie-kun has been here all along? How the hell did none of us notice him? Tsubaki Shinra, a young bespectacled woman with long straight black hair and heterochromic eyes, also spoke up just after Yura. Kaichu, when you told us to prepare for Gesta today, I didn't expect it to be him of all people. Wait, you know who that bastard was? Tsubaki-san. I thought Sona Kaichu was meeting with him because she didn't know who he was. Saji, the only boy in the room, asked, looking from Sona to Tsubaki in confusion. You mean you don't know Saji? I mean the illusion or whatever it is that is hiding him is gone. You must have recognized him. Momo looked surprised at that, before with a small exclamation of realization the white-haired devil palmed her head in realization. Ah, that's right. You were only reincarnated a couple of months ago, you haven't had a chance to visit the Citri estates yet, so probably will have never seen him hanging around the place from time to time. Heard what? You make it sound like that bastard is a big shot or something. Saji asked, now confused that everyone in the room suddenly seemed to know him, whereas before they had no clue who he was. Deciding to interject into the ongoing conversation, Sona spoke up. Yes, I was just as surprised as you all that Naruto-sama, as he has gone back to calling himself again, has been around the school all this time. Apparently he was using some illusion-based technique or something to blind us to his true presences, making us think he was someone else even if we did recognize him. It sounded like a powerful technique. It is just a pity he didn't go into detail on it. Anyway, his being here is not a good thing. Sure, you'd think that Kaichu. Tomo, a girl with shoulder-length, reddish-brown hair and brown eyes, spoke up cheerfully, a playful smile on her face. I mean, wherever ever Naruto-sama goes, your sister Serafal-sama is bound to follow eventually. Letting out a sigh, Sona replied, it is not that I am worried about. From what I have heard from him and my sister, he is a trouble magnet. Wherever he goes, trouble follows. Deciding to go back to Saji's question, Sona continued, as for who he is, well, I suppose it is practically family. Wait, what? You're related to that bastard? Saji yelled out in surprise, mentally comparing Naruto's rather distinctive looks with Sona's. What is he, like your brother or something? Grimacing at the sound of her pawn's shouting, Sona decided to set him right. No, he is not a blood relation to me. He is the queen of my sister Serafal's peerage and one of the most dangerous people you will ever meet. What do you mean, Kaichu? Saji asked, taking in the nodding heads of the rest of the peerage as they all agreed with Sona's words. He is ancient even by the standards of devils. How old he is exactly no one really knows. They just know that he has walked the earth since the start of known civilization. He fought in the Great War between the three factions. What he was before he became a devil, I am not entirely sure. I have heard from some people that he was a demon or a yokai god, and others that he was just a very powerful human.
Whatever he is powerful and deadly. As for how we all know him, nearly 200 years ago he became my sister's queen. He has gone by so many names in his life that very few actually know what his true name is. So to most devils, angels, fallen angels and yokai, he simply is known as Behemoth. Sona summarized for Saji, who seemed to have gone very pale all of a sudden. As for how we all know him, he spends a lot of time hanging around my sister. They seem to have a weird sort of relationship that I don't even want to get into. But anyway, he has been around the Citri estate so much that nearly all the peerage has met him.
Yeah, he's awesome. Yura sighed out, her facing flushing red as she thought of the handsome man. So me calling him a bastard is not a good idea then? Saji asked, now quite terrified of the guy. Yeah, antagonizing Naruto-sama is not a good idea, not unless you're a pretty girl, then you could probably get away with it. Sona Kaichu? Tomo spoke up happily, glad that Naruto was around. Fun things always went down when he was around. Outside the student council room, Naruto hummed to himself as he wandered through the school away from the student council room. As he walked, he thought back on the conversation he had just had with Sona. If he was honest with himself, he was actually glad he accepted Serafal's peerage offer all those years ago. He had always liked devils and fallen angels. Their immortality made them lifelong friends, and their disregard for morals made them a laugh to be around. Since becoming Serafal's queen all those years ago, his bonds with the supernatural world were stronger than ever, and his relationship with the Citri family and their peerages were in a way a true blessing for him. For when he walked alongside the humans, his relationships and bonds with them were never long-lasting. The curse of immortality, he supposed. He had even created his own peerage at the encouragement of Serafal. No doubt she just wanted more people to play with, but for him, he found it a way for him to create a new family, and bestow immortality on those who he cared for. As for all his powers and strength, giving immortality to people was always out of his reach, which meant that before he became a devil, he had been forced to watch those he cares about die. He had extended their lives, but he could never do so permanently, but with his own set of evil pieces he could give true immortality to those who served him. And he had, having unsealed the bodies of those who had passed, who he had put in stasis at the time of their passing. 2 of them had their own form of immortality and had remained lifelong friends with Hai throughout his entire life. With their help he had crafted his peerage, one that was made up of his friends, comrades, loved ones and lovers, who had all fought alongside him countless times while he had been in this world. They all now walked the world once more immortal and all bound together through the evil pieces he had used. His thought process was soon interrupted by a loud obnoxious voice. "Hey, Naruto-san." Naruto stopped and cast an annoyed glare at the loud pervert, Issei Hyodo, as he came running up to Naruto with a desperate expression on his face. It wasn't that he hated the kid and didn't want him talking to him, so as much as the fact that it was too early in the morning to be dealing with this kind of shit. Because Naruto already had a hunch about what the kid wanted to bother him about, troublesome brat. The brown-haired, slightly crazed-looking Issei made to grab Naruto by the arm, not that Naruto allowed him to, as he took a step back letting the perv grab just air. "Naruto-san, you remember Yuma-chan, right? The sexy girl I brought to school. You know my girlfriend Yuma?" Issei asked desperately, eyes gleaming manically as he made to grab at Naruto again. "Yuma?" Naruto replied in a bored voice, as he casually slapped Issei's grasping hands away, pretending to think as he did so. After waiting a couple of seconds, he widened his eyes and gave Issei an excited look. "Oh, you mean that girl Yuma?"
Yes, you know her, then that means I am not going crazy. Issei shouted victoriously, a brilliant smile on his face, as he gazed at Naruto like he was the Messiah.
"Yeah, I was joking, kid. I have absolutely no idea who the hell you're talking about, Aiz-chan." Naruto replied in amusement as Issei let out a cry of outrage, before sending Naruto a glare, his right eye twitching a bit. "No. You said you remembered her," Issei shouted at Naruto in shock as the silver-haired man started walking away. Moving quickly, Issei ran to catch up with Naruto as the spiky-haired man walked away. "Please tell me I am not crazy."
Naruto gave Issei a cheerful smile. "Sorry kid, I was just asking for clarification on the issue. As for whether or not you're crazy kid, does it really matter? Being crazy is not a bad thing in this messed up world."
"Wait, that's not what." "Hey, where are you going?" "Got to go kid," Naruto responded lazily, a smile on his face. "Places to go, people to see." Occult Research Club 2 days later. As Naruto walked into the Occult Research Club building, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He had been summoned by that Kiba kid again for another meeting with the Grammary girl. He had of course waited 2 hours before coming, of course, but that was mainly just to teach her that he is not the kind of person you can just command about. Wonder what she wants. Could have something to do with the fallen angels, I suppose, but from what Rainare has been telling me, apart from a little fight between one of the fallen's rogue exorcists, Freed Selzen, and some of the Grammary's devils, there has been no real contact between the two factions in Kuo. Whatever it is, it had better be good. "So Grammary-chan, what the hell is so important that you decided to summon me?" Naruto demanded, as he strode into Rias's lounge, office, ignoring all protocol. Noticing as he did that the Grammary heiress was sat on a couch drinking tea, whilst her queen stood dutifully behind her. "Uzumaki-san, I am glad you accepted my invitation to meet, even if you were 2 hours late," Rias said to the silver-haired man, a disapproving frown on her face as she looked at him. "As for why you are here, I find myself needing a bit of assistance." "Oh really, and what would this assistance entail, Grammary-chan?" Naruto asked, a smile on his face as he looked past Rias and caught Akino's eye. "I have recently run into a bit of trouble involving my new pawn Hyodo Issei and some of the fallen that are hanging around town," Rias replied, deciding to get straight to the point. Who knows what trouble Issei would get himself into if he went after that nun alone. Him getting himself killed would inconvenience her a lot. "Is this about that little fight between a rogue exorcist and young Aiz-chan?" asked Naruto as he decided to take a seat on one of the comfortable-looking couches in the room, his legs resting on the polished coffee table in front of the couch as he stretched his arms against the back of his head. "If so, what do you need my help for? I would have thought you could deal with an exorcist."
Rias let out a sigh as she answered him. "No, not that incident, though how you know of it, that I will certainly want to find out. No, what I am talking about is another issue entirely. It seems Issei in the last few days has met and befriended a sacred gear-wielding nun, currently affiliated with the fallen, who are currently housed in the abandoned church on the outskirts of Kuo. Still not seeing how it is my problem. Yes, well, it appears that Aziz-san the nun has tried to leave the fallen angel faction and her colleagues have been less than supportive. In fact, from what Issei-kun has said, they have gone so far as to physically kidnap her. Issei-kun, after having witnessed this, came to me hoping I would help him rescue the nun. Unfortunately, due to it being the business of the fallen angels, I cannot get involved. Not without either damaging the truce or damaging mine and my family's political position in the underworld." Rias finished, before taking another sip of her tea. "And what, you expect me to go rescue the nun for you? the spiky-haired man asked. He leaned his head back against the headrest of the couch, a look of boredom spreading across his face. What's in it for me? You seem to be mistaken in what we wish to ask you, Naruto-kun, Akeno suddenly spoke up on behalf of her king. You see, Issei-kun is no doubt planning to storm the church tonight and has probably gained the help of Kiba-kun and Kaneko-chan, both of whom Bucho sent to help Issei-kun.
Okay. So if you don't want me to rescue the nun, then what do you want? Naruto asked curiously, directing his question to the more open Akeno this time, giving her a wink as he did so.
Rias was the one who replied. However, Issei-kun is a human who only recently got involved with this world.
He doesn't know enough about the conflict between devils and fallen angels. This is why we cannot stop him, as if we tried there is a high chance he might go stray, something that I obviously don't want to happen. So with that in mind, like Akeno-chan said, I sent Kiba-kun and Kaneko-chan after him, with the subtle suggestion that they help Issei-kun break into the church and save the nun. This is where I would like your help. Normally I would go to Sona-chan for help like this, but she would refuse as this may damage her position in the underworld if it goes wrong. You, if you agree, will be coming with me and Akeno and attacking the church from behind. That will hopefully draw most of the fallen to our position where we will neutralize them. This will hopefully make it easier for Issei and the others to get in and rescue the nun, who I will then reincarnate, which will negate any possible political backlash, as I can claim she was already my servant when the fallen took her, which would justify my attack on them. Sounds like a good plan. Only one problem though. Why should I help you? Naruto asked, actually quite impressed by the Gremory's plan. It might be a bit rough and there may be a few problems, but for a teenage schoolgirl it was pretty damn ruthless. Naruto-kun, just think how exciting it will be. I mean, I know how you get bored. Just think of how an adventure like this would get your blood pumping. Akeno responded, giggling a bit. I mean, just the thought of striking those fallen angels into the ground with lightning, the pain causing them to scream to the heavens as.
Yes, well, as Akeno-chan was saying, it would stave off some of your boredom.
And I would owe you a favor. Rias cut Akeno off quickly, not wanting her strange fetishes to put Naruto off of the idea of helping them, because they needed him. Not because Rias didn't think she and Akeno could not easily defeat a couple of low-ranked fallen foot soldiers, but because Rias needed a scapegoat in case it all went wrong, someone who could take the fall, which would allow her to keep her political standing intact, which was critical if she ever wanted to get out of her marriage contract. Alright then, it does indeed sound interesting, though by me doing this you will owe me a favor, Gremory-chan. Naruto replied in a chipper tone, actually being truthful, as he was looking forward to what was to come. Seeing Rias nod her head in gratitude, Naruto stood up before looking out of the window in the direction of the abandoned church, a sly smile on his face as he did so. Alright then, let the games begin. Naruto Uzumaki grinned to himself as he looked around the forest clearing. Akeno's magic circle had just teleported Naruto, Rias and herself too.
The clearing was in a deeply forested area somewhere behind the abandoned church, or that was what he assumed, considering he could see the dark outline of the church through the trees half a mile away. It was getting pretty late in the day now, with the sun having already dropped past the horizon. That meant it was fairly dark under the trees and away from the moonlight. Not that either he or the two devils accompanying him would have any trouble seeing through the dark, one of the bonuses of being devils, he supposed. Akeno-chan, be on guard. We don't know how many human servants the fallen have. This little distraction of ours could quickly turn into an ambush if we are not careful. Rias spoke up, glancing warily around the dark forest as she did, slightly nervous about going up in a proper fight against the fallen for the first time. Akeno merely nodded her head, accepting her king's words as she also started scanning the surrounding area, her hands crackling with magic as she did so, prepared to attack if she needed to. By contrast to the two girls, Naruto just casually ambled along, a slight skip in his step as he made plans for the night ahead, happy in the knowledge that he was the biggest and most badass threat in this forest. With a resigned sigh at his two companions' nervous caution, he decided to speak up. There are 3 fallen angels in the forest at the moment. All 3 are grouped together a bit closer to the church, probably guarding the back entrance from any sort of attack. There is also a stray exorcist roaming the church grounds a bit further afield, and he is being accompanied by another couple of humans. As for the other fallen angel, she is under the church with another 50 or so humans, no doubt preparing for whatever tonight's dastardly main event is. He told them with a bored sigh. Really, from what he could remember, he wasn't this nervous when he saw his first action. Well, hopefully he was not this jittery. Right, very well then. When Issei, Kiba and Kaneko arrive, we'll engage the 3 out here. That should hopefully attract enough attention to make their entrance into the church easier. Rias replied, outlining her plan of attack before giving her companions a pointed look, waiting for their agreement. Akeno just nodded her agreement, a smile on her face as she stopped herself from giggling out how intense Rias was being. Naruto, however, had no need for tact, as he just started chuckling, before nodding his head in agreement, interested to see whether or not the Gremory's plan would actually work.
It was around 10 minutes later that Akano broke the tense silence that had descended on the clearing. Bucko, I can sense Issei, Kiba and Kaneko. They are approaching the front of the church in a hurry. We should move now if we want the plan to work. Alright, it is time. Let's go, she replied, unsheathing her wings as she prepared to quickly fly towards the church with Akano following suit. Before she took off, she turned to Naruto, a very slightly condescending look on her face as she spoke up. I take it you know how to use those wings of yours, or are they just a silver showpiece that you use to impress people? Naruto merely laughed at her question. No, that she was trying to vent on him, unsheathing his silver wings as well. Naruto merely sent Rias a wink before replying. Oh princess, you have no idea, ask me later and I may take you for a ride.
And with that he took off into the sky cackling, as Rias turned bright red upon hearing his lewd retort to her question. Era, naughty Naruto-kun, not offering poor little Akano-chan the same opportunities, Akano said to her fellow queen as she caught up to him in the air. Upon seeing him merely wink at her, unbothered by her flirting, she decided to ask a serious question. Why do you have silver wings anyway, Naruto-kun?
Simple really, I was reincarnated with a very early version of the evil piece system, which is one of the most complex and intricate magical creation of all time. As such, it hadn't been finely tuned yet, so what happened was my body both accepted and then overpowered the mutated evil piece in me as it tried to manipulate my genes to make me into a reincarnated devil, which actually mutated it further. Silver wings were just one of the side effects of that, Naruto responded, not bothering to lie, finding himself enjoying Akino's somewhat teasing and flirtatious attitude. Enough talk, we are almost there. We don't want the princess having a tantrum, do we? The only response he received was Akano bringing her hand up to hide a giggle and Rias turning a glare upon the silver-haired devil as they started descending towards the ground.
As they descended, a complaining voice was heard, coming from the trees. Why the hell are we doing this grunt work? Standing guard is a job for the humans, not for us fallen angels. This is just boring, we should be in there helping with the ritual. They heard a voice come from ahead of them growl out. Looking up, the three saw a man in a long trench coat and fedora looking in the direction of the church.
Hush now, Donasek, would you really trust humans to deal with whatever it is that is coming? We were forewarned for a reason. A beautiful woman in a jacket and skirt replied to Donasek, before she looked out into the forest again. As she looked, she spotted a slight shimmer of red in the trees. Well, look what we have here. As the Calawarner spoke, the little Middlet, who before had been sitting on a branch kicking her legs out in boredom, spun around and jumped to the ground, an eager smile on her face. She was wearing a black Lolita maid's outfit with white frills, a large black bow on the front. The outfit was completed by the white thigh-high socks she was wearing and the large black bow on top of her hair.
Hi there, little devils. I'm Middlet and I'm here to kill you.
Hope you're having a nice night, by the way. The girl called out, happily curtsying to the three devils as they came out of hiding.
That was until she saw Naruto, now clad in a Kuo school uniform, casually smiling at her from the back of the group. Just as she was about to cry out in shock, however, the golden-eyed devil brought a finger to his lips in a shushing motion, before moving the finger to the side of his throat. As he did that, a small black seal appeared underneath where his finger touched on his throat. As the other two fallen also saw Naruto, they heard his voice in their head, just like before when he had warned them of a potential attack. Pretend you don't know me and put on a good show. My promise of your safety whilst you follow me still stands. Upon hearing that, all three fallen gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod of their head to Naruto before focusing back on the Gremory heiress and her queen. This little girl is really a fallen, she looks like she should be in preschool, Akano stated while giggling into her hand, completely oblivious to the quick conversation between Naruto and the three fallen. Rias just smiled, nodding along with her queen's words, and Naruto, well, he chuckled in amusement from behind them, enjoying Akino's little dig at Middlet. As for Middlet, well, the tick mark appearing her forehead as she glared down at all three of them was answer enough for what she was feeling. Hey, shut up, I am not a child. I am over 100 years old. What the hell are you stupid devils doing here anyway? She demanded, stamping her foot slightly as she did so, a petulant expression on her face. I hope you're not here to actually rescue the little nun, because there are a whole lot more of us than there are of you. And we will beat you devils down into the dirt if you try. She finished confidently, a smirk making its way onto her face as she taunted the devils. Well, that is where you are wrong. We are just a distraction. I already have 3 of my servant in the church. You have already lost. You just don't know it yet. Rias replied smugly to the fallen angels before her. Gremory-chan, a word of advice. It is best not to tell the enemy you are a distraction. It kind of gives the game away, you know. Naruto spoke up, turning to Rias as he let out a frown, disappointed that she would make such a rookie mistake. Huh? You think 3 newbie devils are enough to defeat a fallen in a small army of humans? The blonde girl yelled out before letting go a sigh of frustration. It doesn't matter. You're the leader of this little group, so if we take you out then they'll fall soon enough. Attack!
she called out, unsheathing her black feathered fallen angel wings as she did so, light spears appearing in the hands of Middle and her two comrades. Charge! Death to the shitty devils! Came a sudden war cry as a young man with short white hair and red eyes charged forward, a light sword in one hand and a pistol in the other, as he attacked three other humans charged with him, each of them holding a light sword. All four of the men were dressed in clerical clothing, with the lead human Fried Selzen wearing a thick, partially armored overcoat over the top of his clothing. Well, off you go, girls. You two deal with the fallen angels and I will deal with the humans. Naruto spoke up quite calmly, directing Rias and Akeno in the direction of the three fallen angels, as he took a step towards the charging exorcists. Nodding their heads, both Rias and Akeno turned in towards the attacking fallen angels, their faces set in concentration. As this was happening, all three fallen launched their spears towards the two girls. Akeno! Rias called out in a calm voice, as she brought up both her hands and sent a blast of destruction at the spears of light, the radiant red and black energy quickly overwhelming and destroying all three light spears. Already on it. The raven-haired queen replied joyfully, as she raised her hand to the sky. The three fallen were all caught by surprise when a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking Akeno's raised arm from the sky. Instead of harming the raven-haired girl, however, the bolt of lightning seemed to empower her, and when the flash of lightning cleared, Akeno was now sporting a completely different attire. Instead of her Kuo Academy girl's uniform that she was wearing before, she was now wearing a traditional Miko clothing, consisting of a white haori with red accents, a red hakama, and a pair of zori with white tabi.
A muffled cry of, "Damn, that's hot," was heard from where Naruto was. Akeno, a smile on her face, raised both of her arms into the air, focusing her demonic energy as she did so, preparing to cast a powerful spell. Upon seeing this, the fallen started to bombard Akeno with a barrage of light spears, each one getting closer and closer to hitting the Grammary Queen, the only thing stopping them being the waves of power Rias was firing off at the fallen. However, the continued use of the infamous Bael bloodline, the power of destruction, was beginning to take its toll on Rias, for despite all her power as a high-class devil, she was still young and therefore not able to overpower the three light-wielding fallen. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a large dome made out of numerous small red magical circles in the shape of the Grammary family crest appeared around them, the product of Akeno's finished spell. A barrier of some sort? Donaseek growled in annoyance, tracing his fingers across the barrier, the energy in the barrier burning his fingers, despite the light energy coating his hand. That's right. Rias responded triumphantly, as she started to try and regain some of her lost energy. And you will not be able to break past it, not anytime soon anyway. The response she received was Middle raising both her arms and summoning 5 light spears, before unleashing them all at the barrier. Her efforts were soon joined by Calawarner and Donaseek, who added some of their own spears into the barrage. Unfortunately, the spears shattered on Akeno's barrier. Well, that's going to get old real fast, Middle said as she saw her attack fail. And exactly how long do they intend to hold their shield? Calawarner replied in amusement, thinking that the two girls had simply trapped themselves. Not a very well thought out strategy, no, Donaseek responded, this time sending a large bolt of pure light energy flying at barrier like a battering ram. Unfortunately, it too simply shattered on the revolving barrier. Tell you what, you drop the barrier and we will let you run away home, Middle offered, before bursting into laughter. Just kidding, no, we are going to crack the barrier open and crush you, whether you want us to or not. Just try it, it won't matter anyway, my servants will have stormed the church by now anyway, was Rias's response as she continued to try and recover some of her lost energy. What you mean, that pathetic little boy Rainare killed? I can't believe you revived that loser. From what I heard, he actually thought he was going to get some from Rainare. Can you believe that? Middle laughed out loud, still trying to figure out how to break past that barrier. I would be careful, he is the strongest pawn I have ever seen, Rias shouted, as she stopped trying to regain her power and instead glared at the little blonde fallen, her pride having taken a blow at Middle's words. Ah, how cute, you actually called him a pawn. Aren't they the weak little pieces that are mostly cannon fodder? The sacrifices? Middle asked, noticing the effect her words were having and trying to take advantage of that and make the Grammary Queen lose her composure. Nonsense, we would never sacrifice any of our peerage members, after all we are family. Akeno spoke up casually, not at all bothered by the stalemate the two sides seemed to have found themselves in. Ha, your family, how disgusting, you and your peerage are more of a joke than I ever believed possible, Grimori. Calawarner sneered at Rias and Akeno, all three fallen summoning their light spears again, before hurling them at the two girls. My peerage is not a joke and neither am I. No one laughs at my servants and survives, Rias said, in an oddly calm voice as she quickly gathered and released almost all her demonic energy in one massive blast of her power of destruction, her form glowing with an ominous red light and her hair moving as if in a heavy wind.
At that same moment Akeno released the barrier, allowing the light spears to come flying past, only for them to be overwhelmed by Rias's blast of destruction, which continued on after destroying the light spears, heading for all three fallen angels who were frozen in their flying formation, transfixed by the attack the Gremory had just sent at them. However, before the mass of red and black energy could hit the three fallen, the shadows in the forest all started to writhe around, before shooting up off of the ground in the trees, and wrapping around the three fallen, dragging them into their cold, black all-encompassing embrace. The three fallen, now wrapped up in multiple tendrils of shadow, were dragged out of the way of the blast of destruction as it continued its way into the sky. Instead they were dragged down onto the shadowy forest floor, where they were absorbed, still frozen in shock, into the surrounding shadows, disappearing from sight. With their jobs done, the shadows stopped moving and settled into their former position.
Turning around in shock, both Rias and Akeno turned to see the immaculately dressed Naruto casual leaning against a nearby tree trunk, a sly smile playing across his face.
Well, wasn't that exciting? Naruto spoke up, enjoying the look of shock on both Rias and Akeno's faces. 15 minutes earlier with Naruto, the four humans were charging at Naruto, 3 of them wearing black-themed clerical outfits and wielding light swords. The fourth, charging slightly ahead of the rest, was wearing blue and white clerical clothes with a dark blue armored trench coat. In his left hand there was an exorcist gun, a weapon specially modified to fire special light bullets that are extremely dangerous to humans and devils both, and in his other hand was a standard light sword. Readying himself for the coming skirmish, Naruto took a step forward, falling in a casual fighting stance as he did so, deciding to have a bit of fun with the oncoming humans. "Prepare yourself, you shitty devil, for all sinners must be punished," the lead human said as he grinned maniacally at Naruto, licking his lips in excitement for the coming fight.
Naruto just stared at the insane priest for a moment or two before letting out a sigh. Wow, now I think I understand the old saying about having a face only a mother could love. Yeah, your mother, you shitty devil. I am glad you lot finally came, I was getting bored. The priest said, his red eyes glinting with barely contained malice. I am going to cut you up, boy. By the time I'm done with you they will picking up what's left in a bag. Naruto just stared at him blankly, not at all threatened, before taking a step forward, just as the priest got into swinging range. Bringing his fist up, Naruto delivered a light punch to the priest's chest. Unfortunately, the silver-haired devil's version of light still led to the fallen priest being knocked off of his feet and launched into one of his compatriots behind him. Quickly using his momentum from the swing, Naruto spun on his foot before delivering a devastating kick to another one of the black-clad priests who were attacking him. The priest did not even have time to bring his light sword up to guard him before Naruto kick hit him in the side. Instantly 4 of the ribs on one side of his chest were shattered, the shards of bone being driven by the sheer force of the strike into the man's organs. That wasn't the end of it though, as the power behind the kick lifted him off the ground and propelled him into a nearby tree, decimating his body and the tree trunk and instantly killing him at the same time. I may have overdone it a bit. Sorry, I forget sometimes how fragile you humans can be if I am not careful," Naruto said to the one remaining priest who had seemingly frozen in place after seeing the fates of his comrades. "Tell you what, I will go easy on you and only use one finger. How does that sound?" The response Naruto got was the man turning around as fast as he could and scrambling away from Naruto, his light sword thrown away so it wouldn't impede his retreat. Not that he got very far, mind you, as a loud bang resulted in part of his head being blown away. Turning his eyes from the now dead priest, Naruto looked to the one who had shot him only to see it was the crazed white-haired priest, who was now back on his feet. The other priest he had crashed into lying dead behind him. "Damn shitty coward, look what you made me do. You know, just a bit of advice, but killing your comrades off is not exactly a good idea, especially if you are looking to fight me." Naruto spoke up, a look of faint disgust on his face. He might have done some pretty bad things over his life, but he had never killed one of his comrades for no reason, and the few times that he did were because it was necessary. What is that? I don't want to hear stuff like that from a devil. They were getting in the way. Anyone who obstructs me from carrying out my holy work of killing all shitty devil and shitty devil lovers have to die," Fried exclaimed with his tongue hanging out of his mouth, laughing insanely to himself all the while. "You know, you're kind of annoying me. Killing you will be my good deed for the day, aren't you lucky?" Naruto replied, regaining his cheer as he thought about the best way to kill the priest in front of him. "You a shitty devil kill me, huh? You're insane," Fried yelled like a maniac, seemingly completely forgetting about everything he had witnessed so far. "Here comes Fried, ready or not, shitty devil." "As you wish, you shitty priest, you," Naruto chuckled watching as Fried charged. The priest leapt forward, slashing with his sword as he did so. Naruto calmly leaned out of the way of a slash, and then raised his hands to block the sword of light when it came back around. As the sword came, Naruto caught it, ignoring the faint stinging the light was causing him. He twisted his wrist, completely shattering the sword.
Fried, upon seeing this, lifted his gun with his other hand to point it at Naruto, quickly releasing several bullets of light towards Naruto's face. Naruto merely raised his hand up, releasing large amounts of pure chakra from his hand as he did so. Repulsion, Naruto muttered to himself as he expelled a large amount of chakra from his hand, creating a powerful repulsive force as he did so. The technique hit the oncoming bullets, shattering them as it did so before continuing on like an unstoppable wave towards Fried, picking the fallen priest up off the ground as it hit and sending him crashing through 3 different trees as he was blasted backwards. "You're lucky I was so nice, Fried. I developed that technique to mimic another one I had seen before called Shinra Tensai. With that one technique I have wiped out entire armies before, caused might tsunamis and so much more. Be glad I didn't use any more power." Naruto spoke up, casting a lazy look at the priest's broken body as he did so. "Don't worry though, I will let you live for now. From what I have heard from my faithful fallen angels, you will be useful to me in the future."
With his piece said, Naruto turned and walked away, heading in the direction of Rias and Akino's fight with the fallen angels. Catching Akino summoning a lightning bolt and somehow changing clothes at the same time, she looked pretty good, might as well show his appreciation. "Damn, that's hot."
With their fight with the fallen angels finally over, Rias and Akino turned to the casually standing blonde, both quite tired from their fight. "What did you do to the fallen?" "Oh, I just transported them away from the forest. Not to worry, Gremory-chan, they're still alive," Naruto replied happily to Rias.
"Why did you stop me from killing them? What right did you have to interfere?" Rias demanded, unhappy that she had nothing to truly show from her first life and death fight.
"And what makes you think that they are alive now, Gremory-chan? It's just easier my way. Let's just say this way it will save poor Akino from having to clear up your mess," Naruto replied, before adopting a kindly smile on his face. "Besides, can you truly admit to me right here and now that you were willing to murder 3 people? Could your conscience really take it? I didn't want you to be burdened at such a young age with the knowledge that you have killed." "Yes, well, they were enemy fallen angels in my territory. It is my right to kill them, and I will have to get my hands dirty sometime," Rias replied, pushing away her tiredness as she squared up to Naruto, before stopping and taking a step back. "Though I suppose looking back on it, that you were only trying to look out for me, which I truly am grateful for." "So Naruto-kun, what did you do to them? Something painful, I hope?" Akino spoke up with delight as she imagined the pain and agony they must have felt. "It might be better if you don't know, Akino," Naruto replied with finality, not wanting to go into any more detail. "Let's just say they won't be bothering you again." "Well, they probably won't," he thought. Standing up straight and throwing both arms around the 2 girls' shoulders, Naruto guided them in the direction of the church. "Come on then, you two, might as well see how the rest of the troops are faring." In the abandoned church, "And this one is for Asia," Issei screamed out in rage as he landed a devastating punch on the final fallen angel of the quartet. Said fallen angel had a look of absolute shock on her face before she was sent flying through one of the church windows by the punch.
"That felt good," Issei muttered before staggering back, about to collapse from both exhaustion and pain as the 2 wounds in his legs finally caused them to give way. However, before he hit the ground he was caught by his fellow peerage member Yuto Kiba. Kiba threw Issei's arm over his shoulder as he helped to steady Issei, stopping him from falling to the ground. "Look at you, handling that on your own," Kiba said to Issei in an impressed tone as he helped him to find his feet. "Yeah, thanks. What held you up?" Issei replied back tiredly as he clung on to Kiba. "I was instructed to stay back. Rias orders, sorry," Kiba answered calmly, not a trace of guilt on his face, as he was only following orders. "Seriously?" Issei asked while his face took on a surprised expression. "Seriously," Rias answered, making Issei turn around in surprise to see her leaning slightly tiredly on the wall a few meters away from him, the familiar forms of Uzumaki Naruto and Himejima Akino standing nearby. "I believed in you, I knew you would defeat her," she finished in a warm tone, a smile making its way onto her face as she spoke. "You did?" Issei asked in surprise, still looking at her in shock, though there was a slight blush creeping up his face as he heard her words. "Once our business was finished," she said, gesturing to Akino and Naruto who were standing beside her, with Naruto giving Issei an interested look, as he took in the boy's now revealed sacred gear. "We made our way to the basement and arrived just in time to see Kiba and Kaneko having a free-for-all with a bunch of stray exorcists. Once that was taken care of, we made our way up here and saw you fighting the fallen angel," she explained. "What's he doing here?" Issei asked in confusion, looking towards Naruto. Issei was slightly confused as the last time he spoke to Naruto he seemed to have no idea about the supernatural. He was, as far as Issei was concerned, just a normal, if somewhat annoying new student. "That can be explained later," let's just say he is just giving us a hand, just in case we needed backup. But anyway, I believe we have some business to attend to," she told him as Kaneko returned through the front door of the church with the body of the fallen angel Rainier dragging after her. "Did someone order this?" Kaneko asked in a monotone voice as she just overwalked towards Rias and simply dropped the fallen angel at her feet, maintaining her usual stoic look.
"You must be Rainier. I am Rias Gremory, also known as the next heir to the noble house of Gremory," Rias announced in a proud voice. "It's wonderful to meet you. What a shame we don't have time to chat. It's time for you to join your friends." As she finished talking, Rias started to release some of the power she had recovered, giving her voluptuous form an ominous red glow as she looked down at the fallen angel before her. The fallen angel, now known as Rainier, adopted a look of horror on her face as she looked up at Rias. That was before she scanned the rest of the room and found her eyes briefly resting on Naruto, who simply gave her a reassuring smile and a wink, as he eyed up her rather revealing outfit. "Your friends tried to stop us, I am afraid. We did warn them that it wasn't a very good idea, but they insisted, and well, unfortunately they learned that it was a bad idea the hard way. There was nothing left of them in the end,"
Rias explained, still releasing her power as she looked down upon the fallen. A blank look made its way onto Rainier's face. If there was nothing left of them, did that mean they were dead or still alive? Whatever it meant, it could be that she was going to be getting out of this alive.
"Why would the heiress of Gremory dare such a thing?" Rainier asked, deciding to trust the blonde when he said he would protect them, constantly telling herself that she was going to be making it out of this alive.
"I am completely justified in my actions, don't you think? You dare come into my territory and attack members from my household? I think the better question here is why you dared to do something so stupid." Rias snapped at the fallen angel, a glare making its way onto her face, flaring her power even more.
Deciding to go for broke just in case Naruto wasn't going to come through for her, Rainier once again took on the guise of Yuma Amano, pink blouse and short skirt included. Putting a fearfully teary look on her face as she did so, she turned her attention to Issei, the obvious weak link in the group before her. "Aiz-kun. Please," she gasped out in a soft and innocent voice, making Naruto stifle a chuckle and Issei spin around in shock. "I'm sorry, I know I said some mean things to you, but I didn't have a choice. I had to fulfill my role as a fallen angel. Please, you have to believe me, Aiz-kun," she pleaded as some of the tears started to well up in her eyes. "Why, Yuma?" Issei said before a pained expression crossed his face and his fists clenched. "I mean, if I really didn't care, would I still be wearing your gift?" Rainier asked, working the innocent angle as much as she could, while gesturing to the pink scrunchie that was still on her arm. Please don't tell me you forgot why you bought it for me, remember?" Now the tears were freely running down her face. "Don't you remember?" Issei recoiled in shock before frowning. "Why do you still have that?" he demanded.
"How could I possibly get rid of this? It reminds me of," she started in a soft voice before stopping as Rias released a blast of destructive energy right in front of her.
"Don't you dare taunt my pawn, fallen angel," Rias growled out, barely containing her anger as her aura of power increased.
"Ha, and what are you going to do, kill me?" Rainier sneered back at the Gremory, giving up on the innocent act as she started to slowly make her way back to her feet. If this was her time, then she would go down fighting, not cowering like a little girl.
"Well, yes, actually, that is exactly what I am going to do," Rias replied, before summoning up her power of destruction in her hand, creating an orb of blackish red energy, preparing it to unleash her wrath on the fallen as she did so. Before she could, however, the shadows in the room came to life, before once more shooting towards her target, binding the shocked Rainier as soon as they reached her. Before dragging her into the shadows, which started to absorb her, even as she struggled in vain to break free, before she was suddenly gone. In the place where she previously was, there was nothing but cold stone floor. "What happened? Is she dead?" Issei asked into the silence that now pervaded the room. "No, Issei, not dead, just gone. Irretrievably lost in the dimensional void, probably never to see the light of day again." Naruto spoke up cheerfully, lying through his teeth as he told Issei her fate. Hopefully that will keep them from pestering him. "How dare you do that? Bring her back here at once. She still has the Twilight Healing Sacred Gear," Rias shouted as she spun around and glared ferociously at the silver-haired man. "Sorry, princess, no can do. Once something is in the void, there is no getting it back. I am afraid you are going to have to reincarnate that poor little nun without her sacred gear," Naruto replied, forcing an apologetic look on his face, whilst inside he was cheering. "That will teach the damn brat to try and manipulate him." You do intend to reincarnate her, don't you, Gremory-chan? I mean, you did tell me you were going to, and the girl does mean so much to Issei-kun," Naruto asked innocently as he cut Rias off. "Time to go Serafall on her ass." "Well, what are you saying? Of course Bucko is going to reincarnate Asia-chan. Bucko is too kind to let Asia-chan just die." Issei shouted as he glared at Naruto for even suggesting Asia might not be reincarnated, before turning to the unreadable Rias. Aren't you bucko? I mean you save people, like you did with me and probably the rest of the peerage? As Issei said that everyone's attention went to the silent Rias. Oh of course I am going to save Asia. I mean why wouldn't I, just because she doesn't have a sacred gear anymore. No, the House of Grammary stands for more than power, of course I will save Asia. Rias finally replied, caving into the questioning stares of her peerage and Naruto. Issei's eyes widened in realization that yes, Asia was going to be okay, she wouldn't die here in this church. So obvious was his joy and happiness when he heard that even Naruto couldn't help but let out a small genuine smile. So Asia-chan is going to be like me, a devil in your peerage? Issei started to ask, the happiness in his voice contagious as all the other members of the peerage started smiling a bit as they heard they were going to have a new family member. Although Akeno, despite her smile, was slightly anxious, this was a piece Rias couldn't afford to waste. She needed powerful servants and fast. The girl, no matter how nice she may be, isn't strong enough without her sacred gear to help Rias in the short term. As she thought this, she sent a slightly suspicious look at the handsome silver-haired man who was standing at the back of the group. Did he do this on purpose? Is it some form of punishment on Rias or something else? Whatever it was, she would have to find out. Yes, it does. Rias answered Issei's question with a slightly strained smile on her face, taking out a bishop piece as she did so. She then knelt down, soon joined by Issei, who started to clutch the rapidly failing blonde nun in his arms. She placed her glowing red bishop piece on the girl's chest before standing back to her feet and holding out her hand. I command thee, Asia Argento, on my name Rias Grammary, become my eternal servant and walk these lands as a devil. Thou shalt lead a new life as a servant under the House of Grammary and as a member of my peerage. It was the day after the confrontation with the fallen at the abandoned church, and Naruto was strolling through the school headed in the direction of the student council room. Despite it having only barely been a day since the business in the abandoned church, the reaction to the little throwdown was already quite obvious. Members of both the Grammary and Sea-Tree peerages had been a lot more active recently. As he was walking down the corridor, he could already sense the two devils who were subtly trying to tail him. One was the Nekosho, a second-year student in the Rook of Rias Grammary 1 Taju Kaneko. The young girl seemed to be trailing behind him, suppressing her presence as she kept an eye on him. Looks like Rias has learned her lesson about underestimating unknowns and has decided to spy on him to get a better picture of who she is dealing with. His other follower was a short, petite girl with brown hair and long twin ponytails and green eyes. From what he could remember, she was one of Sona's pawns. He could remember meeting her once a few months ago, just after Sona reincarnated her. Naruto let out a sigh as he continued walking. This was going to get very annoying if it persisted. The Grammary clearly wanted to know who he was and what he could do. After all, it isn't every day she meets someone who can control shadows. As for Sona, well, Sona may love him like her brother, but that did not mean she would trust him as far as she could throw him. She had some inkling into who he was and what he can do, so as long as he is in her school she will have him watched. It was cute, really. What is more is that Sona must have heard that something big had gone down in her territory and was probably working overtime to work out what it was that had happened. Now he could leave her to struggle, or he could help her out. That was why he was heading towards the student council room now. As much as he would find Sona floundering funny, he knew he should help her out, because for all his teasing he did actually care for her just as much as he cared for Seraphol and his peerage. Besides, if he didn't tell her what happened, then she would just make conclusion from whatever Rias has probably told her. Yeah, best not to let that happen. What with Rias not being best pleased with him at the moment. Unfortunately, he had to wait for classes to be over before he could meet with Sona, an unfortunate side effect of being back at school. Damn it, why on earth did he choose to be a student again? Oh yeah, less work than being a teacher. Luckily though, with it being the end of the day, the corridors of the main school building were practically empty, with only a few other students wandering around, making his journey much quicker.
When he finally arrived at the student council room, still being followed by his two tails, he simply threw the doors open and entered the room. No point in waiting, besides he may get lucky and catch her doing something embarrassing. Upon entering the room, he noticed that Sona was the only person in the room. She was obviously forewarned of his coming by his little follower. As he entered, he could see Sona was sitting behind her desk, surrounded by the paperwork that she was working on. As Naruto entered the room, Sona looked up and watched him curiously as he approached her position, before he pulled out the chair in front of her desk and collapsed into it with a sigh. Good afternoon, So-tan. Been having a nice day? He greeted cheerfully, eyes twinkling as he saw the stern expression she pinned him with. Naruto-sama, how good of you to drop in. Hopefully you can shed some light on some of the interesting things I have been hearing? She replied, ignoring his question as she demanded an answer from him in the most polite way she could manage. Oh, you heard about that, did you? Well, you don't have to worry, I will tell you all. Though first, if I can ask, what have you been told about what happened last night?
Naruto asked with a smile on his face. Well, from the little Rias-chan has told me, Rias and her peerage attacked a fallen outpost last night and wiped them out. She replied sternly. Rias also said that the reason for attacking the fallen angels was because they had kidnapped one of her new peerage members, one Asia Argento. Apparently they kidnapped her to perform some sort of ritual that stripped her of her sacred gear. Well, you seem to have the gist of it. Rias asked me for help just in case they needed it. I agreed and provided some assistance with the cleanup. I doubt there will be much fallout from this. After all, the fallen cell was both hostile and, from what I had gathered, rogue. Nothing for you to be worrying about. Naruto replied.
I still should have been informed. This happened in my territory. The next time something like this happens, I would request that you inform me and not just run off to who knows where with Rias-chan.
Also Tan, it sounds like you're jealous that Rias and me went on an adventure together. You know, if you want to spend more time with me, you just have to ask. Naruto spoke up with a smile. No, I don't mean it like that, and you know it. Sona responded, flushing slightly red as she did so. Whatever you say. Ignoring him, Sona once again set her face in a stern scowl as looked at Naruto. There was one other thing Rias mentioned. She mentioned that during your cleanup, you destroyed a powerful sacred gear belonging to one of her pieces by accident. At his look of innocence as Sona decided to continue. Nothing you do is an accident. What I want to know is why you purposefully destroyed Twilight Healing, especially since you knew doing so would weaken Rias's peerage. You know what is coming. Why did you do it? I think Rias has led you to the wrong conclusion here, Sona. Asia Argento did not become a member of Rias's peerage until after the Fallen were neutralized. She only told you that she did to cover her ass in case there was some fallout from the incident. Naruto spoke up, gaining a serious look as he heard Sona's accusations. As for why I did it, I honestly didn't know what the sacred gear was. I knew the Fallen had it, but not what it was. If I had known, I might have let the Asia girl keep it, but as it was, Rias was trying to manipulate me, and I don't appreciate that. I only allow you to because of Seraphol. So I suppose me destroying the sacred gear was to punish her and also teach her a lesson, that power is not everything. It is the bonds that we make with our friends and comrades that make us strong. By reincarnating the nun, I am hoping that Rias will see that just because someone is weak in the beginning doesn't mean that they will stay that way. Bullshit, was Sona's eloquent reply. You may actually believe that, but that is not why you did it. You did it to teach her not to mess with you. Those other things you said, you just thought of those lessons now. Just because I thought of them now doesn't mean they're not true, Sona-chan. Naruto responded smugly, before trying to change the subject. Anyway, what are you working on at the moment? Surely that paperwork isn't all to do with this incident. Looking at the piles of paperwork covering her desk, Sona accepted the change in conversation, knowing that there would be no point in trying otherwise, not against Naruto, who was as stubborn as possible. What I am doing is preparing for the Young Devils gathering. It will be taking place soon, and I want to be as prepared for it as possible. I have already made a list of all the possible contenders, as well as the strategies I would use to defeat them. She answered while moving papers into different piles, deciding that she could multitask, now that most of her questions had been answered. That's the event where you declare your future ambitions to the Mao and the Devil Elders, isn't it? Naruto asked, remembering when Seraphol had dragged him to see one of them. He remembered because she had won a bet the day before, the forfeit being that he had to transform himself into a busty blonde bombshell and spend most of the day flirting with whoever Seraphol wanted him to. He still got chills when he remembered all those male devils hitting on him. Unsurprisingly, he had made no similar bets since. Yes, that is correct. Sona replied absently as she tried to remember all the members of Sikvera Agara's peerage. So what is your ambition then, Tan? He asked her, genuinely curious as to what her answer would be. He already knew Seraphol's ambition was to be the most magical girl in the world, as well as creating an eternally lasting peace between the three biblical nations. It would be interesting to see what Sona's ambition would be. Sona hesitated for a moment. Naruto had been that a naughty older brother figure for her since she had been born. Sure, sometimes she didn't like or trust him, but she never stopped loving him and she never stopped trying to make him proud. So would he be proud of her if he heard of her ambition? She just didn't know. Taking a deep breath, she drew on all her courage and began explaining her dream to Naruto, hoping against hope that he wouldn't be disappointed in her. Well, I suppose my ambition is to open a school in the underworld, a school to teach devils about the raiding games. Sona said, wincing slightly when his face went blank. I thought there already was a place like that though. You went there for a few years before you joined Kuo Academy, if I remember right. Naruto asked her, slightly confused as to what she was getting at. Yes, you're right, there is a school like that. However, that school is only available to pureblood devils, Sona replied, trying to explain what she meant. What I want is to open a school that is available to all classes of devil. That way it won't just be high-class devils that have the knowledge, but also reincarnated devils as well. Naruto smiled a bit as he listened to her passionately talk about her dream, her eyes gaining a steely look to them as she explained it. Truly her and her sister are more alike than either of them actually knew. The way I see it is, if reincarnated devils have a place where they can learn about the history of raiding games and devils, along with the strategies and tactics involved in raiding games, then they will be more useful to their king, as they would be able to help the king in devising the plans.
It will also set them up for later in life when they become powerful enough to have their own peerages. At the moment there are barely a couple of dozen reincarnated devils who have peerages, with you being one of them.
Compared to the amount of pureblood devils who have them, there is a great imbalance between purebloods and the reincarnated, and my dream is to correct this imbalance, with the school being the first step on the path to reaching my goal. She continued. It has always been a passion of mine. It is even the reason why I came to Kuo. I wanted to experience a place like this so that I knew what it was like to attend a normal human school, so I could properly understand my peerage members. After she had finished explaining her dreams to Naruto, she paused for a moment and a look of doubt crossed her face. But despite it being my dream, there is a part of me that doubts if it will ever become a reality. We devils are a long-lived race and so are slow to change. This has been made worse by the fact so many of the older generations want stability and control. It is because of that they fear any true change to devil society, as that may endanger the balance of power in the underworld. Sona finished a resigned look on her face, almost as if she was close to giving up on her dream before it had even begun. I can understand why you would doubt yourself, Sona, Naruto said in a serious tone of voice, getting Sona's attention immediately. There are many devils that will look down up on your dream, especially those decrepit, useless elders. They look down on reincarnated devils as a means to an end, a temporary solution until they can get pureblood devil numbers back up. No doubt they are already making contingency plans to neutralize the reincarnated devils if they ever get powerful enough to threaten their positions of power. I myself and my peerage am an exception to the rule. The fact that I am so powerful and well connected, and that I can change my appearance, name and identity so much makes me an impossible person to predict or plan for, which is one of the reasons why my existence as Seraphal's queen is kept relatively quiet. I pose a threat, a possible rallying point for the ever-growing number of reincarnated devils in the underworld, and that terrifies them. Unfortunately, other reincarnated devils do not possess either my power or skill. That is why I believe your dream to be admirable, Naruto stated, causing Sona to look up at him in surprise, probably expecting him to tell her it was foolish. Take it from one who knows Sona. No matter how wild or how unbelievable your dream may appear, if you stick at it and never stop trying to achieve your dream, then you will succeed. I am proud of you, Sona. As he finished his little speech to Sona, he couldn't suppress the large smile that made its way onto his face as he saw Sona's face lighten up and a brilliant smile appear on her usually serious face, even as tears seemed to form at the corner of her eyes. As he saw this, Naruto just couldn't help himself. The nostalgia he was feeling was too much. You better believe it, Sona, Dabbeo. Sona couldn't help but let out a giggle at his corny words, knowing he wouldn't normally say something like that. So Naruto-kun, what is your life's ambition? Sona asked happily, quite curious as to what his dream may be. She had heard him justify his past actions in the human world with a number of reasons, but now she was just curious what his main ambition in life is. What has he truly been striving for thousands of years?
Naruto was quiet for a moment, considering how best to answer her question.
My ambition, my dream, I suppose, is peace. Not just temporary peace, but a long-lasting one, a lasting peace for both mortals and immortals alike, one that lasts an eternity. He finally answered with a smile on his face. Hearing his dream, Sona couldn't help but smile. There was a reason Naruto got on with her sister so well, despite her craziness. It was because deep down they were very similar people. Later that night, they were in a mansion-like house. The house was finely furnished with expensive-looking paintings and furniture. However, it seemed wrong. The house didn't really have any identity. There were no pictures of friends or family, no signs of anyone actually living here. Rainare sighed as she lounged on the comfortable leather sofa in the living room of the house. She had woken up here yesterday, just sprawled on the floor, alongside Donaseek, Middle and Calawarner. Ever since they had woken up, they had been looking around trying to work out where they were. However, upon further investigation they found that they could not leave the house. They were trapped here, until whoever took them came back. Not that it was any real mystery as to who their kidnapper was after all. All four of their memories ended with each of them on the verge of being killed, before they were enveloped in shadows and woke up here. And the only person they knew who could do something like that was their mysterious new employer, Naruto. Rainare was more than confident that the house they were in belonged to him. I am glad to see you are all making yourselves at home. A voice suddenly spoke up, instantly getting the attention of the four fallen, who were all casually lounging just around the room. Upon turning, the four fallen saw Naruto in all his glory leaning against the door, a slight smile on his face. So how are you all feeling after your little near-death experience last night? Naruto-sama, how wonderful it is to see you. You have our eternal thanks for your intervention on our behalf. Donasek spoke up, giving a respectful bow as he did so. Well, I did promise you, didn't I? So don't worry about it. Yes, well, we are still grateful. If I may ask, what is the plan now we have failed? Asked Rainare respectfully, a slight gleam in her eye as she took in Naruto's form. Well, Naruto said, gesturing to all four fallen as he did so, you're all still useful to me even if you can't stay here in Kuo. So with that in mind, I want to offer you all a chance to become servants in a second peerage of sorts, as I have used up all of my evil pieces. At that the fallen angels all recoiled in horror and surprise upon hearing his offer. The fallen angels clearly didn't seem too pleased by his offer, and as if to back that up, Middle quickly snapped, hell no. Naruto just shrugged at that before informing them nonchalantly, too bad. You four are already my servants. I just thought I would offer you a bit of power, but if you don't want it I will not argue with you. Just a pity you won't even consider the idea. The fallen angels now looked at each other. Each one was weighing up his offer of power in return for becoming his permanent servants. Middle finally declared loudly, I am not becoming a devil. There is no way I would lower myself to that, no offense. Well, for once I agree with Middle. I'm not going to become a devil either. Calawarner also spoke up stubbornly. Ah, I see you misunderstand me. I am not offering to make you devils. No, I am just offering you power in return to being bound to me permanently. You would still be fallen angels and retain your free will. Naruto replied, trying to make them understand what he was offering. As I said, I have used up all my evil pieces, and so have no way to turn you into devils. Not that I would, of course, well, at least not without your permission. What power do you mean to give us, and what would being bound to you mean? Rainare asked, deciding to keep a cool head and get some answers before making a decision. Well, I would put a complex sealing matrix on each of you. It is a heavily modified version of an already existing seal, the Cursed Seal of Heaven.
What my seal would do to you is create artificial chakra pathways in your body. However, you don't have chakra, meaning that the chakra pathways would be useless. That is where the other part of my seal comes in. The seal will absorb natural energy from the surrounding area and channel that natural energy into your empty chakra pathways. Naruto replied, gaining a smile at the looks of surprise and shock on their faces. You're going to give us the ability to use senjutsu? Won't that turn us insane? Rainare cried in shock. No, it won't turn you insane, nor will the seal give you proper senjutsu. It will give you more of a bastardized version. The negative effects from senjutsu only happen when you don't balance the natural energy you are absorbing with your chakra. Since you don't have chakra, you can't use that version of senjutsu. Know what will happen with you is the natural energy will flow through your artificial pathways before being released. As it does this, it will release some ambient energy into your bodies. Your bodies will absorb this ambient energy, and when it does this, the energy will make you stronger, faster and more durable. Another side effect is that it will make your magic stronger. Sounds good, doesn't it? Naruto replied. Yes, too good. What are the drawbacks of this power? For all power has a cost? Rainare asked on behalf of the group. The drawback of this is that it doesn't allow you to use proper senjutsu, that is it. Naruto replied, pleased that they seemed to be coming round to the idea. All the members of my peerage have the seal, though with them the benefit of the seal is less the increased physical attributes, and instead more the increased resistance to light and holy magic. And being bound to you? Rainare asked, slightly shocked, as she heard what the seal can do for devils, though still slightly suspicious. Well, let's just say it is an updated version of my last seal, binding you loyalty to me and me alone. I won't go into details, but just trust me when I say it won't strip you of your free will. Naruto responded. So what do you say? Occult Research Club, Bucko, are you in here? Akeno called out as she slowly opened the door to the club room. She got her answer quickly, as when she entered she saw Rias at her desk slumped over, her face planted on her desk and an aura of misery and depression surrounding her. Akeno blinked in surprise at the sight. What could have happened? Rias only last night had been perfectly fine. What could have happened in the space of one night to make the usually happy and confident Rias so miserable? Moving forward, Akeno gently touched Rias' shoulder before asking, Rias-chan, are you okay? What has happened? No, Akeno, I'm not okay. GRAYFIA was here last night, came Rias' muffled reply. What? Akeno asked in shock and dismay, but I thought you had more time. You heard me, Rias moaned before raising her head and looking Akeno in the eye. The Phoenix have pushed the date forward. When is it happening? Akeno asked softly, looking at Rias' tearful face in concern. Riser is coming for a meeting today. At that Akeno winced. Rias wasn't in a strong enough position to save herself at the moment. Is there no way out of it? I've already tried everything, including try to lose my virginity to Issei last night. No, the only chance I have is to try and convince Riser not to do it, but I don't think that will happen. Rias replied, a single solitary tear trickling down her face as she realized she wasn't going to be getting out of this engagement. Well, we will just have to wait for the meeting, maybe an opportunity will present itself, was Akino's response as she walked around the desk and embraced Rias, a sad look spreading across her face as Rias cried into her shoulder, letting out all her pent-up misery and fear for the future.
Well, isn't this cheerful? Naruto announced as he walked through the doors of the Occult Research Club, his hands in his pocket and a skip in his step. He immediately came to a stop as he felt the atmosphere in the room hit him, pausing so as to scan the room. Naruto took into account the presence of Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Issei and Kaneko. It seemed the whole gang was already there save of course for Asia, who no doubt was still adapting to being a devil. But it was not them that gave the silver-haired man pause. No, it was the presence of another person in the room.
Naruto immediately identified her as the one with incredible power, easily dwarfing those around her with the sheer density and size of her presence. He scanned her casually, a slight smile forming on his face as he did so. The woman was extremely beautiful, there was no doubt about that. She was a woman who appeared to be in her early 20s. She had silver hair that had 2 small braids in front and 2 larger braids doing down her back. Her eyes were a sparkling gray color, matching her hair. Funnily enough, she appeared to be wearing a maid outfit. It took Naruto no time at all to recognize the striking woman in front of him. Even if his senses were dulled by him suppressing his own power, he would not have needed them anyway. After all, he knew GRAYFIA Lucifuge of old. In fact, he knew her intimately. Turning his eyes away from her, Naruto looked around at all the others present. Rias had a grim face, her crimson red hair shadowing her face slightly. She was also avoiding looking at Naruto in the eyes. Akeno had her customary smile in place, but it seemed slightly strained and she was giving out a cold feeling. Kaneko was sitting quietly in the corner, obviously not wanting to draw attention to herself. Kiba was casually leaning against the desk in the room, his face emotionless. In fact, it was Issei who was sitting on the sofa, who was the most expressive, the brown-haired boy having an air of nervousness and confusion as he sat there uncomfortably in the uneasy silence. Overall, the room was unusually tense. Naruto, however, ignored all the eyes now focused upon him and instead sat down in one of the free armchairs with a smile and a wink to the surprised GRAYFIA, totally unaffected by the atmosphere of the room. Speaking of the maid, she was staring at him, her eyes fixed on him with such intensity it even unnerved him a bit. Yes, it was safe to say she was surprised. Whether or not that was good or bad was yet to be seen. Eventually Rias finally broke the silence his entrance had caused by finally turning to look at him and asking, "I'm sorry, Naruto-san, but could I ask why you are here? You may not have noticed, but we are actually quite busy at the moment and in no need of being disturbed." Naruto. GRAYFIA thought in surprise as she stared at the striking being in front of her. What the hell is he doing here? What is he up to? He would not be here without a good reason. "I'm here as a favor to a good friend of mine. She is quite busy at the moment fulfilling her many duties and has asked me to stand in on her behalf. I hope I didn't miss anything important," Naruto said cryptically before standing once more and moving to the side of the room and leaning against the windowsill out of the way. "I'm sorry, but Rias-sama is indeed correct. This is a private matter. I must ask you to leave," GRAYFIA said in her usual emotionless tone, her well-controlled emotions covering the worry she was actually feeling. Naruto's presence here meant trouble. She didn't know what, but something bad was going to happen, and it was no doubt going to be due to him. After all, for all the years she had known Naruto, or as he is more commonly known by many in the underworld, Behemoth, the king of the earth, was that he liked causing mischief wherever he went, whether it be harmless pranks or unadulterated chaos and destruction. He was always the cause. "Who is this friend you are standing in for, and what right do they have to interfere?" Rias interrupted, sending the blonde a suspicious look while he just smiled pleasantly back at her. GRAYFIA seemed hesitant in answering Rias's question, but after a few moments decided to give a half-truth. "If Naruto-san is here for who I think he is, then he does have a right, no matter how tenuous, to sit in on this meeting." "What, GRAYFIA, do you know who this person is?" Rias spoke up as the rest of her peerage looked on in surprise at the proceedings. "Of course she does, princess. Me and GRAYFIA go way back. In fact, we used to fuck." Naruto spoke up happily, his statement causing a wide array of reactions as Kiba spat out the tea he had been drinking and started noisily spluttering as he tried to regain his bearings. Kaneko just stared, a flicker of shock passing through her eyes, dull golden eyes. Akeno surprisingly blushed bright red at the crassness of what he said before gaining a devious smirk as she sultrily licked her lips and looked between the two almost hungrily. Rias, however, she almost fell off her seat in shock as she stared aghast at GRAYFIA, the wife of her brother Seer's ex-Lucifer. GRAYFIA just glared coldly at Naruto, though there was a hint of pink on her cheeks. As for Issei, what are you tell me this pretty boy hooked up with a hot piece of maid fetish, eye candy like her? Why, Why is the world so unfair to allow that silver-haired bastard access to such magnificent opai like those and me noble young me nothing? Issei cried out as he collapsed onto the floor and embarrassingly enough started almost crying in outrage.
GRAYFIA-chan, did you cheat on my brother? When was this? How could you betray our family like this? Rias started, her face getting redder and her eyes flashing dangerously as she rounded on the maid who was many times older, more powerful and much more dangerous than Rias was. Rias-sama, stop. GRAYFIA finally spoke of cutting off the upset redhead with those two sharply spoken words. What happened between me and Naruto happened long ago, back before I had even met Searsex, back before the war even began. I was a young and impressionable devil, and he was an incredibly powerful being. It was a passing fling, nothing more. I found his power attractive, so I took him. That is all, it was finished long ago. GRAYFIA continued sternly before her eyes flashed back to Naruto, a hint of deadly warning in them. It was ancient history and Naruto-san should know better than to bring it up. No doubt he was just being his usual juvenile self and trying to cause trouble. Ha ha ha, sorry Gray-chan. I couldn't resist, especially when you were acting so calm and proper, as if you had never even met me. Naruto laughed as he ran his hand through his silver locks and flashed a cheeky wink to Akano, who let out a slight giggle. Very well then, let us move on and begin. GRAYFIA started, deciding that ignoring Naruto was no doubt the best policy. That was before she was interrupted once again. Her face returning to being as stoic as it was before Naruto's outburst, she let out a small sigh of annoyance and decided to wait. The temperature in the room suddenly skyrocketed, causing everyone other than Naruto, GRAYFIA and Rias to a lesser extent to start sweating and breathing slightly heavier. A large orange magic circle with the shape of a phoenix appeared in the middle of the room, the circle releasing large amounts of heat and power. That was before the magic circle burst into flashy and over-the-top flames, causing those closest to it to flinch away to avoid being burned by the flames. When the fire finally died down, two figures emerged.
What is that vile smell? How devils can live in such a realm is beyond my understanding. The arrogant voice of a male spoke out, disdain wafting off of his words as he looked around the room almost contemptuously. The voice belonged to a handsome young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He had longish blonde hair with dark blue eyes. His outfit consisted of a smartly tailored red blazer with gold embroidery over a crisp white dress shirt, with the same red-colored dress pants. The top few buttons of his shirt were left undone, revealing some of his toned bare chest. Riser has arrived. It has been a while since he has been to the human world, and it looks like he hasn't missed much, the newly named Riser said before he turned towards the occupants of the room and gave a mock bow towards Rias and her peerage. I've come all the way to see you, my beloved Rias. Who the hell is this? Issei asked indignantly. Riser seemingly ignored Issei's words while he continued to eye Rias with an almost predatory glance.
This gentleman is Riser Phoenix-sama, a pure-blooded devil of noble birth and third heir in line to the House of Phoenix. GRAYFIA explained, stepping forward from the desk which Rias was still behind. From his spot against the windowsill, Naruto had an amused expression on his face. He always enjoyed watching the arrogance of devils, those who thought themselves so mighty, but were actually so small in the grand scheme of things. He is also the fiancé to the next head of the House of Gremory. Rias-sama, GRAYFIA continued blandly as she sent a slight wave of her icy powers cooling the air back to room temperature. What? Issei screamed out in shock as he finally registered the maid's words before he rather dramatically fainted. A few minutes later, a heavily embarrassed Rias was sitting on one of the couches in the occult research cub room with Akano at her side. After regaining consciousness, Issei moved next to Asia, while Kaneko and Kiba were leaning against the wall behind their king. Naruto was still casually leaning against the windowsill humming what sounded like The Ring of Fire to himself, completely unnoticed by the new occupants of the room. Riser had moved to sit on the couch opposite Rias and Akano, and was followed by the other person who arrived with him. He had originally attempted to sit next to Rias so he could get a bit more one-on-one contact with her, but Rias's queen had been very overly protective and had subtly blocked all his attempts. This had led to him and his companion sitting where they were. His companion was a beautiful young girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her long blonde hair was tied back into twin tails with large, drill-like curls held together by blue ribbons. She was wearing a long pink dress with white frills and a magenta bow at the front. She wore the dress and held herself with an air of proper nobility, something that Issei seemed to pick up on as he stared at the girl in his usual creepy manner. Rias' eyes were hidden behind her hair and she was taking deep breaths to keep herself calm. I have no intention of marrying you, Riser, ever, Rias said in a calm tone. But my darling. Riser started in a condescending tone. Riser believes that your family's circumstances are still such that you cannot afford to be so selfish. We must after all look after the interest of the declining pure-blood devil populations.
I will not bring my family to ruin. But neither will I marry you. Rias snapped back immediately. It will not happen, I refuse.
You must remember, Rias, it is imperative for devils like us to maintain pure bloodlines. He started arrogantly before being interrupted by the sound of someone scoffing. Riser's eyes snapped in Naruto's direction and his face adopted a furious expression as he finally took in the appearance of the imposing strangers, his golden eyes seemingly glowing as Riser met them with his own furious gaze. You dare interrupt me when I am talking? Who do you think you are, filth? He spat, earning a glare from Rias and her peerage. Naruto stood forward to introduce himself with an overly elaborate and pompous bow. My name is Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. He said simply, not bothering to show any respect to his supposed better. Riser eyed Naruto with disgust, seeing his bow for the mockery it was. Low-class trash. Your power is so low that I could easily mistake you for a pathetic human. Naruto ignored the seething Riser, and instead focused his eyes on the young girl sitting next to him. The girl noticed his eyes on her and couldn't help but stare back, slightly confused why he was looking at her like that. What's your name? Naruto asked towards the blonde girl, a look of slight interest passing across his face as he looked. There was something about this girl, something familiar, something about was drawing on his memories. Revel Phoenix. She answered proudly. It's a pleasure to meet you. Naruto replied with a polite bow, before he remembered why she was familiar. Your mother wouldn't happen to be the Lady Layla Phoenix, would it? Tall, blonde and ridiculously hot? What, how dare you talk about my mother like that, you uncouth vermin? Revel fumed, her eyes flashing dangerously as she looked back at the impertinent devil in irritation. A split second later, Naruto was pushed back into the wall with Riser's hand on his throat. His eyes were burning with rage. How dare you interrupt this important meeting when it has nothing to do with you, and on top of that you dare to talk about a member of the noble house of Phoenix and my mother like that? Who the hell do you think you are? Riser snarled. I'm the guy that will crush you like the insignificant bug you are, if you don't remove your hand from me, now. Naruto growled in an icy tone that sent a shiver down everyone's spines, before he was just trying to have a bit of fun, having remembered upon seeing Revel her mother and all the kinky things they had gotten up to over the years, the only reason being the similarities between the two appearances that brought up his amusing memories, nothing more. That was of course before the boy had dared to attack him. Naruto is a nice enough guy occasionally, but he does not tolerate attacks on his person, especially from someone he doesn't know. After a moment Riser regained his confidence and applied more pressure to his grip before scoffing. Idle threats from trash mean nothing to someone like, he started arrogantly. His voice hitched when he felt a burning pain on his arm. Looking down, he saw Naruto's hand gripping his wrist. The hand was encased in silver flames, and everyone could feel the power that it was radiating from him. Riser actually started sweating from the pressure that the power put on him and was shocked when he looked back up to see that the shadows behind Naruto had taken the shape of what looked like 10 tails. Rias and Akeno and the rest of the peerage, upon feeling his power, almost collapsed. This power was beyond anything he had shown them so far. Even though they could still feel the tremendous waves of power and heat being emitted from the silver flames, they could still feel the power radiating off him rising. Interesting. GRAYFIA thought as she watched on stoically, ready to intervene if Naruto went too far. At the moment he was letting off enough power to equal an ultimate class devil, which compared to what she had seen from high before was just a drop in the ocean. Therefore she was happy enough to let events unfold as long as Naruto didn't go over the top. Riser the little shit could do with some humbling anyway, or at least that is what she thought. After a mere 5 seconds the heat and overwhelmingly stifling power was too much for Riser to handle and he leapt back away from the silver-haired devil clutching his arm. The sleeve of his blazer was completely disintegrated from the flame and there was a nasty burn mark on his arm that was healing a lot slower than it should have been. Did he just burn a phoenix? Rias, Akeno, Revel, Kaneko and Kiba thought in shock as they saw the damage he had done. Although Rias also gained a speculative gaze as she looked at Naruto. The room was silent while Riser clutched his injured wrist and glared daggers at Naruto. Naruto for his part was merely giving him a bored look before he spoke up. If you finally feel like behaving, Riser-kun, then we may begin. Oh, and just thought I should mention before you get any petty ideas into your head of making a fuss to Mummy and Daddy. I am a representative and queen of one of the Mao, Seraphal Leviathan, and it is as her representative that I am here, overseeing these negotiations as they are happening in the human world, which is a foreign realm.
As Naruto's words sunken in, to the room a large 2 words were going through several of their minds. Well shit.
No, that is impossible. Riser said as he released his healing arm and leveled a glare at Naruto. Seraphal Leviathan's queen is the behemoth, the king of the earth. A being of godlike power, so well not you.
So quick to assume, aren't you, young Riser? Naruto said with a smile, slightly amused by Riser's clear denial of the situation. You need look no further than GRAYFIA-chan here if you want the truth.
As Naruto said those words, all eyes in the room turned to the gray-haired maid, who in turn gave Naruto a slight glance before she nodded her head. So you're the queen of Seraphal Leviathan, said to be the strongest reincarnated devil of all time? Rias asked shocked, her blue-green eyes wide as she stared at him. That is indeed what they say. Naruto replied simply.
Wait, I don't understand, why is this guy such a big deal? I mean, yeah, he is a queen piece, but so is Akano-senpai. Issei said, speaking up again.
You're mistaken, Issei-kun. Naruto-kun and I may indeed both be queen pieces, but there is no comparison in terms of strength. The behemoth, or well, Naruto is a legend amongst devils, a being so powerful he can crush armies single-handed, cause tsunamis and earthquakes with just a flick of his hand. It was said that so great was his power that he only needed to release it and anything below high-class level would be disintegrated by his mere presence. Akano spoke up, slight shaken up after having found out she was in such proximity to a being like Naruto. He is also supposed to be the first Yukai and the first being to ever to connect to nature. All Yukai and their abilities are said to come from him, the original, the primordial Yukai, the 10-tailed wolf.
Kaneko suddenly interrupted, speaking in her monotone, probably the longest sentence many of them had ever heard her say. More surprising though was the look on her face. Instead of her usual emotionless look, there was a mixture of awe and fear on her face. As she looked upon Naruto, a being whom many Yukai thought of as a primordial entity, the creator of Senjutsu, a person of enormous power. In response, Naruto merely cocked an eye, surprised that the little Nekosho had said so much. Most Yukai were deeply private, especially when it came to talking their culture and beliefs. Therefore he was surprised that she had said so much. Not many devils heard that tale. Not that the Yukai of this day and age knew the whole truth either, but Naruto was allowed some secrets. What? I have never heard that before. Rias said as she looked from Kaneko to Naruto, a gleam of interest in her eye as she did so, interested in the potential use she might get out of Naruto if he complied. Chan, whatever he may be powerful, but he is only a reincarnated devil. Against one of the Mao or an ultimate class pureblood devil he would stand no chance. Riser sneered as he regained his bluster, not noticing when his sister sent him a warning look before she went back to staring at Naruto in fear. I am afraid you are quite incorrect in your assumption, Riser-sama. During the war it was Naruto who slew 3 of the 4 Mao and brutally injured the biblical god, causing him and his angelic army to retreat.
GRAYFIA spoke up, wincing slightly along with all the other devils in the room as she uttered the word god. Deciding that it may help Rias if she scared Riser a bit more, thus putting him further off balance, she decided to continue. And as for the current Mao, no single one would be able to defeat him alone, not even Searsex-sama fully unsealed. No way. Issei shouted as he took several hurried steps away from Naruto, backing away as far as possible. This was followed by both Ravel and Kiba doing the same thing. Yes way, Naruto said again, getting slightly irritated by the conversation. Right, now that we have indeed confirmed my identity, has anyone else got any questions, or can we carry on? As a pale Riser went to open his mouth again, no doubt to spew some more bullshit, Naruto once again flared his power, causing a miniature shockwave to erupt from his person, which caused the floor to tremble and the walls and windows to crack. It also caused all those except GRAYFIA to stumble slightly as the gravity around then seemed to treble momentarily. Unsurprisingly, it also made Riser snap his mouth shut and look away from Naruto, slightly nervous. Great. Now that we have got that out of the way, maybe we can all sit down and continue? Naruto said, all traces of irritation disappearing as he clapped his hands together excitedly. Upon hearing that, all the low-class devils in the room quickly sat down on whatever they could, which led to the amusing sight of Issei trying to sit on nothing but air and falling on his ass.
Whilst that happened, Naruto was watching as Riser sat down on the same couch as Rias and quickly began invading her personal space. He was sitting next to her with an arrogant look on his face while holding her chin up to make her look right into his eyes, muttering something to her as he avoided looking in Naruto's direction. For the final time, Riser, I will not marry you, Rias almost shouted out in an annoyed tone, clearly not following Riser's lead and keeping their conversation quiet. For the final time, Riser bears the reputation of the House of Phoenix, besmirching our good name as unacceptable. He replied threateningly with fire in his eyes, having regained some of his previous arrogance as he got annoyed. Hey! Issei called out from where he was now standing. Riser doesn't care if he has to incinerate everyone in this room. You will return to the underworld with me. Riser growled, not taking his eyes off Rias. GRAYFIA was about to step in to calm things down, but was surprised when the Naruto once again spoke up. That is no way to speak to the woman you intend on marrying now, is it? He asked in a mock tone, a smile playing at his lips, causing Riser to turn towards him, a half glare on his face. Besides, I think I know a way to settle this dispute fairly.
Oh, and what do you suggest, Naruto-sama? Riser said, a hint of mockery in his voice as he couldn't help but scorn Naruto for his reincarnated devil status. A rating game. The silver-haired devil answered simply, the smile on his face unfaltering. You honestly expect this group of newly reincarnated trash to be any match for my peerage? Riser scoffed, earning glared from Rias and her group. Don't underestimate me. Rias growled in annoyance as she tried to look imperiously down on Riser. My darling Rias, I meant no offense, I was simply referring to the gap in experience between us. Riser replied condescendingly. A rating game? Issei asked, wondering what it was as he saw how tense Rias had gotten and the worried look that crossed Akino's face. It's a game that is played by devils with peerages, they compete by making their servants battle, Kiba briefly explained. Is it a battle to death? Issei asked nervously. On the contrary, the game has a system to prevent death from occurring. If a player suffers a fatal injury or passes out, he will be teleported to a medical center to get treatment. Naruto replied to Issei's question, for once not being condescending or sarcastic to the known pervert. So it's safe? Issei asked, still having his doubts. Well, there are a few rare cases when a player can die, Kiba said quietly before looking and seeing that Rias had tensed you even more. Normally only mature devils are allowed to participate, but considering the current situation, this will be regarded as an unofficial rating game. So Rias and her peerage can participate. Of course, that's only if she is willing to accept. GRAYFIA explained to Rias's peerage. If this is the only way, then I accept, also I will win. Rias said with a determined voice as she glared resolutely up at Riser, a fire burning in her eyes. Do you also agree, Riser-sama? GRAYFIA asked the young noble.
Sure, I accept. If you win, Rias, you can do whatever you like. But if I win, you will marry me immediately. Riser said with a rather calm and laid-back voice, not finding any threat in Rias's challenge and not feeling threatened by Naruto since he offered up this solution.
By the way, Rias, are these kids here really all your servants? Riser said after looking at everyone present in the room.
Single quote. Why do you ask? Rias asked, a bit displeased about him talking down about her peerage, but confident in the knowledge that Riser didn't know about Asia, who was currently sleeping off a difficult training session at home. She might not be all that powerful without her sacred gear, but still every little helps and an unknown piece could do a lot of damage, even Asia. Guess this game is gonna be a boring one. Riser laughed arrogantly, taking her answer at face value. I on the other have a whole set, Riser said as he flicked his fingers.
Just then 14 girls of different age, height, color and race appeared from an orange magic circle. Girls. And they're all beauties. This guy. He's just amazing, Issei said while he started crying. Hey, Rias. That servant over there is crying a lot while looking at me, Riser said with a sweat drop on his face. This boy's dream is to have a harem one day, Rias said as she was rubbing her face slightly in embarrassment. How gross, Ravel said as she stood up from the couch and went to join their rest of her brother's peerage. Oh, I see. Little servant, look here, Riser said to Issei while displaying a sick smile. At his signal, one of the girls approached Riser, a tall purple-haired woman with large breasts and very provocative clothing. Then out of nowhere Riser started kissing her and grabbing her breasts, causing her to moan erotically as he shoved his tongue in her mouth. The reactions of the people were ones of either embarrassment or disgust. Or in Naruto's case, nostalgic amusement. He had almost forgotten how funny the posturing of young devils could be. They were still so young and naive, playing their little rating games and thinking of them as true war. How foolish! These children had not seen true war. They had not seen the carnage of battle nor the stench or horror of the aftermath. But maybe that was a good thing that they were allowed to grow up in peace, but it also meant they had no true understanding of what was at stake if the truce between the three factions was to break down. You will never be able to do this, Riser said arrogantly towards Issei, completely unaware of Naruto's thoughts. What the hell are you doing? You're supposed to be Buckow's fiancé and you're fooling around with other girls in front of her, you yakitori bastard, Issei said enraged. He couldn't get a proper girlfriend and this guy who is supposed to be the Rias's fiancé is literally cheating right in front of her. How is that fair? How dare you, you insolent brat. Do you even know who you're talking to? Riser said in rage. I don't care. The only person I listen to is Bucko and only her, Issei declared, his rage reaching its limits. Issei. Rias thought, shocked by his devotion to her. I don't need a fucking game, I'll just beat you all here and now with my boosted gear, Issei said as he activated his sacred gear. The gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor in the hands of mere low-class devil, such a waste, Riser said with disgust as he saw the wasted potential of such a sacred gear in such a weak person's hands. Issei, wait,
Kiba said as Issei started charging towards Riser.
Mira. Riser said uninterested. Yes, master. A small girl with blue hair and light brown eyes said as she stepped forward. She was a pretty girl with her hair styled with 4 short ponytails, with 2 of the 4 pointed up and the remaining 2 pointed down. The front of her hair features split bangs going across her forehead, with side bangs framing her face. Her outfit consisted of a white haori with a red obi, which was worn under a red happy coat. She was wearing bandages on her forearms and shins, and was also wearing black guards over her hands. For footwear, she wore a simple pair of zori. This little girl? Issei said as the girl now blocked his way. The girl however didn't just block his way as she quickly struck Issei in the solar plexus with her staff. Gwa! Issei growled in pain. Do you see now, brat, you're no match even for my weakest servant. Riser said arrogantly, displaying a sick smile as Issei hit the floor hard, gasping and wheezing for breath as he did so. Issei! Rias shouted as she sprang from her sofa and pulled her pawn to her, checking him over as she did so. Kiba and Kaneko both taking up guard positions either side of her as she did so, each one keeping a careful eye on Riser's peerage.
You will pay for this, Riser, I will crush you for this. Rias snapped as she glared at Riser.
Your delusions are rather cute, you know. Though, I hope you do realize that the only reason I actually even accepted the option of a rating game to decide this nonsense is just so I can crush all those petty delusions personally. Riser sneered at the red-haired girl who just glared even harder. Before Riser could enjoy his verbal victory, the air in the room grew incredibly cold as a large amount of icy demonic power was released. The man stiffened when he a cold pricking sensation against the back of his neck. The man's breathing became visible as the air around him became even colder. GRAYFIA-san, if I may ask why the sudden hostility? Riser said as he increased his body temperature to drive off the chill caused by GRAYFIA's magic. GRAYFIA narrowed her eyes slightly in anger as she held her hand up, controlling a blade of ice that had appeared behind Riser's head.
You will cease and desist your antagonizing of Rias-sama and her peerage. I was sent here as a representative of Sears Lucifer in order to find a peaceful resolution to the issue. Therefore there will be no more fighting from either you and your servants or Rias-sama and hers. GRAYFIA said in an icy tone, before she also gave Naruto a warning look as if this was all his fault.
Riser laughed softly at that and released his flushed but now slightly nervous servant, letting her return to the group along with Mira, the other girl. Seeing order was somewhat restored, GRAYFIA released her magic. Say, Rias, didn't you have a bishop? Riser said with a sinister smile.
He is currently unavailable, and won't be able to participate, Rias said with a restrained voice, trying to hide the existence of her other bishop Asia from him.
I see. You know what, I will allow you 10 days to prepare for the raiding game and to train your servants. Might as well make this interesting. Riser smirked. Before Rias could agree, though, Naruto once again made himself known. Pass. This situation is already embarrassing enough without us having to make it last longer. There will be no delay, the raiding game takes place tomorrow. At that, Rias's eyes widened in shock, a look which quickly changed to fear, her having needed that time to have a chance.
GRAYFIA also looked shocked before she narrowed her eyes at Naruto. She knew he did not care about things being embarrassing and was not cruel enough to do something like this for no reason. Which meant he must have a plan of some sort. That only worried her more, though, as Naruto was a dangerous individual even if you knew what he was going to do, more so however if you didn't know. The rest of Rias's peerage also had shocked looks before one or two of them turned to glare at Naruto. Riser however shrugged, it matters not, I will win either way. Good, so it is decided. GRAYFIA-chan will make the preparations and you and Rias-chan will fight your raiding game tomorrow, Naruto said to Riser. The engagement party is scheduled for tomorrow then, I will have the invitations sent out tonight. We will hold the event then, as entertainment for the guests. Riser decided arrogantly as he began to enjoy the rising look of despair on Rias's face. I accept. With everything decided, Riser stood up, with Ravel and his peerage following behind him. He sent one final vicious smirk towards Naruto and the rest of the occupants in the room and then disappeared into the flaming magic circle of the Phoenix House. What a douche, Naruto said before he turned around to the other occupants of the room, noting that some like Rias, Kiba, Akeno and Issei were glaring at him. Why the fuck did you do that? Issei shouted immediately. Because it is my duty as my king's representative to make this as painless as possible, Naruto replied. Now I think it is time for me to leave. I need to tell Seraphol what happened. After all, it is important for her to know. And with that said, a glowing blue crest appeared beneath Naruto's feet and soon he disappeared from the room. Sometime later, oh Sarah-chan, you will ever believe what I have been up to lately? Naruto shouted out as he appeared in Leviathan Mansion in the entrance hall. Oh, do I have a story to tell you and a plan to share? And what a plan it is. Oh really, Naru-tan?
A soft beautiful voice spoke as a gorgeous girl with long, black hair tied into twin tails and twinkling violet eyes walked down the stairs, a sultry smile on her face as she did so. At the same time elsewhere, Sears-sama, we have an issue. GRAYFIA said as she appeared in her husband's office, a look of worry on her face. GRAYFIA-chan, what has happened? Is Rias-chan okay? Has something happened? A handsome crimson-haired man said as he leapt up from where he was seated behind his desk and went to his wife, a concerned look in his eyes.
No, she is fine for the moment, but we have a bigger problem. GRAYFIA said before she caught her husband's eye, trying to convey how serious she was. Behemoth, or as he is calling himself again, Naruto Uzumaki, has reappeared. What? Where is he? Why haven't I been informed? The bastard resurfaced. Sears-X said as a scowl crossed his face before he gave GRAYFIA a slightly suspicious glare. What is he up to this time?
Ignoring her husband's suspicion, the gray-haired maid answered, I am not sure, but I do know he has been in Kuo, and more specifically he has made contact with Rias-sama.
Shit, that fucker, I am going to kill him. Rainier was in a word nervous. She had just received a message from Naruto, her new master, ordering to meet with him at his house in Kuo. And it was this meeting that had Rainier so nervous. For the last week Danasik, Mittelt, Kalawarner and she had been in constant danger. They had, as Naruto had ordered, gone back to Kokabile to report what had happened in Kuo, or at least a heavily doctored version. The report had included her extermination of a weak sacred gear user in the area prior to her targeting Issei. The user she had succeeded in killing was a fat middle-aged man, who had never been in a situation that had caused his sacred gear to reveal itself. Instead, he had lived a perfectly ordinary life under the radar of all the supernatural factions, well, at least until Rainier rammed a light spear through his head. That was where the truth of her report ended, as she was commanded to by Naruto, gave a heavily edited description of the rest of the events in Kuo. This version included not killing Issei or anything to do with the boy, as Naruto did not want details of him released to Kokabile. No doubt the silver-haired devil wanted to use his as a trump card later on. The version also included her fight with the Gremory heiress in her peerage and her friend's subsequent escape. Nothing about Naruto's presence was mentioned, neither was anything about the abilities of the Gremory's peerage. Suffice to say, the meeting with Kokabile had been unpleasant, as she and her friends had been heavily interrogated for days by Kokabile and his minions. No doubt the only reason they survived their failure was due to her success of acquiring the Twilight Healing Sacred Gear. It had been a big help in proving her and her comrades' worth, as she was now the first pureblood fallen angel to ever possess a sacred gear. The ritual she had her friends had created and performed was of their own creation, and the sheer worth of that ritual was enough to keep them safe. That was not to say that the last week had been all bad. Yes, she had been in constant danger as she spied on her former master Kokabile and his operation. But she had also felt the benefits of her new arrangement with Naruto. The seal he had placed on her and the other 3 fallen angels was truly blessing. Within hours of them having it, they felt their strength and power rocket as their bodies started to absorb and adapt to the natural energy Naruto's seal pumped through their bodies. The results were already visible, with Mittelt, Danasik and Kalawarner all now having 2 pairs of wings, a sign that showed the increase in their power and prestige. She, however, had 3 pairs, a jump in power that had never been seen before among the fallen of her generation. Most of the other members of Kokabile's faction and Kokabile himself all agreed that the likely cause of her newfound power was the Twilight Healing Sacred Gear she now possessed. And in a way they were right, it did contribute. Rainier soon arrived at her destination, all previous thoughts gone, as she prepared herself for what was to come. Naruto had been very plain and simple with her. She was to come to his house in Kuo at midnight, and she had no choice in the matter. Which was why she was here now at just before midnight, looking upon her master's impressive house. It was built in a very modern style, with lots of large windows and open space, which no doubt made it quite pleasant during the day, but at night gave it a slightly eerie look. The mansion was big, far bigger than it needed to be, but that was not surprising. After all, devils, being creatures driven by desire, tended to live more extravagantly than humans. Instead of simple houses and apartments, most devils lived in large mansions or castles. It seemed, despite being a reincarnated devil, her master still acted the same way, it seemed. Making her way up to the door, Rainier knocked before waiting him to answer, running her hand through her dark hair nervously as she did so. It barely took more than a few seconds before the door opened. Standing in the doorway was a tall, beautiful and slender woman with long light blue hair and cold crystal blue eyes. She wearing what looked like a rather tight-fitting gray general's apparel with long dark sleeves, a blue scarf on her neck, and high-heeled boots. She also had a tattoo on her chest. In between and just above her voluptuous breast was an unusual black symbol. As Rainier took in the rather striking woman's appearance, the woman seemed to do the same to Rainier, and from the look on her face she was not impressed. "I take it you are Rainier then?" the woman asked in a cold and demanding tone,
her blues piercing through Rainare as she spoke. Yes, I am Rainare. I am here to speak to Naruto Uzumaki at his request. Is he in? Rainare replied cautiously, somewhat intimidated by the striking presence this woman had and massive amounts of raw power she seemed to exude, so much that Rainare almost struggled to breathe in her presence. No, he is not in. He has duties elsewhere to take care of. The woman replied as she further examined Rainare, making the fallen angel somewhat uncomfortable under her stare. He has asked me to stand in for him. You have been expected, so you might as well come in. With that said, the blue-haired woman stepped out of the doorway and did a curt gesture for Rainare to follow, which she did, shutting the door behind her as she entered the large mansion. Quickly guiding the Rainare through the mansion, the unknown woman took her to a study, complete with a beautifully carved wooden desk and bookshelves and plush leather chairs to sit in. Sit. The blue-haired woman commanded as she sat behind the desk and fixed the fallen angel with a harsh look. Who are you? Why are you here? And where is Naruto-sama? Rainare demanded of the woman as she finally regained her bearing.
Silence, weakling. You will not speak to your betters in such a way.
Now sit, was the reply she received from the woman behind the desk as she flared her power at Rainare, forcing her to take a seat, as the overwhelming power rolled over her and the air in the room became almost freezing cold. Once she had seen that the fallen angel was suitably cowed, the woman continued, but to answer your question, no matter how rude you were. I am Esdeath, the queen of Naruto Uzumaki's peerage and his most trusted general. You will either refer to me as Esdeath-sama or mistress, you can decide. As for why I am here, I am acting on Naruto-kun's behalf whilst he is absent. Frowning slightly at the now named Esdeath's attitude, Rainare made to open her mouth to make a snide reply, before closing it again as she remembered the woman's overwhelming power. Deciding to comply for now, she instead asked, and where is Naruto-sama? Esdeath-sama. Good, you're learning. As for where Naruto-kun is, he is currently in the underworld, at the house of his supposed king, Seraphal Leviathan, preparing to watch the upcoming raiding game of Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix. Esdeath said, making herself more comfortable in her seat as she continued to analyze the fallen angel before her.
His king, Naruto-sama, is in the Leviathan's peerage. I thought the only member was the behemoth. Rainare replied, having understood most of the answer but being a bit confused about this part.
You were indeed correct. Naruto-kun is in the Leviathan's peerage and the only member of said peerage is Behemoth. Esdeath replied, an amused expression crossing her face as she saw Naruto's newest minion trying to understand what she had just said. Before her face lit up in understanding, before paling rapidly, her wings seeming to wilt as the girl's nervousness doubled. Yes, Naruto is Behemoth and he is your new master. Now get on with your report, I have other things to do. Esdeath continued, her fingers touching the hilt of the rapier at her side, contemplating Rainare as she did so. But? It was not a request. Okay. Yes, well, my friends and I have successfully infiltrated Kokebiel's organization, and have managed to find out a bit more on his main plan, Rainare said, making eye contact with Esdeath as she said so. Continue. Esdeath replied, pulling out a sheaf of paper and a pen, preparing to take notes. Tell me everything you have found out, and I will take the information to Naruto after you leave.
Okay then, if I must. From what we have been able to find out so far, Kokebiel is planning to start a war. He plans to provoke both the church and the underworld. He will provoke the underworld by killing both the sisters of the Mao who live in Kuo, and by doing so anger their siblings and the rest of devil kind. Rainare spoke up, now sitting in a seat as she kept eye contact with Esdeath. Yes, we already knew that much, and have planned accordingly. After all, knowing the obsessiveness of Seer's ex Lucifer, their plan would no doubt succeed, as despite what he claims, he puts the well-being of his family above devil kind.
Esdeath replied, thinking about the Devil King. She did so. When she had first met him, she had at first been impressed by his raw power and strength, but upon speaking to him and hearing his naivety, jealousy and insecurity, she had realized he was actually weak. That had come as a shock to her. She had been raised by her father in the 13th century on the Russian steppes, and she had grown believing that the strong survive and the weak die. But she had been wrong. She realized that now, even the weak can survive and thrive in this world, whilst the strong can struggle and die. It was a shock to her, but a well-needed one. Now she knew better. Now she would know to never under or overestimate someone. Getting back on topic, Esdeath once again spoke to Rainare. What else have you found out? How will he provoke a reaction from the church? I am not sure on all the details, but I believe he is planning to steal How will he provoke a reaction from the church? I am not sure on all the details, but I believe he is planning to steal holy artifacts from the church, and then use them to lure the church's agents into devil territory and then kill them and destroy the artifacts. The dark-haired fallen angel replied promptly. Good. It appears Meliodas' information network was correct. Naruto will be pleased that he didn't spare that exorcist worm freed for no reason. Esdeath mused to herself, now completely ignoring Raynare. Who's Meliodas? And what is the information you found out? Meliodas is one of Naruto's pawns and an incredibly strong individual. That is all you need to know on that front, as you are not a member of our group and so do not deserve to know any more yet. As for the information, I will only tell you that the artifacts are the Excalibur blades. Powerful holy blades made from fragments of the original Excalibur blade. Find out when this will go down, and who else is involved. Esdeath replied, a stern eye on the fallen angel as she gave her order. Raynare almost growled at that. Despite being aware even with her recent power boost she was not on the same level as the woman in front of her, she was still angry. Do not deserve. What gives you the right to tell me what I do and do not deserve to know? I am a loyal servant of Behemoth-sama and should be treated as such. As those words left Raynare's mouth, she instantly regretted it as she felt the air around her freeze as Esdeath locked eyes with her, the woman's eyes freezing her in place. Then before she could even blink, Esdeath was out of her seat and in front of her. The rapier that had been sheathed at her side was now in Esdeath's hand and pointed directly at her neck. You do not deserve anything, child. You are only alive by the grace of Naruto. If it had been up to me, I would have tortured you and then torn you to pieces for someone so weak even having the sheer temerity to challenge me. Naruto may have given you power, little girl, but you are still nothing and you will remain nothing until you prove otherwise. Esdeath said, her voice icy and her tone sharp. Now get out. You will return in a week at the same time and in the same place. Except this time you will have more information for me. Naruto may be soft on you, but I won't be, nor will Naruto stop me from being harsh on you. I may be his queen, but I am his friend first. He will not even bother asking me to relent as he knows I won't do it. Now go. And with those words still ringing in her ears, Raynare fled. Moving as fast as her wings could carry her, she flew from the mansion, not even noticing a shadow detach itself from the wall as she left. Holy shit, she is terrifying. I'm never going to cross her again if I can help it, and I thought Naruto-sama was scary, but she is a whole different thing. Raynare thought as she continued to flee. Back in the mansion, Esdeath smirked to herself in satisfaction as she saw Naruto's newest minion flee the house as if her life depended on it. It was fun to mess with people. It was one of the simple pleasures in life and one of the many reasons she was grateful that her closest friend and her lover Naruto had reincarnated her body, giving her new life in a more powerful and dangerous form, as a devil. Was that really necessary? Came a voice from the side the room as a shadow emerged. As it came into the light, it revealed itself to be a boy that looked like a teenager. He had pure white hair and dull gray eyes. He was reading a full black bodysuit and had a look of complete boredom on his face as he looked at Esdeath. This was Ken Kaneki, a powerful ghoul and Naruto's rook.
Of course it was necessary, Kaneki-kun. Everything I do is necessary. Esdeath replied, a smile playing across her face as she met the bored gaze of her friend. Now be a good boy and get me a coffee. All that intimidation has made me thirsty. The underworld. The underworld was very similar to the human world in appearance. Unlike what many would think, there was no hellfire or brimstone. However, they were not exactly the same. After all, they were to different dimensions. They were both similar in terms of size, except with the underworld being separated into different territories controlled by different devil families as opposed to the countries that made up the human world. Other differences also included the fact that the sky in the underworld was purple and void of a sun or a moon, unlike the human world and heaven. At present, Naruto was in the underworld alongside his king Seraphol Leviathan, one of the Maor devil kings of the underworld, and the two of them were attending a private live viewing of the upcoming rating game between Rias Grimori and Riser Phoenix. The viewing was taking place at the Lucifer Castle and was being hosted by the older brother of Rias Grimori, Searzex Lucifer. Searzex's home was a massive castle made of dark gray stone and beautifully decorated. Like most devil homes, the castle was huge, far too big for the number of people who live here: Searzex, his family, his peerage and the servants. The castle was a reasonably new build compared to most. It was only 200 years old and built upon the ruins of the original Lucifer's castle. Naruto was currently in the castle's ballroom with several others, including both the Gremory family, the Phoenix family and some other important devil families like the Bael clan. Naruto was currently in the castle's ballroom with several others, including members of both the House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix. 3 of the current Mao were there as well, the 3 being Ajuka Beelzebub, Searzex Lucifer and Seraphol Leviathan. The reason for their presence was simple: the situation that led to the rating game was a very important one for the underworld, and it was the engagement between 2 powerful pureblood devils, both of whom had important families and family bloodlines. Unfortunately, not all could see the importance of the match, it being that it was a symbol for the unity between the great houses of the underworld and for the progression of devil kind. Behemoth Dono, or is just Naruto now? Ajuka Beelzebub said as he walked up to Naruto. Ajuka was a handsome, young-looking man with light blue eyes and green hair that was slicked back.
He seemed to have a mysterious aura around him at all times, which he had always claimed made him seem more devilish. Ajuka was best known in the underworld for his creation of the evil peace system, without doubt one of the most complex pieces of magic and science in existence. But other than that, he was for the most part an unknown. He rarely took his position as one of the Satans seriously, instead spending most of his time in his workshop. Ajuka, my old friend, how long has it been since I last saw you? Naruto replied, his golden eyes twinkling as he walked forward and surprised Ajuka by pulling him into a hug. Why, it was probably 10 years ago, back when Serafal-chan dragged you out of your lair and made you appear on her show. At that, Ajuka cringed, no doubt remembering the horror of that day. Hey Naruto-tan, don't be so mean to Aju-tan. Serafal spoke up as she bounced over to Naruto, and Ajuka a skip in her step as she twirled her pink magical girl wand in her hand, fully decked out in her pink outfit and white hat. Besides, me and Aju-tan need to speak. He has still not got back to me about creating Pokeballs. How am I going to catch my Naruto if I don't have a Pokeball? Naruto could only sigh and rub his head at that. As much as he loved being around Serafal, her childishness could get annoying. Sarah-chan, how many times have I told you no, I am not going to let you chase me around throwing those little red and white balls at me, and shouting, gotta catch them all. Mo, you're no fun, Naruto-tan. Serafal pouted, before she turned to Ajuka, eyes twinkling with delight. So how about it, Aju-tan, can you make them for me? Don't worry about Naruto-tan, we just won't tell him. Ajuka replied, somewhat stunned as he looked between the excited Serafal and Naruto, who seemed to be rubbing his forehead like he had an oncoming headache. You do know Naruto is still here and can hear us, right, Serafal-chan? Shush. She replied before sending Naruto a furtive look. Yes, she does. She is just doing this on purpose to annoy me. She didn't appreciate me refusing to wear cosplay here, came Naruto's long-suffering reply as he continued to rub his forehead. Before any more on the subject could be said, they were interrupted by the arrival of GRAYFIA and her husband Sirzex. Serafal-chan, I am glad you could make it here, Sirzex said cheerily as he approached. The super devil was currently wearing a cloak and some pretentious ceremonial armor. As he approached, he had a welcoming smile on his face as he embraced Serafal in a hug before his smile tightened as he turned to Naruto. Naruto, you're here, I see.
Oh hey, second choice, how are you doing? And Gray-chan looking as ravaging as ever. Naruto replied, uncaring of Sirzek's cold welcome.
Naruto-sama, it is good that you could be here to support Rias-chan. GRAYFIA responded with a frown on her face at Naruto's name for Sirzex. It was one of the reasons why the two did not get on. Sirzex was jealous of her past relationship with Naruto and was very insecure about it, so he acted out when in Naruto's presence. This caused a tension that quickly escalated into a mutually hatred of each other. The situation was not helped by Naruto provoking Sirzex every chance he got. Ah yes, supporting her. Exactly one of the reasons why I am here. Naruto responded, winking at Sirzex as he did so, enjoying the grimace that was on his face. Oh really, you support her now, do you? Why then have you seemingly gone out of your way to see that she fails? Sirzex managed to spit out at Naruto through his growing anger. After all, I am sure you didn't destroy her piece's sacred gear Twilight Healing by accident. After all, nothing you do is by accident.
Why, of course it was an accident, Sirzex-chan, I just misjudged the situation. The silver-haired devil replied, before making eye contact with the distinctly uncomfortable-looking Ajuka. I will fill you in on what has been happening later. Speaking of which, Naruto, why have you been in Kuo these last few weeks? I take it that it wasn't because Serafal-chan ordered you to. After all, we all know about you don't take orders? Sirzex asked, still scowling at Naruto. Mo, so suspicious, sir, see. He was only there because I asked him to do me a favor and check in on Satan. Nothing else, silly. Serafal replied, still as bubbly as ever.
Exactly, so you have nothing to worry about. And besides, I am sure that Rias will get out of her engagement one way or another. You Gramaries always are lucky that way. Naruto said, before he looked over to GRAYFIA. So Gray-chan heard you had a kid? At his question, Sirzex seemed to tense as he glared at Naruto. Why yes, Naruto-sama, a little 7-year-old boy called Milikas. GRAYFIA replied, calming down slightly as they moved on to, at least in her mind, a safer subject. Cute, 7 years old EHH, come to think of it, wasn't the last time I saw you 8 years ago? Pity I never met he, little one. Naruto said, an innocent smile across his face as he did so, even as his eyes seemed to flash in delight as he saw the rage in Sirzex. Yes, well, maybe that is a good thing. We wouldn't want you corrupting my son, would we, Naruto? Sirzex spat out, moving slightly closer to GRAYFIA as he did so. I suppose you are probably right, though I did hear that your son has very much taken after you in appearance, Gray-chan, only with red hair. Got to say, I always did like red hair. It is one of the Gramaries' few redeeming qualities, that and of course their cheekbones. Naruto replied to GRAYFIA before once again turning to Sears, a smile playing across his mouth as he did so. It is just a pity I never inherited my mother's crimson red hair, but I guess it may be one of those things that skip a generation. At that Sears' glare intensified and his power began to surge as he made to take a step towards Naruto, only for him to be interrupted by Ajuka's question. So Sears, I am curious, isn't your son the new heir of the House of Gremory now? As he can't take the Lucifer name as it is a ceremonial name which is only held by the current Mao, and is not inherited and instead will pass on to the next Mao, when you either abdicate or are challenged and beaten. Ajuka surprisingly asked, genuinely curious as he had not taken much of an interest in current events in the underworld and so didn't know. Well, I never really thought of it, but I would guess yes, as the eldest child of the eldest Gremory child. Even if I am not currently using the Gremory name, it would make Milica's the heir, yes. Sears responded to Ajuka, a frown on his face as he considered the question. That, or it could be you if you were challenged and beaten for your position of Mao before Rias-chan becomes the new head. Serafal chimed in, also quite interested in the ongoing conversation. Yes, well, I don't foresee that happening in the near future, as there are currently no pureblood devils strong enough or influential enough to challenge and defeat me. Sears laughed out, a bit of arrogance leaking into his tone, before he looked at Naruto and decided to send a barb his way for a change. It is just a pity reincarnated devils have no right to challenge for the position of Mao. After all, if they could, and then Naruto over here could have challenged me for the position, it would have been fun too. A fight between us and humbling for Naruto too, as he would quickly find out that he isn't as tough as he thinks he is. Yes, such a pity, but if you want to fight me so badly, boy, I am sure we can arrange a little showdown between me and you. Hey, we could always use one of the rating game arenas, so that when I show you your place it will be streamed live for the entire world to see. Naruto responded with a cheerful smile, enjoying the back and forth between Sears and himself. I think not. Such a thing would be irresponsible and could cause some serious damage. GRAYFIA interrupted, scolding the two of them as she quickly put down their idea. This was probably a good thing, seeing as the two of them both seemed to be quite eager for a fight. You're right, of course, GRAYFIA-chan, but it is such a pity though, as I know Naruto has wanted to become one of the Mao for a long time now and get himself some true political power in the underworld. But then again, maybe it is a good thing. After all, we all know how most of the great dynasties he created all eventually failed. I mean the Macedonian Empire, the Persian Empire, the Roman Empire, the Mongolian Empire, and so many other examples. Tell me, Naruto, have you ever done something and not eventually failed? Sears responded, cheerful now, especially since he could see Naruto's jaw tense slightly in irritation. Come on now, Sears, there is no need for, Serafal began to say before she was interrupted by Naruto. You are right in a way, Sears. All my grand projects at trying to unite the human world under one banner have failed. But that is the price I paid for trying to create peace. After all, my empires and plans only failed when I stopped taking direct control over them and instead left them in the hands of the humans.
But alas, fighting is human nature, but I wouldn't say I have failed. After all, I took an active role in shaping humanity into how it is today. They may not be perfect and there are still wars going on. But for the most part, a lot of the human world is in a general state of peace. Naruto replied, choosing his words carefully to make sure he didn't let something slip he may regret. Exactly, Naruto has been quite successful, so you should stop bullying him, Sir Worry. Serafal jumped in, her hand taking Naruto's as she sent him a concerned look. A look that once again became happy as she felt the tension leave him, and him turn to give her a warm smile. Now enough of all this talking, let's all see how Rias-chan does in her rating game. And with those words, Serafal physically started dragging Naruto across the ballroom floor and to the front where a large screen was, which was to show the upcoming rating game. As she did this, the other members of their group followed Serafal's lead, heading to the screen where the rest of the guests had already started congregating to watch the upcoming rating game. Issei was stood in the middle of the occult research club room looking around in confusion. They had supposed to have just traveled here via a magic circle to fight against Riser Phoenix and his peerage, in order to break Rias's engagement to the Phoenix. But instead of being transported to an arena like he had thought they would be, they were still in the same room. What the? Issei said as he looked around the dark room in confusion. We're still in the club room. Did the spell not work? Greetings, everyone. Came the familiar voice of the silver-haired maid they had met only a day before, her voice sounding from seemingly out of nowhere. I am GRAYFIA, a servant of the Gremory family. I have been charged with the honor of refereeing the match between Riser Phoenix and Rias Gremory. Please note that my master, Sears Lucifer-sama, will also be observing this match. After taking in the opinions of both Riser-sama and Rias-sama, we have decided to use a replica of Kuo Academy, the school that Rias-sama attends in the human world, as the battlefield. What does she mean by replica? Asked Issei as he looked around for the source of the voice. We are in a pocket dimension made to look like the school.
Rias answered promptly, not in the mood to give a detailed description or explanation to her pawn. So yeah, it turned out they had been transported to a pocket dimension which had been made up to look like a replica of their school, and as Issei stood there looking around in surprise, he could not help but be a bit nervous at what was about to go down. The rest of Rias's peerage was also in the room waiting for the upcoming raiding game. Those like Rias's knight Kiba were quite confident, quietly hoping for victory, while Kaneko Rias's rook had a hard look on her face as put on a pair of pink gloves, preparing herself for the fight to come. As for Asia, she was looking very pale and nervous and had moved very close to Issei. She had been like this since she first awoke as a devil, scared and worried. Both parties have now been transferred to their respective strongholds, came GRAYFIA's voice once more from out of nowhere. Rias Sama's team is in the Occult Research Club room. Riser Sama's team is in the Student Council room. To promote your pawns, you will have to proceed to the opponent's stronghold. Okay. Now I know that the odds look bleak, and that you are easily outnumbered and outmatched by Riser's peerage.
But I believe that we can all pull through if we work together and stick to my plan. Rias began as soon as GRAYFIA stopped speaking. Now everyone listen up. Kaneko-chan and Issei-kun will go to the gym. Once you are there, you will draw in as many of Riser's pieces as you can. After enough of them have gathered up in the gym, inform Akano-chan and then try to keep them there. Once Akano has gathered up her power, she will tell you. Then you need to get out of there as fast as you can.
As Rias said this, Issei and Kaneko nodded their agreement to the plan, Kaneko looking much more confident about it than Issei. Good. Before that happens, Akano-chan and Kiba-kun will set up traps throughout the forest. Kiba will then go on to attract the attention of as many of Riser's pieces as you can. Once you have, he will use his speed to set off the traps and then use hit-and-run tactics on the remaining pieces. Rias said as she now turned to look Kiba and Akano in the eye. As she did so, she quickly received nods of agreement from both. And finally, I will wait here with Asia-chan. Although she no longer has Twilight Healing, she has still got an affinity towards healing magic. Her healing may be nowhere near as powerful as before, but it may still help when I confront Riser. Once again they all nodded, even Asia, who had turned shock white as she heard the plan. Good, now go. Let's win this for the honor of House Gremory. Rias shouted out passionately, now on her feet as she looked at each of her peerage. With a shout of agreement they all left the room save Asia, to do their part in the plan. The second they were out of the room, Rias collapsed back into her chair and put her face in her hands. No matter how many times she ran the numbers in her head, they always came up with her losing today. She didn't have the pieces or the training to win, especially not against someone as experienced as Riser. With Naruto and those watching, she doesn't look too confident, does she? Naruto said as he watched Rias collapse into her chair. Can you really blame her though? She is against a far stronger and far more experienced devil. Serafal said, her childish facade dropping as she analyzed what she was watching happen on screen. The odds don't look like they're in her favor. I doubt even so Tan and her peerage would be able to pull a win off, and she has a bigger peerage and is much more tactically minded than Rias. I think you're being a bit unfair there, Serafal-chan. Rias's plan is sound, or at least it is for a young devil's initial plan. After all, you know that most plans don't survive the first encounter with the enemy. Ajuka said after hearing Serafal's thoughts on the matter. For the most part he would agree with her observation, but when it comes to the supernatural, anything could happen. Even the weakest of beings could triumph over the strongest in the supernatural's world.
We'll see. Ajuka-kun. Her plan relies heavily on Riser's pieces doing what she thinks they will do. So it is mostly based on guessing. She has not done enough research or information gathering to draw up a proper plan. This is why I think she will fail. Naruto replied, a smile on his face as he saw Sirzex tense up as many of the devils watching critiqued his sister's actions.
And where should she have gotten this information from? She only had a day to prepare, because you insisted that we get this done as soon as possible. Sirzex spoke, interrupting their conversation as he glared accusingly at Naruto. The engagement has been in place for 8 years, so she had 8 years to get as much information on her intended as possible, including access to recording of his previous raiding games, profiles for each of his peerage members, and more than that, she has the home field advantage. She has had enough time to prepare. The sooner this is over and done with, the better. Whose selfishness is getting embarrassing. Naruto replied sharply to Sirzex. Yes, he may have hurried the events along, but Rias still had more than enough time to prepare. Rias has made her opening move. Whether it will work or not is unknown. We will just have to wait and see. Arguing about what she could and could not have done is just silly. Serafal interrupted the potential argument between Naruto and Sirzex, fixing them with a stern eye as she did so. Now watch and behave, the both of you. Yeah, Sarah-chan, you're right. No point in argue now, let's just watch the raiding game. Naruto laughed as he brought his hand back to scratch the back of his head, and he was being honest. His plan was riding on the outcome of this game, so he didn't want to miss anything because he was mocking Sirzex. was Searzek's response as he shot Naruto a scathing glare, before he turned back to the screen. I believe in her, Rias will pull this off.
With Kaneko and Issei. Man, this is a really good replica, Issei said as he and Kaneko entered the large Kuo Academy gym. The main hall was dark, with most of the lights having been turned out, but despite that they could still make out enough of the room to see that it looked exactly like the original school gym that it was meant to replicate.
Come on, we can get up to the stage from here, Kaneko said as she pointed to a set of stairs, before setting off, walking cautiously up the stairs and towards the dark-colored curtains that usually hid the stage in the gym from view. Issei followed close behind her, still quite new to this whole devil rating game thing, but he was soon forced to stop moving when Kaneko herself stopped at the edge of the curtains and crouched down low, her amber eyes darting around the gym as she did so. Kaneko-chan? Issei asked in confusion, his voice echoing slight in the large and seemingly empty hall. Quiet, there's someone else here, the enemy. As soon as those words had left Kaneko's mouth, mocking voices echoed through the gym, taunting Issei and Kaneko. We know you're there, servants of Gremory. Yeah, come on out, you cowards. And this is the strength of Rias Gremory's peerage? I don't know why you even bother. Since hiding was useless as the enemy was now aware of them, the pair decided to step into the open to face down their foes and also to ram their taunts back down their throats. As they got up from their crouches, they walked further onto the stage, out into the open, and took note of the 4 reincarnated devils standing below them.
All 4 of them were attractive women, and it just showed that Riser was just as perverted as Issei was. 2 of the girls looked younger and were lolis. The girls had long green hair that was held to the side in ponytails. They were also wearing gym uniforms which consisted of white shirts, black leggings and bloomers, and most shockingly of all were holding chainsaws. The sight of the 2 alone was making Issei giggle perversely. Next to the 2 identical twins there was another girl with her sleek black hair in buns. She was wearing a traditional blue Chinese-style dress, which had long slits running up the legs, showing off her incredibly toned and long legs. Then there was the final girl in the group. This one had long blue hair, which was held back in 4 ponytails behind her head. Her clothing consisted of a white haori with a red obi, which was worn under a red happy coat. She had bandages on her forearms and shins, and wore black guards over her hands. For footwear, she was wearing a pair of zori. In her hands was a long wooded staff with a ball on each end. Looking at her closely, Kaneko and Issei were able to recognize her as the girl who beat Issei up the other day. 3 pawns and a rook, Kaneko said as she studied the 4 girls in great detail, taking into account their body structures, fighting positions and power levels. Issei-senpai, you take the 3 pawns. I'll take on the rook. Try to hold on until we are ready. Right, got it, Issei shouted out enthusiastically as he leered at the girls before him, his arm held up as it glowed red and a red claw-like gauntlet appear on his arm. Boosted gear, stand by. Boost. Then with his power boosted by his sacred gear, Issei charged the group of 3 pawns, each of which gave him cocky grins before they split up and attacked the charging Issei from 3 sides. It's slice and dice time. Shit! Issei shouted as he leapt away, his charge forgotten as the sound of a pair of chainsaws activating. The 2 green-haired girls flanking Issei from each side as they viciously swung their chainsaws at the brown-haired boy. The mist strikes carving deep gouges into the wooden floor of the gym. As Issei was fleeing from the 2 little girls, Kaneko had charged Riser's rook. Going in with a heavy right swing of her fist, only to receive a flaming kick in the stomach from the rook, who seemed to be using fire magic to enhance her physical attacks. Kaneko was sent flying several meters across the floor before she rolled and found her feet again. Turns out fighting another rook is not the same as fighting a human or a stray devil. The white-haired girl thought as she met the mocking gaze of her opponent with her own emotionless one. As this was going on, Issei kept on running and dodging the girl's attacks, not even able to look at Kaneko's battle despite his curiosity as he kept on fleeing. This was probably a good thing as it meant he was able to focus on his own fight, especially since he was able to see the blue-haired pawn move, charging him from the front, which forced him to split his attention from the 2 chainsaw-wielding psychos chasing him and her. It was the girl who had kicked his ass before, just the other day when he and the other members of the peerage met with Riser and his peerage. His stomach was still aching from when girl knocked him through the ceiling with that damn stick of hers. The girl, Issei couldn't remember her name, charged in quickly, swinging her wooden staff at his head in the hope of landing a brutal debilitating strike. Issei quickly stumbled backwards away from the girl, falling on his rear as he just barely avoided the tip of the staff. He could actually feel the air ruffling his hair, it was so close. Unfortunately, as he did this, he failed to take into full account the 2 girls behind him. It was only the whirring sound of the chainsaws which reminded him he had to move. Which he did, allowing him to miss getting hit by one of the chainsaws, but unfortunately not the other, as it scraped down his back, going from his right shoulder to his left hip.
The wound was terrible as it tore right through his uniform, flesh and muscle. Despite his bloody wound though, Issei was given no reprieve as the three pawns continued to press their attack, the staff-wielding pawn swinging her weapon downwards at him at the same time that the two twins attempted to cleave him in two with their weapons. Letting out a pained cry of agony, Issei rolled over to his left, leaving a bloody streak across the ground as he did, but despite that he managed to avoid the attacks that all ended up hitting the ground, instead tearing scrapes into it. Feeling his adrenaline pumping, he managed to scramble to his feet just in time to be met with the chainsaw-wielding twins who were once again swinging at him. "Let's tear him to pieces. Cut his balls off." Letting out a squeak of fear, Issei once backed away as they came at him from either side in a pincer attack, which left him with very few options. Staggering to his left, he dodged the downward slash of one of the crazy chainsaw-wielding twins on the right. He ducked under the other's swing and brought his gauntlet-clad fist to strike her in the midriff. Boost. Issei felt the power flowing through him as he continued forward, ignoring the searing pain from the wound on his back. With a shout, he managed to land a hit on one of the twins, doubling her over as his fist broke several of her ribs, causing her to spit out blood as the force of the blow caused her to fly back almost 2 meters before crashing down on the floor, her chainsaw no longer in hand. "Nell!" cried one of the twins, who quickly ran over to her twin sister, Issei, and their fight forgotten as she went to check on her sister. "That does it!" The one with the wooden staff and the 4 ponytails shouted out, running at Issei, her staff held high. Issei, seeing the girl attacking him, did the thing he had long since beaten into him when faced with an angry girl coming after him. He ran, his wound forgotten as the power from the boosted gear gave his body the energy he needed to get away. "Get back here, pervert!" The girl screamed as she made contact, sending dozens of strikes at the fleeing boy, several of which made contact, which elicited cries of pain from Issei. "I'll make mincemeat out of you!" The other twin roared as she too joined her fellow pawn in the chase, comforted knowing it was only a broken rib and nothing too serious. What soon followed was Issei dodging around various attacks made by the chainsaw and staff wielder. Unlike most people, who tended to try and dodge gracefully, Issei had no sense of grace at all, which was not surprising given his lack of training. The whooshing sound of a staff alerted him to another attack. His body stumbled to the side as he spun around trying to dodge the blow by caving his stomach inwards. It didn't work as the blow still caught him in his gut, knocking him onto the floor on his injured back. "Issei!" Kaneko shouted as she broke away from Riser's rook, giving her a punch in the gut to give her time to get away. Quickly crossing the room, Kaneko rushed to Issei's fallen body even as the other two pawns went to finish him off. Upon reaching Issei, she was able to see he was in a bad way. The two pawns had been raining down blows on him whilst he was down. And although he was able to avoid and deflect some of the hits with his sacred gear empowering him, he was from a vulnerable position on the floor and was being completely overwhelmed. Going in with a right swing, Kaneko was able to catch the chainsaw-wielding pawn with a glancing punch to the head, enough to daze her and knock her away but not enough to finish her. Upon delivering her punch, Kaneko was soon set upon by the other staff-wielding pawn, which shot towards her quickly and began raining blows down upon her. The strikes she managed to land on Kaneko were useless, the white-haired girl's durability from her rook piece making it so the strikes did little to no damage. Not that stopped Kaneko from catching the staff in her and snapping it. "My staff!" the girl shouted as she looked at the shattered remains of her weapon in horror. Before Kaneko could capitalize on her disabling the two pawns, she was attacked from behind. Riser's rook Shuilin, who was a well-endowed young woman of Chinese descent with shoulder-length black hair and blue-green eyes. Her hair has 2 Chinese-style buns on both sides of her head. Her outfit consisted of a navy blue kippao with gold accents, a white sash around her stomach, and black, low-heeled shoes. The kippao was open at the chest area, giving a generous view to Shuilin's breasts and cleavage. She was also wearing black armguards over her forearms and was quite obviously not wearing any undergarments. Shuilin came in from behind and delivered a devastating strike to the back on Kaneko's head, smashing the poor girl into the ground with such strength that not even her rook-enhanced durability saved her. Pain, that is what Kaneko felt as she lay face down in the ground. It was an unfamiliar feeling, as with her durability she never usually felt pain. Looking up blearily, Kaneko could see Issei still on the ground, his face bruised and battered, an expanding pool of blood growing under him. Already she could see the other pawns were recovering or had already recovered. The blue-haired one was now dual-wielding the pieces of her broken staff, and both the chainsaw-wielding twins were on their feet, even the one with the broken rib. As Kaneko lay there, a small magic circle appeared around her ear, a combat communication spell circle, and from it she heard Akino's voice directed straight into her head. "Kaneko, it's Akino, the spell is ready. Have you gotten out of the gym yet? Riser's queen is on the field. It has to be now or never." Looking around her once again, Kaneko knew that she wouldn't be able to get her and an injured Issei out. Surrender, Rook of Rias Gremory, you have fought well and tried your hardest. Surrender now and save yourself from more pain. Shuelin offered a hint of respect in her voice as she made the genuine offer to Kaneko. Do it, was Kaneko's response, though not to Shuelin. What? Shuelin asked, confused in emotion copied by all of the pawns in the room. Are you out? Akeno replied to Kaneko. Yes, was Kaneko's simple emotionless response. And with those words said, Kaneko closed her eyes and drew herself into a fetal position, hoping to maybe survive Akeno's attack. Though she wasn't hopeful, her durability and power levels had already taken a battering from Shuelin even before she had gone to help Issei, which meant that now she was exhausted, and so she closed her eyes and waited for the inevitable.
Seeing what the Gremory Rook was doing, Shuelin had a sudden foreboding about what was going to happen. Everyone take cover.
As her words echoed through the building, a deafening ring of thunder sounded, shaking the room, before their world turned into bright light and pain as the whole gym was destroyed by large amounts of lightning crashing down onto it. The gym shattered beneath the force of the lightning strike, brick, wood and cement shattering and exploding outwards. The entire area was lit in a bright light from the power of the devastating lightning bolt. Boom! By the time Akeno was satisfied with her attack, the gym and the surrounding area was gone, and in its place was broken and blackened craters and piles of rubble.
One pawn and one rook belonging to Rias Gremory-sama have been retired from the game.
3 pawns belonging to Riser Phoenix-sama have been retired from the game. Came the stoic announcement from GRAYFIA as the entire area fell quiet in the aftermath of the destruction, her words being heard by everyone competing. As GRAYFIA announcement rang through the area, a slight shifting of rubble could be heard as a pile of broken brick and cement was pushed aside to reveal the battered form of Shuelin. Her clothes were in tatters and she looked exhausted, but she was still active, her rook durability and unnaturally high evil power for a rook having saved her. It had been commented on many times that despite being a rook, she was closer in power to a queen. Her surviving of such a devastating attack was just another example of this. Grabbing at a vial that was located between her generous breasts, the girl quickly uncapped it before drinking a shot of Phoenix Tears, a magical solution produced by the Phoenix that can heal and revitalize almost anything. With Naruto and those watching, damn well shit. That was pretty damn intense, Naruto said as he watched the screen, his eyes wide in surprise, genuinely impressed with what he had just seen from both peerages. Yeah, that was pretty damn beautiful how Rias's rook sacrificed herself like that. Seraphal spoke up, a glint of respect in her eyes and a smile on her face. It was needed though. Kaneko was pretty skilled for a rook, but she lacked the combat experience that Riser's peerage had. As for Issei, he was just a waste of space. He has no training and lacks a fighter's temperament, Naruto analyzed as he turned to the others in the room. The blue-haired pawn was only slightly better, she had the skills but lacked the experience, and she pretty much fell to pieces when her weapon broke. Bit harsh there, Naruto-kun, but you have a point, Ajuka said before he continued. What really impressed me was the power of that attack from the Gremory Queen that was easily an upper high-class level attack. Yes, well, Akeno-chan always was skilled with lightning magic, which when combined with her natural power makes her incredibly dangerous. Sears interrupted once again. Most of Rias's peerage is the same in terms of natural ability and power. I have no doubt if they had been given more time to train they would have come out of that stronger than they had. Maybe, or it would have been exactly the same. After all, Riser's peerage would have had the same amount of time to train further. Naruto replied blandly, ignoring Sears's implied accusations. But no, what really impressed me above all else was the strength of the rook. Shuelin, I think her name is. To be able to walk away from that fight like she did was pretty damn impressive, especially for such a young reincarnated devil. Yeah, Naru-tan is right, she is pumped to the max, Seraphal cheered enthusiastically as she fist pumped. Haha, yeah, she is. Safe to say I am going to keep an eye on her, she has a lot potential, Naruto said as he kept his eye on the resilient girl. Pity she already has a king then, isn't Naruto? You never seem to get the girl in the end, do you? Sears's cheered as he tried to provoke Naruto. Hey Sears's, guess what? Naruto replied with a grin. What? Sears replied with a frown at Naruto's reaction.
I fucked your wife, Naruto smirked. I'm going to fucking kill you, Naruto. Sears roared as he lunged at Naruto, only to be held back by a disapproving Seraphal and Ajuka.
With Kiba, come on, keep following me. That's it, you bastard, keep on following me, Yuto Kiba thought to himself as he led one of Riser Phoenix Knights and 3 of his pawns through the forest on the Gremory group's eastern flank. All was going according to plan at the moment. It hadn't taken Kiba too long to find the targets he was looking for and trick them into following him. Especially since the amount of noise that they had been making as they casually strolled through his master's territory. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Kiba caught sight of one of Riser's knights, Cyrus, if he remembered correctly from what little of the group's conversation he had heard, tacking him through the forest. There was some 10 to 15 meters between them, and in order for the first stage of Kiba's plan to work, he needed to keep that distance as it was. So quickly hastening his pace through the forest, but not enough to lose his follower, Kiba moved, trying to guide her into one of the traps he had set up at the start of the raiding game. Upon reaching his trap, he quickly jumped over the hidden explosive rune and hid behind one of the trees nearby, suppressing his power as he did so.
The knight kept on following him, the three pawns following along behind her.
Cyrus was a tall young woman with long black hair with a dark blue tint and brown eyes. Her hair featured 5 thin ponytails that went around her head, which were held up by a golden hair accessory on the top of her head. Her outfit consisted of a white top with black accents that was modeled after a Chinese cheongsam, with red shorts, and armored, knee-high boots with matching gauntlets. Cyrus was wielding a giant Zweihander that was currently mounted on her back. The 3 pawns following him were each dressed unusually. 2 of them were wearing maid outfits and another one was wearing just an armored bikini. Halting in the clearing, Cyrus looked around furiously as she lost track of the boy she was following. "You 3 look around for him, he can't have gone far. If you see him, give shout out." Shit. They weren't supposed to do that, Kiba thought as he saw the group stop just before the blast zone of the runic trap. He was cheered up a bit when the 3 pawns moved into the blast zone radius, clearly looking for him. Deciding to take advantage while he could, Kiba raised his hand and activated the trap. Immediately a large red circle appeared on the ground and spread across the ground so it reached 15 meters in diameter. As soon as the magic circle touched the 3 pawns, they were frozen to the ground. "Hey, what the hell? What is this? Cyrus, help us." As Cyrus heard her 3 comrades call for help, she made to go help them, only to be interrupted by the circle and everything in it going up in flames as it exploded. Boom. 3 pawns belonging to Riser Phoenix Sama have been retired from the game.
Damn it. Cyrus cursed as she used her enhanced night speed to move into the area, angrily looking about for the bastard who set this up.
"Yah!" Kiba shouted as he shot out from behind cover, creating a demonic blade in his right hand as he went. Within the space of a second he made contact with Cyrus and swung his sword, hoping to bisect her.
Clang. In the time it took to blink, Cyrus had unsheathed her blade and blocked Kiba's attack. A snarl on her face as she viciously attacked Kiba, her large blade forcing him on the defensive as he struggled to hold her off, his blade almost a blur as he struck out at her. He was faster than her, but she was stronger, and you could tell as his arms began to shake from the exertion of trying to block her. "Come on, coward, fight back, or can you only beat people if you take them by surprise?" Cyrus snarled as she finished a double-handed swing of her sword, before she released the handle with one hand, allowing the momentum to swing the sword around as she spun and delivered a back-handed punch to the blonde knight's face. The strike not injuring him, but knocking him of his rhyme enough for her sword to cleave into his shoulder. The blade dug in about 2 inches deep into his flesh. He was fortunate though, as it would have gone in further if she had used both hands instead of just one. With a gasp of pain, Kiba leapt away, tearing his shoulder away from the girl's large sword, his left arm hanging limply as his shoulder bled profusely. Leaping back 2 steps, Kiba slammed his right hand on the ground and drew on his sacred gear, creating multiple swords that burst from the ground as shot towards Cyrus. With a yell of surprise, Cyrus used her large Zweihander to block as many of the swords as she could, though she did still get clipped by a few, the blade cutting into her arms and legs. With another yell, Kiba ran towards Cyrus, ignoring the agony coming from his shoulder as he moved. Swinging his sword forward, he lunged at the girl before him, a snarl on his face as he did so. Reciprocating Kiba's actions, Cyrus clumsily raised her sword, her arms and legs aching from the gashes Kiba's attack had caused. With a yell, she lunged at him, uncaring of whether she got hurt herself as she tried to avenge her fallen comrades. As the 2 met, Kiba's sword impaled Cyrus through the chest, the sword causing enough damage to make Cyrus burst into specks of light as she was teleported from the arena and into the hospital so that she would live. Cyrus's sword T had met its mark, the large blade impaling Kiba through the stomach, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood before he collapsed to the ground. One knight belonging to Riser Phoenix Sama has been retired from the game. A bloody smile made its way onto his face as he lay on the ground, 3 pawns and a knight. Not bad for his first raiding game, and good because it may give Rias a much better chance at winning. As he was thinking this, he heard a massive explosion far in the distance close to where the gym was. As he heard it, his smile widened. Good, Rias's plan is working so far. He soon lost his smile, however, as he heard GRAYFIA make another announcement. 1 pawn and 1 rook belonging to Rias Grammary Sama have been retired from the game. 3 pawns belonging to Riser Phoenix Sama have been retired from the game. Shit. Kiba cursed to himself, even as he lost the feeling in his body as it started glowing a light blue light, before it exploded into specks of light as he was teleported to the hospital to heal from his injuries. 1 knight belonging to Rias Grammary Sama has been retired from the game. With Rias. As Rias heard the announcements from GRAYFIA, she collapsed onto couch in the occult research clubroom. It was a disaster. She had lost Issei, Kiba and Kaneko, half of her peerage was gone, only her Akeno and Asia remained. She was screwed. The only chance she had now was to attack Riser directly.
She would need to get through his remaining peerage members, which included his queen, 2 bishops, 1 knight, 2 rooks and 2 pawns. She was screwed. She may be able to use Akeno and Asia as a diversion so she could face Riser one-on-one. But then she would need Asia healing even if it was weaker than it should have been to stand a chance. Akeno-chan, please come back to the clubroom, we're going to need a new strategy, Rias said in a shaky voice as she created a communication seal to contact her queen. I'm on my way, Bucko. I will be there soon. I have seen the rest of Riser's peerage gathering outside the new school building. Understood, Akeno-chan, come back and we will make a new strategy. With Naruto and others watching, well, it looks like the Grammary Princess is in the shit now, Naruto said as he watched the devastation of Rias's peerage.
Yeah, it is not going well. I don't think she will be able to turn it around. Seraphal said with a frown on her face. They might have stood a better chance if they hadn't split up like they had.
You could say that, but she had much fewer pieces at the beginning, Ajuka said as he somewhat defended Rias. Well, we will just have to see if she can salvage it, though it is looking doubtful, Naruto replied to them both before he turned to look over his shoulder. What do you think, Sirzex? Only to be flipped off as Seraphal and Ajuka stood in between the two of them, making sure Sirzex didn't do something stupid like attack Naruto, whose full power was unknown, even to Seraphal. Stop antagonizing him, Naruto-chan, or else I will spank you and put you in the corner. Seraphal reprimanded him, regaining her childish voice as she did so. The spanking I can agree with, not sure about standing doing it in the corner though. Naruto smirked at the slightly pink Seraphal. Can you not do your creepy flirting thing around me, please? Ajuka said, cringing slightly before he once again faced the screen. Besides, Rias has just decided on a new strategy, so you might want to watch. Ooh, exciting. Seraphal shouted eagerly. Alright, fine, spoil sport, Naruto said before he turned to once again look at the screen.
Do you understand the plan then, you two? Rias said as she stood before the last 2 members of her peerage that remained in the raiding game. There was Akeno, her queen, and her most powerful piece, in Asia, a newly reincarnated devil that lacked any fighting capabilities. Suffice to say, the situation was dire. Riser still had 7 of his members left, including his queen Yubeluna and his sister Revel, who was a high-class devil in her own right. Akeno-chan, you will draw the attention of Riser's remaining pieces to you. When they go to attack them, I will strike them from behind. If it all goes according to plan, we will trap them between us and destroy them. Asia-chan, you will hold back behind me. Use your healing magic to support me. I know you don't have Twilight healing anymore, but your natural affinity towards healing will be a big help, Rias said as she locked eyes with her 2 remaining pieces, getting a serious nod from Akeno as her eyes hardened and a slightly more nervous nod from Asia. We understand, Bucko, but won't that leave you too weakened to take on Riser? Akeno spoke up in concern. Yes, but that is something we will have to deal with later. The first thing we need to do is destroy his peerage. If we don't and instead head straight for Riser, then his peerage may attack us in the back, trapping us, Rias explained solemnly, knowing their chances weren't good. But we can think about that later, we still have a chance. Yes, Bucko. They both chorused as they followed Rias out of the occult research club doors, her crimson red hair flowing behind her like a river of fresh blood. What do you think about her newest plan, Ajuka? Naruto asked as he frowned at the screen. It cold potential work. If they managed to pull it off, they would trap Riser's peerage between 2 walls of spells, one made up of lightning, the other made up of the power of destruction. The attack could be devastating, if it works. Ajuka replied, a smile on his face, as he watched Rias think up a new strategy on the spot. But that would only happen if Riser's peerage falls for the trap, Seraphal said excitedly. You're both right, but whatever happens, it will be good fun to watch, was Naruto's response as he ran his hand through his silver hair, hoping that it wouldn't work out the way they thought it might. With Riser's peerage, where are they? Revel Phoenix demanded as she stood impatiently on the sports fields just in front of the new school building. This is getting boring. I haven't even watched any of the fighting yet. Patience, Revel-sama. They will come, and when they do, we will give them an explosive welcome. Yubeluna, the queen of Riser Phoenix, spoke up in a smooth and seductive voice. Yubeluna, also known as the Bomb Queen, was a busty woman with long, wavy purple hair that fell all the way down her back and matching purple eyes that gleamed with cunning intelligence. Her attire was a dress that consisted of a navy blue tunic top with gold accents and a pale blue skirt with open sides, and black shoes over matching thigh-high stockings with garter belts. Her clothing revealed a lot of her cleavage, showing off her 2 large and luscious breasts for the entire world to see.
Over her dress she wore a white overcoat which had black and gold accents and matching pauldrons. "I am a phoenix, we are not patient. We are beings of fire and passion," Ravel retorted, her long golden hair tied into twin tails bouncing up and down as she showed her impatience. "Take Carlamine-chan and Mahai-chan and root them out, force them into the open." "As you wish, Ravel-sama." Yubaluna replied, a slight frown on her face as the blonde-haired brat before her made her demands. But she was the sister of Yubaluna's king. She had to follow them even if she didn't want to listen to the spoiled brat. "Carlamine-chan and Mahai-chan, come with me. We will fly over the forest and find the rest of the gremmaries." As Yubaluna gave her orders, two figures stepped out of the group on the sports field.
Carlamine was a young woman with light brown hair and green eyes.
Her outfit consisted of a full set of silver armor with black accents that appeared to be a cross between a European knight's and a Japanese samurai's armor. Around her head she was wearing a headband that went across her hair and forehead. She was equipped like the knight she was with a broadsword and a dagger, both of which were held with brown belts that were slung across her hips. The other figure that stepped out was Mahai. She was a young girl who was wearing a kimono with a color pattern of purple, orange and pink. Her sleek black hair was tied up in a traditional Japanese style. "Understood. Let's get on with it." Carlamine spoke up confidently, unsheathing her sword and spreading her black devil wings as she did so. "Okay," was the quiet response from Mahai as she bowed respectfully, before she too released and spread her wings. "Let's go then." Yubaluna replied to the two, a smile on her face at their obedience before she released her wings and took off into the air, the knight and the bishop pieces of Riser's peerage both following her. As Ravel watched them go, a smirk made its way onto her face before she turned to the remaining three pieces with her. Schwalen, her brother's rook, and one of his most powerful pieces, and Ni and Li, two Nekomatas who her brother reincarnated into his pawns. "You three, follow them on the ground. Do it quietly so neither they nor the Gremmery peerage sees you. No doubt Rias and her remaining pieces will ambush Yubaluna, Carlamine and Mahai. When that happens I want you to counter-ambush them and trap them between both of our groups. Make sure you are not seen by anyone though, as we do not want to give the trap away." "Yes, Ravel-sama Nya." The two twin Nekomatas Ni and Li said as they excitedly nodded their heads in agreement. "Understood. But what of you?" Schwalen asked as she turned to face Ravel, understanding her plan well enough, even if she disagreed with Ravel using Yubaluna and the others as bait. "Why me? I will inform my brother of the plan and then wait here, just in case any of them make it past you," Ravel replied, pushing her annoyance at the lack of respect Schwalen gave her down. "If you think it best, fine," was Schwalen's curt reply, her blue eyes flashing dangerously at Ravel as she heard her reasons for avoiding the upcoming fight. Ni, come on, let's get going," and with that she turned on her heel and hurried into the forest, heading in the direction of the Occult Research Club building.
"Hey Riser-kun, it's your sister Ravel. I'm just calling to update you on the situation," Ravel said as she summoned a communication magic circle, a smirk of satisfaction on her face as she did so. With Rias, they were moving through the forest that connected the old school building with the new one, following the well-walked path to the last known location of Riser's peerage. They were walking due to them not wanting to reveal their presence to the enemy by flying above the trees. As they walked, Rias was in the middle and slightly ahead of the other two, with Akano in her full Miko priestess regalia on her right and Asia in her Kuo school uniform on her left. They had been walking for 5 minutes and were nearing their destination. Taking this into account, they had started to prepare for their plan. Akano was readying herself to cause a destructive scene and draw Riser's peerage in so Rias could attack them from behind. "Wait," Rias commanded as her keen blue-green eyes picked up movement ahead. "It appears our enemy has split their forces up in the attempts at finding us." It only took a second for Akano to spot what Rias saw, 3 dark shadows with devil wings flying slowly above the forest, probably looking for them. It could be a trap, bucko. Maybe, but they aren't showing any of the signs of having any support. But be careful anyway, we are going to ambush them now. Head into the trees for now, and then we will wait till they're easily in range of us before unleashing hell on them," Rias said confidently, certain in the knowledge that her power of destruction would easily wipe out these reincarnated devils. What about me, bucko?" Asia asked nervously, her golden blonde hair covering her face slightly as she looked down a bit frightened. "You come with me, Asia-chan. Akano has taught you the basic lightning bolt spell, so use that on the enemy. Just remember you won't die in a raiding game, so don't be afraid to get stuck in," Rias encouraged gently, wanting to help her bishop but needing her to fight at the same time, before taking the former nun's hand and gently guiding her up into the branches of the nearest tree. "They're almost on us, Bucho," Akano hissed out quietly to Rias even as the 3 devils from Riser's peerage drew closer, revealing themselves to be Riser's queen Yubaluna, a devil that was dressed in armor and a sword, so most probably a knight, and finally an unknown girl in a kimono. "Destroy them,"
Rias said as she gathered her power of destruction up into 3 glowing spheres of red and black energy, before she released them at the 3 fly devils. Time to bring the pain. Akeno cried out in gleefully, a hint of pink on her cheeks as she released her magic in the form of a bolt of yellow forked lightning.
I'm Ori, Asia cried out as she created her own small red magic circle with the Grimoire crest on it, before she released a bolt of lightning from it at the 3 flying devils.
Damn! An ambush! They heard Yubaluna cry out in anger as multiple magic attacks shot towards them. Evasive maneuvers. At her cry, all 3 flying devils scattered, Carlamine diving down below, dodging the wave of potent spells as she made for the cover of the trees and the ground beneath, a place where her knight's speed is at its most useful.
Mahai tried to dive out of the way too, but was unfortunately not fast enough as she was stuck in one of her wings by a sphere of destruction magic, which completely destroyed everything it touched as it incinerated one of her wings. The loss of her wing caused her to drop like a stone from the sky as she was no longer able to fly, which left her an easy target for Akeno's lightning, which struck her full on, scorching her flesh and destroying her kimono as the lightning kept striking her like one continuous bolt. 10 seconds later her body burst into specks of light as she was teleported to the hospital to recover from her injuries, her body racked with pain and still flinching from the lightning-based attack. One bishop belonging to Riser Phoenix Sama has been retired from the game. Yubaluna decided to do something different as she flew up higher into the air, avoiding the spells that were sent at her, before she summoned an ornate staff in her hand and used it to amplify her magic as she created dozens of purple magical circles on the ground, before calling out in delight. Time to feel my art grimoires, because art is an explosion. Naruto shivers in horror. With that proclamation, the forest beneath her exploded as dozens of magical circles erupted in fiery destruction. Down below in the forest, Rias and her remaining peerage members had to move fast as the tree beneath them exploded, the explosion catching Akeno a little as it singed her clothes and gave her minor burns. As Rias' feet touched the floor, she decided to retaliate as she summoned even more destruction magic and sent it in an overpowered wave at Riser's queen. The attack taking a lot out of her as she staggered slightly after releasing it. Yubaluna up in the sky was caught by surprise at the rapid counterattack from Rias, and although she avoided the worst of it, the wisps of destruction magic that did hit her created holes in her wings and clothes and burnt the flesh off her left hand. You bitch! Yubaluna cried in outrage as she swung her staff around, creating as many magical circles as she could around the tired and weakened Grimoire heiress. Look who's talking, cow! Came a voice from behind Yubaluna as she spun around in the air, only to get a face full of lightning from Akeno, who had flown up from the explosions towards her instead of landing on the ground. The bolt of lightning hit the bomb queen full on as it knocked her from the sky, causing her to crash painfully into the ground below. Only for Akeno to keep attacking, releasing all her anger and wrath on Riser's queen. Oh yes, cry out please, scream for release. Akeno held the attack for as long as she could as she kept bombarding the Riser's queen with her magic, gradually descending to the ground as she kept on with her attack. Yubaluna soon found herself burnt and bloody in the bottom of a 10-meter wide crater in the ground, with Rias's queen Akeno floating above her. Prepare to say bye-bye, Akeno cheerily said as she raised her right hand to the sky and summoned down lightning to strike Yubaluna down. Boom! With a final explosive strike of lightning, Yubaluna disappeared into an explosion of blue light as she was retired from the game due to her injuries. Riser Phoenix Sama's queen has been retired from the game. Well, that was easy, Akeno said with a sly smile as she turned to look at the tired but exultant Rias and the pale-faced Asia. Those were the last words Akeno managed to speak in the game as a flaming kick from Schwalen caught her right in the side of the head, Schwalen's overpowered rook strength sending Akeno spinning through the air only to crash and then break through several trees. Rias Grimoire Sama's queen has been retired from the game. Lee and Carlamine take Rias out. Schwalen called, her blue eyes gleaming with victory as she pointed for the 2 pawns and 1 knight of Riser Phoenix peerage to attack the tired Grimoire. I will deal with the bishop. Understood Nya, Ni and Lee said together as they both ran at the surprised Rias and then began to unleash a barrage of kicks onto her. It will be done, Schwalen-chan. Fight with honor, Carlamine replied as she gave a curt bow to Schwalen before charging Rias, her sword drawn for combat. Give up now, girl. I don't want to cause you unnecessary pain, Schwalen said to Asia as she walked towards the scared former nun, being genuine in her wish for Asia to give up. And no, I won't give up, not while my friends are in danger, Asia cried out as she put her hands together in front of her and released her most powerful lightning bolt. Only for Schwalen to slap it away with the back of her hand, dispersing the spell with one swing, her rook strength and durability making the weak spell useless against her. I tried to warn you, little girl, Schwalen shouted out before she shot forward like a bullet and slammed her fist into Asia's sternum, knocking the air out of her lungs and causing the former nun to collapse to the ground coughing.
Deciding not to draw it out, Shuilin finished her with a quick chop to the back of her head, knocking her out cold and forcing her to retire. One bishop belonging to Rias Grammary-sama has been retired from the game. 2 pawns belonging to Riser Phoenix-sama have been retired from the game. What? Shuilin shouted out as she spun on her heel to look at where the Grammary was, only to see Ni and Li bursting into specks of blue light as they were removed from the game. The crimson-haired Grammary heiress still standing strong, if a bit bruised and battered from the pawn's onslaught. Carlamine, what happened? Rias managed to catch Li and Ni with a wave of her destruction magic. Turns out she was able to release it in short bursts while in close combat. This makes up for her lack of melee skills. Carlamine replied as she appeared next to Shuilin, her previously immaculate silver armor now slightly pitted from being struck with stray wisps of destruction magic. Damn her and her bloodline power. It's no wonder her brother became a Mao if he had that power. Shuilin cursed as she glared at the Grammary in front of her. It looks like she is on her last legs though. Carlamine, use your speed and finish her. You got it. The Knight of Riser said as she once again charged Rias, quickly dodging to the side to avoid a blast of destruction magic. Before continuing on forwards, her sword up and ready to strike. Come on. Come face the power of the heiress of the House of Grammary. Rias cried out, her head held high as she stood in her tattered school uniform, her eyes glowing red with her magical power and a ball of red and black magic taking form between her hands. Hia! Carlamine shouted as she finished her charge, trying to weave around the Grammary's ball of potent magic. As she made contact, there was an explosion of magic which kicked up all the dust in the area, reducing the visibility to almost zero. One knight belonging to Riser Phoenix-sama has been retired from the game. As the dust cleared, Shuilin, who had been watching, could only see a scattering of blue specks of light as Carlamine was retired. A broken blood-stained sword on the ground and several splashes of blood on the ground. What the hell happened? Shuilin cried out as she looked upon the scene, before she noticed a trail of blood leading away from the battlefield and towards the new school building. And where is she going? With Ravel. Ravel was waiting where the others had left her, a smug smile on her face as she did so. Her plan had worked. Rias's queen and bishop were gone and Rias was all alone. Though it hadn't gone all to plan, their losses were greater than she thought. With there only being Shuilin and herself left from Riser's peerage, not that that was a bad thing. The two of them were probably the most powerful pieces in Riser's peerage. As she stood there just in front of the new school building, she heard someone approaching. Whoever it was, they were not quite, as she could hear them moaning in pain and exhaustion as they approached. The person soon revealed themselves to be Rias Grammary, her clothes a ragged blood-stained shambles, her face dirty and bloody and her magnificent crimson hair dirty and ragged as it looked like bits of it had been badly burnt. As she left the forest, Ravel saw that she was holding her stomach, her hands covering up a deep wound which looked like it had been caused by a sword impaling her. Well, you look like a mess, don't you, Rias? Ravel said mockingly as she looked upon the battered devil before her, who had caused all this mess to begin with. If you hadn't been so selfish, none of this would have happened. There have been arranged marriages for thousands of years. Your mother and father and my mother and father are both examples of this. Both of their marriages worked out despite them both being strangers at the beginning. Yours could too, if only you hadn't spat on thousands years of tradition and the political importance of your marriage. But you did, and you insulted the Phoenix family in doing so, disrupting the fragile political environment with your actions. Is it really selfish to want to marry for love? Rias snapped back, despite the wound in her stomach causing her pain. For normal people, no, but for us, pureblood devils of the pillar houses and ones who have rare bloodlines, then yes, it is selfish. Love at first sight is a lie, something you get told as a child to make you feel better. True love, love that is strong and lasts, is built up over time, time which is used to get to know the person in their entirety and allow them to get to know you. If you have been patient, you could have got to know Riser, and get to know that underneath all his arrogance and bluster, he is a genuinely nice and kind man, who deep down cares for those with him and would never hurt them despite what you may think. Ravel shouted out in frustration at the Grammary before her, telling her the hard truths that had been told to her, and her brothers when they were growing up, and to most pureblood children from the pillar houses. It wasn't great, but it had worked for the majority of the purebloods for millennia. You don't understand, you're just a child. Rias gasped out as she fell to one knee, the blood loss from her wound beginning to affect her. Yes, I may be younger than you, but it is you who is acting like a child, not me. Ravel retorted sharply as she looked down her nose at the hunched over Rias. Now it is time for you to go to sleep, this game is over.
Wah! Rias made to say as she looked up at Ravel, only to feel a heavy strike to the back of her neck and then nothing.
And so ends the petty rebellion of Rias Grammary, Shuilin said solemnly as she looked down at the fallen Grammary before her, whose body had begun to glow blue as she retired. Rias Grammary-sama has been retired from the game. Riser Phoenix-sama and his peerage wins. With Naruto and others watching, Well, it was a nice try from Rias-chan, but the results speak for themselves. Serafal said with a sigh. She did very well for her first rating game and should be applauded for that. Naruto said as the screen went blank. Her fortitude at the end genuinely impressed me. Me too, it is only a shame it ended how it did. Ajuka said, agreeing with Naruto. Yeah, but at least there will be a wedding now, ooh. I love weddings, the dancing, the music, and obviously the cake. Serafal gleefully cheered as she started dancing around in excitement, wielding her wand above her head like a baton. Oh, I will have to get you an outfit, Naruto-tan, so we can be a matching couple. Death-chan and Akame-chan too. If I can find them, it will be good to get all three of my harem to come. I even had a magical girl costume made for each. Fufu, can you imagine Death-chan's face? I can hardly wait. Oh, and then we can have the honeymoon sex. And we can cosplay and we can invite So-tan in.
Bad Serafal, down, Naruto said with a smile on his face and a gleam in his golden eyes as Serafal seemed to be literally vibrating with excitement and Ajuka seemed to be cringing horribly.
Besides, he said, throwing an arm around Serafal as he did, I think the honeymoon sex is supposed to be for the bride and groom.
Boo, Serafal jeered before she grabbed the front of Naruto's shirt and dragged him in for a searing kiss. If I want honeymoon sex, we are all having honeymoon sex.
That would only of course be if the wedding actually happened in the end, Sirzex said, interrupting the passionate French kissing.
She lost. Sirzex, get over it, because you can't interfere. It is forbidden for them to show family bias, especially over something as important as this. Naruto said irritably. Annoyed Sirzex had interrupted his time with Serafal.
Oh, don't worry, I know I can't directly interfere, but I have my ways. I don't know what the Phoenix gave you to convince you to interfere like this, Naruto, but you will fail. Sirzex sneered at Naruto before turning to leave. Oh, piss off, second place. Naruto shouted after him, causing his back to tense up before he summoned a magic circle and disappeared from the room in a flash of red. Now where were we, Sarah? Naruto tried to say before he was grabbed by the front of his shirt and unceremoniously dragged into Serafal's magic circle and teleported away, no doubt to either Serafal's bedroom or her sex dungeon. So, I'll just go then. Ajuka said awkwardly as he looked around him and saw he had been abandoned. Thanks for watching, also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.